the never-ending Los Angeles riots. I'm actually going live maybe 10, 15 minutes early than I had planned on, before I had scheduled at least, because right now it is going down, so I didn't want to miss out on this with you guys. We are, right over here, we are downtown Los Angeles, and the police have just gotten done hurting a group of rowdy, I would call it aggressive, far-left illegal alien protesters, rioters, again, off of the freeway. And ladies and gentlemen, it is a Tuesday night in Los Angeles here on the West Coast. It is 4 in the evening, and once again, it is happening. We said on Saturday, Sunday, maybe on Monday things are going to die down, and then and guess what? They didn't. And then on Monday, yesterday, we were saying, well, you know, maybe on Tuesday things will kind of die down. Well, yeah, guess what? That is actually not happening whatsoever. In fact, things seem to be escalating. So here we are going live a little bit ahead of schedule. So I'm going to turn up the audio here. I actually kind of got caught off guard. I have a little bit more prep to do. So I'm going to turn this up. I need to go get a drink of water real quick. But here we are, folks. We're going to be live for another 5, 6, 7 hours tonight, and we're going to be covering all of this. We have, by the way, a lot of highlights from yesterday night after we went offline here on this channel. We have highlights from late last night. More violence, cars blowing up, arrests on the freeway are being made, as you can see right over here. And then we also have some highlights from earlier today. President Trump weighed in on this. We have Mayor Karen Bass. We have Governor Newsom. We have, really pretty much everybody is giving their input on this. And so we have a little bit of a standoff right here on the side of the freeway. The LAPD is done playing around. They do not want these people blocking up the freeways anymore. And I do want to say real quick, I don't even have my live chat open right now. Where's my live chat? If everybody here could say, hello, happy Tuesday. Kind of happy, you know, kind of weird circumstances. But anyway, thank you all very much for tuning in. I'm up here in the great state of Washington. I need to link my broadcast out, let everybody know what's going on. But here we are, day five again. We are live. Okay, we are live. Okay, just making sure. Let me, like I said, I went live maybe 20 minutes earlier than I had planned on. There's that. Okay. 60 seconds. I'll be right back, ladies and gentlemen. Keep an eye on what is going on over here, because this crowd you are looking at right now on the side of the freeway, these guys are rowdy. They are crazy. I'll be right back.
At least 2 people that you're looking at right there. You're right, being detained there. These are 2 of the ones that were putting up a bit of a struggle. When these CHP units first rolled up on this group that rushed the freeway, they were instantly encountered by water bottles being thrown at the vehicles and at those CHP officers as they were getting out of the vehicles. There was an immediate attempt to, move this group away, and that's when we came onto the air and you saw a couple of fights breaking out. So, yes, there's a couple of really disorderly people that are now being taken into custody, at least 2 that you mentioned that we see. It looks like most of the group, are now moving away from the freeway. There's a skirmish line now right along the side of the freeway. Again, that is thanks to CHP's quick reaction here on the 101.
All right, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, I think we are back. We are ready to go.
By all accounts, today has been by far the most successful day of peaceful protest until around 2 or 3 o'clock when that dispersal order was given. What started as a protest of about 400 people at its peak, 300 to 400 people. Most of them obeyed the dispersal order, but there were probably in the neighborhood of 100 protesters who refused to leave the front of the federal building and are still in the process of being zip-tied and placed under arrest at Alameda and Temple Street.
Get them out of here.
So it's been largely peaceful, but there was a large
Now, let me tell you what's going on here, folks. This over here, in fact, every single point of view that we have on the screen right now, everywhere, all of this is in Los Angeles. Now, as you all know, these riots, these protests are starting to break out across the entire country. I saw some stuff earlier today going on in Dallas, Texas. Listen, hey, this is a lot of people already. It's only 4 in the afternoon. We have a lot of people out here on the side of the freeway here. Okay, so we have these sort of situations popping up all over the country. And so I'm trying to get some people to help me here. I think I've got some people in my community server. Hey, listen, everybody in the Discord server, if you could help me, do me a favor, keep an eye on what's going on in Texas. Keep an eye on what's going on, I don't know, maybe New York, Portland. I heard Seattle, people are going to try to do some stuff. If anybody listening in the community Discord server can help me identify decent, reasonable live broadcasts, we can pull them up from all over the country. Folks, this situation is spreading. This is manifesting all over the country. Breaking news, Taco Tuesday has been canceled. Breaking news, if you are found eating tacos today, you are getting deported. Stephen Miller has a breaking news announcement. Every single person that eats a taco or burrito, aggressive, you will be deported from the country. No, I'm kidding. But anyway, yeah, so Taco Tuesday is canceled, though, for real. Now, the LAPD is trying to herd these people away from the freeway, get them away from the freeway. You know, there is a difference between peacefully protesting, which, you know, to be fair, we've seen a little bit, and rioting and blocking the freeway and trying to cut off traffic and throwing rocks at cars and assaulting ICE officers. Now, you know, I just sat down on my computer. I was taking a little break from the computer here, so I'm trying to kind of get my bearings here. We have a lot to catch up on, folks, and I think we should probably start trying to do that. We already have, do we already have 4,000 people we already have 4,000 people tuning in today. Hey everyone, whoa. Now, I want to say, before we start unpackaging all of today's events and also late last night's, I want to say thank you. I uploaded a video earlier today talking about Gavin Newsom. That's a great video. And I was reading the comments, and everybody in the comment section of today's video from maybe 4 hours ago, it was you guys saying, hey, where are you? Go live. You got to go live. Great. You've been having great streams. Go live. But you need to go live. So, hey, I really appreciate all of the enthusiasm. It seems like you guys, you guys have been enjoying the live broadcasts. So, that really really makes me feel good. So I appreciate that. Now, I'm gonna try to quickly get caught up on the super chats here. We have Joanne, who is a new supporter. Thank you, Joanne. We have Serge. Thoughts on the No Kings protest this Saturday? If you don't know, yeah, in fact, I talked about that No Kings protest in the video that I uploaded earlier today. And I want to show you something. I have something bookmarked here that I've been wanting to show you guys. Bookmarks. Here it is. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, this is an up-to-date map of the United States of where the No King protests, more like riots, are going to be taking place this upcoming Saturday. So right now, far-left political action groups, NGOs, funded by people like George Soros, they are going to be having riots, protests, all across the country, and this is an updated map of where that's going to be happening this Saturday, Saturday the 14th, Saturday the 14th. Just 4 days from now. So look at this map here. In fact, I'm going to maybe I'm going to link it. I'm going to link that in the live chat. Maybe if you want to bookmark that, there is a link, and so you can look at that on your own. But every single blue dot here, folks, on this map, this is where they are planning on protesting / rioting this upcoming Saturday. Now, this upcoming Saturday, of course, I forget what exact holiday is it. It's the 250th anniversary of the United States Army, I think. I'm forgetting and then I think it's also another national holiday. I'm sorry, I'm kind of blanking right now. But anyway, so President Trump is going to be having a big military celebration this Saturday also in Washington, D.C. So this Saturday, I'm going to be here all day this Saturday doing a live stream. We're going to be watching Donald Trump's celebration in D.C., but also we're going to keep an eye on all of these riots and protests happening across the entire country. Is it Flag Day? Flag Day. Okay, thank you. I appreciate that. Sometimes I need to finish my cup of coffee here, I can tell. So listen, folks, this Saturday between Flag Day, the Donald Trump military celebration in Washington, D.C., and, you know, all of these riots, this Saturday is going to be a crazy day. And like I said, I'm going to be here, so make sure to tune in for that. Today, who knows what's going to be happening. We have coverage coming from Chicago. Folks, this is live from Chicago right now. Would you look at that? And already right as we tune in, they are hauling away these masked anti-ICE, anti-Trump, anti-America, pro-illegal alien, pro-open border rioters. Like I said, you know, 4 days ago, I had some people in the chat, in the live chat, they were saying, who cares? This is only happening in Los Angeles. Screw it. Whatever. Who cares about Los Angeles? Who cares about California? What did we say? We said, folks, this problem, if we don't shut this down, if we don't solve this problem now, if we don't squash the riots, shut down the border, and deport every single one of these people, this problem is going to manifest and spread across the entire country. Okay? And now, just 4 days later, what are we seeing? We're seeing Dallas. We're seeing Austin, Texas. We're seeing Portland potentially later tonight, Seattle later tonight. We're already seeing in Chicago here. We're seeing this continues to happen over here in Los Angeles. Now we have a helicopter feed here. This is helicopter from Chicago. Folks, we're gonna be bouncing around all over the country tonight. The last couple days we've been focused on Los Angeles. Today, I think we're gonna be looking kind of everywhere across the nation because things are really happening. There was something I needed to do, but I don't remember what it was. I don't know. Whatever. I don't know. So yeah, but that's that. Through the weekend, I mean, guys, this situation is not de-escalating. And I guarantee now, listen, it takes time for some of these far left activist groups to kind of mobilize and get the people where they want them to be. So all of these groups that are funded by George Soros, Indivisible, Think Blue, or Act Blue, all of this big foreign globalist money coming in the country through NGOs like this that are hell-bent on causing chaos and strife on American streets, it normally kind of takes those groups a couple days, 2, 3, 4 days to mobilize. That's the perfect word. It takes them a couple days to mobilize. And so now, you know, for the last couple days, we've just been focusing on Los Angeles. Guys, look down there in the bottom left corner. We have a group of police officers that are totally surrounded by a mob of rioters. We have maybe 30, 40 Chicago police officers that are totally just surrounded by these people. Elsewhere in the city, they're making arrests. Right now, it seems maybe the biggest protests we have are in Chicago, but also in Chicago, I think right now it's 6 p.m., 6:14. Over here on the West Coast in Los Angeles, it is 4:14 p.m. So, hey, Los Angeles is going to catch up, probably. I'm keeping an eye on Discord, anybody. So if you see crazy stuff, let me know. Okay, this is their MO. What do they want to do? They want to lock down the freeway. Their favorite thing to do is lock down the freeway. Now, what do we have here? Look at all those people out there in Chicago. Breaking, emergency protest is scheduled tonight at 6 p.m. outside of Massachusetts State House. Or is this, oh man. The rally is being led by the Party for Socialism and Liberation, a Marxist group that wants to abolish ICE, police, and capitalism. We need to abolish capitalism. We need to abolish the police. Okay. National Guard out of LA. So now, like I said, listen, these protests, these riots are just popping up all over the place. This is from U.S. Attorney Alina Habba, part of the Trump administration. She says what? Breaking news, folks. Today, a federal grand jury seated in Newark, New Jersey, returned a 3-count indictment on charging Representative LaMonica McIver with forcibly impeding and interfering with federal law enforcement officers. Wow. This happened probably 2-3 weeks ago. Remember, this is the African-American Democratic House rep who tried to break into the Newark, New Jersey ICE facility, and she was assaulting ICE officers on video. We have videos of that. This indictment has a maximum penalty of 8 years for count 1, an additional maximum penalty of 8 years for count 2, and a maximum penalty of 1 year in prison for count 3. Wow, ladies and gentlemen, it sounds to me like we are looking at a sitting Democratic congressional House representative going to prison for assaulting federal officers. I'm going to keep reading this here. Wow, as I've stated in the past, it is my constitutional obligation as the chief federal law enforcement officer for New Jersey to ensure that our federal partners are protected when executing their duties. While people are free to express their views for or against particular policies, they must do so. Sorry, there's just so many people out here already, guys. This is Los Angeles over there. It's going to be a rough night, I'm telling you guys. While people are free to express blah, 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 you need to be safe and you need to not assault ICE officers. Today's decision by the grand jury is the next step in a process that my office will pursue to the end. Wow. Wow. I see this. Ladies and gentlemen, it appears as if Pepsi and Mountain Dew have dispatched blast cannon vehicles. Tonight we're going to be blasting the rioters with Pepsi and Mountain Dew. Personally, I could go for Pepsi. I'm not a big fan of Mountain Dew, so I hope that maybe they blast me a little bit with the Mountain Dew here, but I don't know what's going to happen. It's going to be a crazy night. Okay, folks. So right now we have aerial footage. This is great. We have aerial footage of both Los Angeles over here and Chicago down over here in the bottom left. This is happening across the country. Let's go back to this live stream right here. This is also in Los Angeles. This is street view, Chicago on the streets. Let's leave it here for a minute. Man, Chicago, is anybody here from the Chicago area? You grew up there and you moved. Chicago, to me, I haven't been there in real life, but to me, Chicago, it seems like it is pretty much a third world country at this point. You have the crime, you have the gang violence, you have all of this terrible stuff, drug addiction. It's bad. Chicago seems bad. They call it Chirac. Yeah, exactly. And I said, I haven't been to Chicago personally. Maybe I don't ever need to go to Chicago. Maybe I'll just stay out of Chicago for my entire life. And it's sad because, Chicago's another one of these cities that just 50, 60 years ago was great. It was one of the gems of America, and it's gone downhill. Why? For the same reasons, radical progressive leadership. Dan Holmblad is back on a Tuesday night. Thank you very much. I appreciate that a lot. Kicking off the Super Chats. Thank you very, very much. I appreciate that. Good evening. Good evening. Just look at some of these people out here on the streets. Yeah, I'm going to try to... Oh, this is... Here. Okay, let's try to get some audio here, folks. What are we hearing? We lost our aerial footage of Los Angeles. Okay, if anybody can help me find a new aerial footage live stream from Los Angeles. I'm going to try to find something here. We'll see what I can put together. Let me see. Right now, we do have Chicago up on the stream, but I want to keep an eye on Los Angeles today also. Oh, you know what? We have here. We got one. I got one right here. Perfect. Oh, sorry. Okay. All right. We are back in action in Los Angeles. And do we have commentary on this? Take a look.
Yeah, exactly. The delays are only continuing to grow. So once again, if you can avoid getting on the 101, if you can avoid...
Stay off the freeway, folks.
Street in the downtown LA area, really. That's the best bet tonight because of these delays here. The 10 freeway, the 5 freeway, both good options to the 101 freeway. And again, it looks like most of the demonstrators have left. Most of the demonstrators who had made their way onto...
Breaking news, folks. I want to share something with you here. Dan, take a look at this, Dan. And once again, thank you very much. Dan, breaking news. Violent riots have now been reported in over 30 American cities. Here's a full list. Albertville, Aurora, San Antonio, Dallas, Fort Worth, Pflugerville, Phoenix, Denver, Salt Lake City, Seattle, Portland, Chicago, Indianapolis, Detroit, St. Louis. Like, guys, it's everywhere. It's everywhere. Oakland, San Francisco, Sacramento, Quincy, Lansing, Charleston, Tampa, everywhere. Aberdeen, Omaha, everywhere. It's everywhere. Folks, this is what happens when we allow 20, 30, 40, 50 million illegal aliens to invade our country. Because when it comes time to finally try to deport all of them, guys, we have a foreign invading force in the country, and they're trying to take over. They're trying to stand up for themselves. They shouldn't be here in the first place. They should not be here in the first place. We have waited far too long to try to crack down on this situation. It never should have been allowed to happen in the first place. This all started in the 1960s, 1965, if you want to try to put a date on it. And it's just been going downhill since then. And here we are. What is that? 60 years later, something like that. And here we are. And now we have quite literally a foreign invading force in the nation.
Because this dispersal order
and Dan,
was
thank you
issued,
again. Thank you
and
very
frankly,
much.
A lot of the folks that you see
Thank you
here
very
were
much.
some of the people that had gotten onto the freeway.
Gosh. It's looking crazy in Chicago right now.
Yeah, I believe they are not going to be able to, so we may see some arrests taking place here. There's really nowhere for them to go. They can't go into the bus depot to the
look at all these people over here. They are about to get arrested.
North because
these people over here are boxed in.
Freeway, so they will be sandwiched here between this.
They are getting sandwiched. Look at that.
See arrests start to take place.
Mm-hmm. You know, I see this this great super chat here from Marcos. Thank you, first off. He says, I'm a third generation Mexican American, super embarrassing to watch. I live in Northern California. Even up here, Indivisible is marketing protests for Saturday. You've seen it in person. Wow. I tend to not leave my house a whole lot, or really I live in a very small town, so I haven't personally seen that. But yeah, I bet it's all over the place. These people are so indoctrinated. They live in manufacturer's zeitgeist. Let me tell you something, okay? Everybody likes to say America is a melting pot. Melting pot, melting pot, melting pot. Okay, well, I don't even know if I agree with that, if that really is the true American history melting pot, this notion of a melting pot. But, okay, let me grant them this idea of a melting pot. You need to melt. If I'm supposed to believe that this country is a melting pot, isn't that idea kind of predicated on immigrants melting? And what does that mean? Assimilating into the country? Okay, so I'm sure you're great. You're a great guy. You're assimilated. You don't like what you're seeing here either. Have these people melted, so to speak? Have these people assimilated, so to speak? Yeah, I don't think so. So the point is, you're not going to sell this narrative or push this idea of a melting pot. I don't even know if that's true. When very clearly a lot of these people are not melting. They are refusing to melt, you know? They're proud of the country that they're coming from. In fact, they want to turn our country into their country that they just left. So, yeah, give me a break. Anyway, thank you though. I'm going to turn up the audio. We have a lot of arrests happening here. Uh-huh.
Yeah, so this is Commercial Street, just to the east of Gary, I believe, is the small little street. So the nearest major street is going to be Temple. There you go.
Oh, look at that.
For an arrest.
Takedown.
I believe that was a woman. About 6 or 7 officers here taking her to the ground.
Takedown.
And, again, they will put her in handcuffs. Most people do go pretty willingly, just simply walk in whatever direction.
More of a tossed salad.
But every now and then you do have some people.
Doesn't that mean something else? I don't know.
Like that. So
is that really what we
this all
are?
taking place here next to the 101 freeway. Again, a lot of these folks likely were some of the people.
And Cass, by the way, thank you
the freeway,
for the membership there.
That eastbound side of the highway, and arrests are taking place.
Now, we have, okay, there is some other footage.
2 dozen, Michael. So 2 to 3 dozen people that just beyond that news van on the sidewalk, and a few here in the middle of the street that will be detained by the officers on scene.
Trying to find some good stuff for you guys here. All right. Okay. So speaking of someone who has refused to melt, so to speak, ladies and gentlemen, I present you La Gordita, as I'm going to call her.
This is our city, and this was Mexico. You can't kick us out of the land that was ours. Donald Trump! Fascism! Let our people free! Let our people free! Suelta nuestra gente!
What's the windblower for?
Just for the fucking tear gas to blow it back at those motherfuckers. If you have a fucking blower, bring it out! Push them back! We will not do 1992 again with your fucking tanks! I was 12 then! I'm 44 now! I will die for my fucking kids! And all of these young people are here are my fucking kids! Because I'm an LA native mom! These are my fucking children you're fighting! You! Major Bass, if you can hear me, expect me in your office on Monday for attacking my children!
If you could say something to Donald Trump right
Oh, she's mad at Mayor Bass. And by the way, Mayor Bass is the progressive mayor of Los Angeles. Folks, they are turning on each other. And we have more movements over here, more arrests. Look at that. A lot of people with their hands above their head, behind their back. The police are moving in over here. But anyway, no, the members of the left, they are turning on each other. They are eating themselves alive. And folks, between you and me, it seems like La Gordita Chalupa, La Grande Chalupa here does a lot of eating. So that's just, I suppose, not surprising. Wow. Okay, guys, here we have aerial footage down here, bottom left, of what is going on in Chicago right now, folks. This is thousands. Look at that. That's Chicago. Thousands of people, mass arrests being made over here, back up in Los Angeles, over here on the left, top left. We have maybe 30 people being arrested over here. Ah, it's going to be a crazy night, man. Folks, it is going to be a crazy night. Okay, I'm going to try to find some more stuff. Well, I mean, listen, hey, I don't need to find anything else right now. I feel like we have some crazy stuff going on right now. Let's just watch what we have on the screen here at the moment. Look at this.
Say was don't get on the freeway. But
Look
that's
at
what,
this.
These folks did. So they were on the freeway. They were on the 101 freeway, of course, just causing major delays here on the southbound side of the 101 freeway. So the CHP was able to get everyone off. They ended up on Commercial Street. And then at that point, most of the demonstrators walked away. They walked away back toward the Federal Building at Temple and Alameda. But this group stuck around. And
Just want to see what happens here.
Long enough to be detained. And that is what is now taking place.
So I guess the LAPD here, they are putting their foot down. If you go on the freeway, you are getting arrested. They're hauling these people off one by one. The LAPD is out here in full force.
Yeah,
they have hundreds of
man
officers.
here in the Jersey, it seems like the two people that are with him appear to be children. That I'm just assuming that there's some sort of connection here between that.
What type of parent brings their kids
what
down
appear to
here,
be
man? You got to be
teenagers. So,
something
he
else.
spoke to the officers and they allowed him to move on there to the side. So what's going to happen to them at this point is unknown. Of course, if they're minors, I don't know what the LAPD can do in this type of situation. But the parent could very likely be detained. And you notice that the group starts getting smaller and smaller as officers continue to pick
Look at
the
that.
group and take these people into custody.
And now, folks, I will say real quick, if you have not followed on Twitter or X, if you could do me a favor, subscribe to the channel here on YouTube. It helps a lot. And over on X as well. Thank you guys very much. I really do appreciate that.
Continues to get smaller and
One more time, there it
smaller
is.
here. And eventually, there's going to be very little breathing room here for this group of people. I think it's very evident to them that there's nowhere for them to go now.
They're
will be
cooked.
detained.
They are done.
And the best thing they can really do is just comply at this point, which most people do seem to be doing.
They
Most of them
are
do have
done.
Their hands on their head, just keeping their hands visible to the officers, which is always what you want to do under any situation where there's this law enforcement presence, because you don't want to make the officers uncomfortable. You don't want to have your hands in your pockets because they don't know what you're reaching for. So if you could just
Yeah, I
keep
mean,
your
they could have
hands,
firearms. Who knows?
within their
Who knows?
line of sight, that's the best thing you can do. And at this point, it appears that everyone here is doing just that.
You know, I have to say, this is Chicago down here in the bottom left corner of the screen. Chicago looks nice from the aerial view, but I know for a fact, once you're actually down on the streets of Chicago, it does not look as nice as it does from the air. It is a little bit deceiving. It's like, don't get too close.
Collected, and eventually when these people do get released, they can try to get their items back. I don't see anything in terms of like very small children or pets. Oftentimes that does happen in these situations. So then that would require, bringing out additional resources to tend to those types of beings. But in this case, it just looks like it's all adults from what I can see, except for those two teenagers that we saw walk away. But any other little items that they leave behind will be collected by our...
I saw somebody in the live chat, they just said, bootlicker stream. This stream is full of a bunch of bootlickers. Listen, anybody that helps protect this country from violent, illegal, alien, invader, criminal, cartel, gang member, human trafficker, fentanyl dealing, child smuggling, all of that, anybody that helps protect America from those people, from these people, you are good in my book. Okay? Oh, you're a bootlicker. Shut the hell up. You can get out of this country too, as far as I'm concerned. I don't care how long you've been here. I don't care where you're from. You can get the hell out too. That's how I feel. Goodbye.
Officer pointed at her, called her over to her.
That's my opinion.
And what they do is they put the flex cuffs on first, and then they search your person. They want to make sure that you don't have anything on you that could potentially harm any of the officers. And then eventually they'll walk the person away to an area where everybody else is also detained, and that's when they will
gotta shut it down.
They'll wait for
our country has been invaded.
Eventually get you back
and by the way,
jail to be booked and processed.
There's no debate about it. It's not a conversation to be had. Well, let's try to figure it out. No, this country has been invaded, folks. Our country has been invaded. That is the truth. Our country has been invaded by a hostile, violent, foreign occupying force, and something has got to be done about it. And now, finally, for the first time in decades, something is being done about it. Thank God for President Trump. Thank God that he's actually putting his foot down here.
Division, which is where we're at. We're talking about officers coming from all over the city of Los Angeles. The LAPD has 21 divisions. That's how they're split up. So we're talking about agencies as far as the San Fernando Valley or West Los Angeles that have come to Central LA to assist officers.
And we have some super chats here.
With arrest and crowd control and traffic control. And
these psychos' policies.
So we're talking about officers that are outside.
Let me see. These psycho policies killed both of my sons. Not one investigation. Thank you for your diligent coverage, Matt. Well, also, Matt, I don't know how, but I'm sorry to hear that. That's terrible. I'm really sorry to hear that. You know, there's illegal alien violence. There's cartel gang violence. There's fentanyl drug overdoses. I'm sure just about every single person in the country has known somebody that has been a victim of fentanyl in some way. Your sister, your cousin, your mom, your friend, somebody you went to school with. Fentanyl got into their life. It did something. You know, I'm up here in the Pacific Northwest. It's a big problem up here. It's one of my good friend's sisters. She got into the fentanyl. It's terrible. It's terrible. And a lot of people, by the way, they get into it accidentally. They think they're buying one drug and then that drug is laced with fentanyl and then immediately, boom, they're addicted or they overdose, and then it's game over from there because it's the most addicting thing in the universe. And it's like, man, we have got to do something about it. For the last 5 years, we've had 100,000 young Americans dying every single year because of fentanyl. 100,000 a year because of this fentanyl stuff that's coming across the border alongside these illegal aliens. We gotta do something about this, man. It's an epidemic. It's a huge problem.
That's exactly what they were looking for. They were looking for what they called hotspots.
Massive problem.
You had these large groups that were gathered, or groups that were not necessarily large, but that they were what we could say up to no good, starting fires, causing vandalism.
Then we had from Michael.
So that is something that law enforcement is clearly looking out for.
Michael here said, anarchists are testing President Trump. Trump will restore order. Governor Hairgel lost his motion today. Trump will not hesitate to declare an insurrection and deploy military wherever needed. He made it clear. I want to see boots on the ground this Saturday. You know what's coming on Saturday. What's coming? This is what's coming on Saturday. These are the planned protests, the planned riots for this upcoming Saturday. I want to see National Guard activated everywhere. That's my opinion, okay? And by the way, thank you. We had Tenno Jitsu. Thank you for all you do and the best coverage of this travesty. I wonder if the National Guard wasn't called and the LAPD would just be sitting back. Oh, you know, they would. We know they would because that's what they did 3 or 4 years ago during the last time these people were rising up and protesting and burning down the country. So we already know the answer. They would be sitting there letting all of this happen. Trump has either directly or indirectly kicked the LAPD and also other PDs across the country, kicked them into overdrive, thank God. Force their hand, make them get off their ass and fix this problem. Trump is laying down the law. Look over there, folks. Look at that. A lot, probably 20, 30, 40 more LAPD officers inbound right now. Yeah. A lot of people. That is Chicago down bottom left. A lot of people in Chicago.
Off of the sides, each vehicle carrying about a dozen officers ready to respond to that next scene wherever people may be committing acts of violence here in the downtown LA area.
Yeah, this Chicago rally, they have, if I had to eyeball, 6,000 or 7,000 people is my guess. Chicago protest riot is bigger than LA right now. Fentanyl cost me my right leg. I'm 9 years sober. Well, I'm sorry to hear that, but also congratulations. In my, I'll say it real quick, in my early 20s, for about 2.5 years, I worked at a drug and alcohol recovery clinic. I was the guy doing the drug testing. So you'd come into the clinic, and I was the guy testing the urine at this drug clinic I worked at years ago, maybe 10 years ago now. And so I for 2.5 years spent a lot of time talking to recovering drug addicts, and I also worked at a residential recovery facility where recovering guys, they were living there for several months. It was an inpatient clinic living house, and so I know not firsthand, but by talking to these people, it is almost impossible to get off of fentanyl, opiates. This stuff is deadly, is addictive. It'll ruin your life. In fact, I'll tell you a terrible stat. This recovery clinic I worked at about 10 years ago, most of the people, this in the Portland, Oregon area, it was 1 out of every 11 people that came in for opioid treatment, 1 out of every 11 got clean and stayed clean. We had it's like a 91 or 92% relapse rate. Okay, so 10 out of every 11 people would relapse. Only 1 out of 11 would get clean and stay clean. And that's not even because of their own personal failure. It's just, this stuff is poison. This stuff is poison. It's terrible. And it's a national travesty that it has been allowed to go on for so long. This stuff flooding into our country as a consequence of our open border. Who opened the border? The far left radical progressives, the Democrats. It's terrible. So you said you're 9 years clean. Congratulations. Seriously, that's a big deal. That's a big deal. Good for you.
Where we have these
okay.
demonstrators that
Goodness.
continue to be detained, but it looks like they're just about done.
Oh, I didn't say this. By the way, that 1 out of every 11 recovery rate that we had at this clinic, that was the national, that was the, not national, in the state of Oregon, that was the best recovery rate. We were proud of that. We had the highest rate of recovery in the entire state of Oregon, and it was 1 out of 11. Think about that. This stuff is poison. Terrible.
When officers will take their information, if they have their ID, they'll of course take that information, and then the people will be put onto some of those transport buses. In this case, you just saw the inmate buses, very large buses that are probably going to fit most of the folks here, but sometimes they have something called the slammer van, so a much smaller van that will take these transports to the jail, and at that point, everyone is fingerprinted.
The slammer van, good.
And in most of these cases, since these are not something you would consider a violent crime that would require that somebody be detained for more than a day, they will likely be just booked and released, given a court date.
Keeping tabs on what is going on around the world here, around the country.
You know, most of these folks.
A lot of arrests being made. A lot of arrests over here, folks. This is Los Angeles. So down here on the bottom left, bottom right, you're looking at Chicago. There are thousands, 5,000, 6,000, 7,000 people marching through Chicago right now. Los Angeles, it is almost
They
5 in the
they,
evening,
tag their belongings to make sure that they get them back at some point.
and
Very
the
similar to
LAPD
if
is
you
out here
were
in full force.
actually
That's what it
booked,
looks like.
and detained in a jail for more than a day, and you would have to be forced to change out of your what are called street clothes and put into prison garb. Then the clothes that you came in with, your shoes or anything else that was in your possession.
Your ancestors stole this land from the natives, so don't tell me we are the ones invading and ICE is deporting everyone, not just criminals. Get it right. Oh, really? ICE is deporting everyone. Just like Kilmar Abrego Garcia, the humble Maryland dad, really, who turned out to be a child smuggling, drug dealing, wife beating MS-13 gang member. I'm supposed to believe you. Also, hold up. Listen, my ancestors did not invade. We conquered. You got conquered. You got conquered. The people living on this continent, they were a Stone Age, Paleolithic, cannibal, violent, brutal people, and they got conquered by my ancestors. That's what happened. We didn't immigrate here. We didn't invade. You got conquered, and it's ours. And from this rugged, deadly, terrible wilderness, my ancestors built the greatest country on the planet, despite those people that were here already. Despite those people attacking my ancestors and trying to kill my ancestors and trying to rape and scalp and skin my ancestors alive, still, we came and we conquered and we built the greatest damn country this world has ever seen, and we're not giving it back. We are never giving this land back. It is ours. We built it sweat, blood, and tears from nothing. It's ours. Anyway, it's going to be a great day. It's going to be a great day. It's going to be a nice day. Thank you for the $20. I appreciate the $20. Thank you. I need to get a tissue and blow my nose here. Give me 1 minute here.
Or so, probably more, and the damage is done. There's no way the 101 freeway is going to recover in time for the evening time commute. So if you can avoid coming this way today, that really is your best bet. Again, you have options like Cesar Chavez runs north of the 101. It runs parallel to it. It becomes Sunset, so that's an option. You can, of course, stay south of here, take the 10 freeway through the area, or you can take the South 5 to avoid being in these delays, because again, the freeway has reopened, but the slowdown remains.
Listen, I have to say, I don't know what other content creators you are used to watching, what other live streams you like to watch. I don't know where you hang out. This whole white guilt thing, I don't do that. Okay? I just don't. And you are never going to gaslight me or emotionally manipulate me or make me feel bad for what my ancestors did or what we did today. I don't care. It's ours. We conquered. Okay. Our culture was and is superior in every single way. And I will never apologize or give an inch or cede a single inch. Anything. I'll never give an inch. Okay. No, 0%. My fatigue level is up to here. I'm not going to tolerate it. No, absolutely not. In fact, I'm going to go the other way. I am proud of every single thing that my ancestors did, and I fully endorse it. And if I had a time machine, I would go back and help them. I would go back and I would be right there alongside them, helping them do every single thing that they did. There's my final take, okay? I will never feel bad for what they did, ever. Never. The sacrifices that our ancestors made for us to be here today in the greatest country ever, okay? I'm proud of that. I am incredibly proud of that. Thank you. Thank you. Ancestors, if you can hear me, thank you for the sacrifices that you made to get us here. Thank you very much. God bless you. Thank you so much. That's how I feel. 0% shame, 0% guilt. Don't care.
Alameda, in addition to the people who were detained on Commercial Street. Yeah, this is Alameda, so it is closed. It's been closed for multiple days. Unheard of that Alameda would be closed for so long. It's such a big street through the area, and it has been shut down at least since Friday because of these demonstrations.
My allergies are kicking in. It's that time of year. Okay, Brian Barr with the $50 super chat. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Brian Barr. Thank you. That's huge. We have Daniel Strasser. Everything west of the Mississippi was bought and paid for. Go big tech. Yeah, in fact, you guys want to hear a funny story about the Louisiana Purchase? Let me tell you a funny story about the Louisiana Purchase here in a minute. Let me double back to that. Thank you very much. Thank you. I've got a funny story for you here in a minute. Every empire man has created has burned to the ground. Be careful what you say, friend. Karma is a bitch. Try. Good luck. Try it. Okay? You're gonna listen. Do you know how my ancestors built this country? Not by complaining in a YouTube live chat. They conquered and they built something from scratch. Some of you people, oh, you need to give it back. Oh, listen, my ancestors didn't build the greatest country on earth by complaining on the internet. They got out and they built it. Okay, that's what they did. So hey, if you want to try to talk a big game, then go do it. Go do something. Maybe I would be inclined to believe you if the countries that a lot of these people came from weren't objective shitholes, weren't shitholes. Okay, maybe you should try actually making a good country, and then maybe I would be inclined to believe you. But until then, I don't know. I'm sorry. Okay, guys, I need to simmer down. I'm coming in hot today. Okay, whoa. Okay, calm down. Everybody calm down. Listen, I am sorry. I've had it up to here. I have had it up to here with what's going on. Watching all of these riots across the country, it is pissing me off. I've had it up to here. Okay. Gosh, I'm sorry. Sorry, everyone. Guadalupe, Hidalgo, sold parts of Mexico during the treaty, bought and paid for by USA. True. That's true. Listen, a lot of these Mexican invaders, I want to tell you guys, listen, do you know what happened in 1847? A bunch of Mexican military personnel killed a bunch of American ranchers down in Texas. Within 18 months, the American military, because the Mexican military had the audacity to kill a bunch of American ranchers, within 18 months, the American military marched all the way down, conquering everything in Mexico down to Mexico City. In less than 18 months, we conquered half of Mexico, everything down to Mexico City. For weeks, the American flag was triumphantly displayed above the Mexico City Capitol. It's 1849. And you know what? We said, you can have it back. So all of this land you have in northern Mexico, you want to know something? You only have it because we gave it to you. That land you have, the northern half of Mexico, that's only yours because my ancestors didn't want it. Okay? Everything you have is from the courtesy of us. Never forget that. Okay? Don't push your luck. All of this stuff that's going on here, watch out. The spirit of Jackson Polk, the spirit of President Polk, the spirit of President Andrew Jackson, please bless us. Okay, anyway. Alex W, 499. Listen, I'm like, I don't like to talk like this. I don't know, but all of this vile, disgusting, violent, frankly violent anti-American rhetoric, it's pissing me off. It's pissing me off. We have these foreign invaders in our country doing nothing but talking shit about America, talking shit about my ancestors, talking shit about the people that sacrificed for hundreds of years to build this country. And then you have the audacity to come in here and try to flip everything upside down and act like you have an entitlement to it. You're not entitled to shit. You're entitled to get the hell out of my country. That's what you are entitled to. That's how I feel. My fatigue, once again, is up to here. This is day 5 of this. This is day 5 of what we are witnessing across the country. It's only getting worse. President Trump, shut them down. Please shut this down. I'm getting sick of it. But anyway, it's going to be a nice day. Stephanie Wilson, thank you, Stephanie. Thank you. Stephanie agrees. Thank you, Stephanie. And we have Michael Arnold. Thank you, Michael. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, anyway, I'm gonna take a chill pill. I'm gonna simmer down. Everybody, we are simmering down. Everybody simmer down. I've only been live for like a half hour. Everybody calm down. Calm down. Operation 8. These optics are great. Seeing these people come out in droves only proves the need to get them out. You're right. You're right. You're right.
So many officers. That's Alameda. This is.
You were right.
The
Thank you.
freeway, Carolyn.
Thank
As
you for
were
the
saying,
50.
This isn't a nearby street.
If this is what can be seen by the public, imagine how many we cannot see who are hiding in plain sight, committing crimes, stealing resources and jobs. You are spot on. Thank you. You are spot on.
But to take a look at all of this activity, I'm not even going to try to count how many units are out here, because we're going to put it at about 100, probably more. There's just so many officers.
A lot of activity out here.
Perhaps that is the LAPD tactic today, is make our presence known.
Overwhelming show of force.
Us out in full force. And,
now we have another one here. John Hoyle, lots of obese women leading the protests. What is going on? I'm surprised at, I guess it's exercise. They're out here exercising. Little Tuesday night exercise, urban exercise.
We are seeing
I guess.
a lot quicker and a lot earlier.
Thank you very much, by the way. Thank you. Hello from Oregon. Hello. We love Oregon.
Over the last few days is as the sun goes down,
Oregon.
you get the people out here.
We love it.
They're out here for the cause. They're out here to create chaos. And I believe that is what LAPD is trying to take care of today, is try to make these arrests earlier in the day to try to prevent some of the incidents that we saw last night. We saw officers assaulted. We saw one motor officer hit in the head with a bottle.
Isn't it funny that these clowns are crying about stolen land while coming from stolen land themselves, as if their own ancestors were not conquistadors from Spain? This is something that we don't really teach in the American public school system, but listen, folks, all of these native tribes, they were at war with each other. They were kidnapping each other. They were enslaving each other. They were actively trying to genocide each other. They were scalping each other. All of these terrible things. Listen, this continent, North America, was not at peace. But you know what? I'm just going to be honest. I don't even care. Who cares if it was? We came, we conquered, it's ours, deal with it. Do something about it. We came, we conquered, we built something from nothing. The only reason they all want to come here is because we built something from nothing. They want what we built, what our great American ancestors built. That's why they're trying to get in. That's the truth. Notice how they're going north and not south. Listen, let me run an idea by you. What claim do all of these Guatemalan and Venezuelan immigrants have to North America? Do they have any, do illegal aliens from Venezuela and Ecuador and Guatemala and Peru, do they have any claim whatsoever to North America at all? Of course, they were never up here. Of course not. Notice, they don't go south, though. They go north. What's up with that? It's because they want what we have. Obviously, that's what is going on here. Give me a break. Give me a freaking break.
If that was the case,
give me a break.
We do see the arrestees getting onto this sheriff's bus here on Commercial Street.
Okay, I'm going to pull some stuff over here for you guys. We've got some stuff to talk about here today. I'm going to mute this here. This is President Trump earlier today. Let's take a look at what he has to say.
Mr. President, these protests obviously started in reaction to these large-scale ICE operations in Los Angeles. Should people expect to see similar operations in the rest of the country?
Yeah.
And will similar protests see similar response?
As you know, we're moving murderers out of our country that were put here by Biden or the auto pen. The auto pen really did. I mean, the people, whether it's Lisa Monaco or whoever operated the auto pen, these are criminals. The people are criminals that allowed these criminals into our country. And I don't think that Biden knew what the hell he was doing. I don't think he even knew about it. But when they opened up our borders for the whole world to come in, yeah, we're going to get them out. We're getting them out. We're starting to get acknowledgement from the courts that, you know, as a system. They come in without courts and they go out. They want trials and everything else. I think that's starting to work out now. Judges are starting to see what a terrible situation it is. Many of those people that you saw on television last night are criminals that were allowed into our country by Biden.
Yep.
And they want to stay. And we don't want them. And they come from jails and they come from mental institutions and they come from all over the world, not just South America. And we're not going to let them stay. And this is the first, perhaps, of many, or perhaps, if we didn't attack this one very strongly, you'd have them all over the country. But I can inform the rest of the country that when they do it, if they do it, they're going to be met with equal or greater force than we met right here. We did a great job. The people, you, Christy, and Tom Homan, and all.
Yeah, and by the way, they are planning to do this upcoming Saturday, 4 days from now. They are planning on doing exactly what they have done in Los Angeles, everywhere else in the country. Every single one of these blue dots is a protest, a riot they are planning on carrying out in 4 days. So this Saturday is going to be absolutely crazy. We're going to be here for that. Be ready. Now, some other super chats here. This is the evidence. Support treason charges for Biden and Mayorkas. They facilitated the invasion of this country. You're absolutely right. They opened up the border intentionally. They let these people in intentionally. And now President Trump has to clean up the mess. You are absolutely right. Thank you very much. Tenno Jitsu, when it comes to the Spanish-American War, it's not that we didn't want the land, but we didn't want the people. This is a little spoken about historical fact that is absolutely true. The Polk administration, President Polk was a 4-year president during the Mexican-American War. They conquered all of Mexico. Like I said, we conquered the northern half of what is now modern-day Mexico. The American flag was waving over the Mexico City Capitol, and they weighed out the options. What are we going to do? We decided, the Polk administration in the late 1840s decided to give northern Mexico back to the Mexicans because northern Mexico was largely inhabited by Mexicans, and the United States didn't want to allow all of them into the country. So the Polk administration actually said, you know what, we're not going to take the northern half of Mexico, because if we take the northern half of Mexico, then we either have to kick hundreds of thousands of people down south because we don't want them, or we have to allow them to become Americans like the rest of us, and we don't want them in the country. So even in the 1840s, there was this argument, this dispute. Do we want these people in the country? The Polk administration said, hell no. And so we let them have the current Mexican-American border. Now, Nevada, New Mexico, and Southern California was all largely uninhabited. And so we took that. We took that, of course, because pretty much nobody lived there other than a few small native tribes like the Pueblos. But yeah, northern Mexico was largely inhabited. And so we said, yeah, we don't want it. We don't want these people in the country. That is the truth of the Polk admin's decision. LMAO, such BS history. You know what? You want to know something? I frankly just don't care about your opinion. I don't care. I don't agree. Who cares? Listen, I'm not lying to you. I'm telling you the fact. If that bothers you, if that makes you uncomfortable, if our American history makes you uncomfortable, then leave. I don't really care. Anyway, thank you very much, by the way. Thank you. I appreciate that a lot. Okay. America will never be destroyed from the outside. If we falter and lose our freedoms, it will be because we destroyed ourselves. Abraham Lincoln, good point. You're right, and you're right. You're right. We are our own biggest enemies in a lot of ways. We gotta rise to the occasion here. Michael P. with a $100 super chat. Matt, we are so grateful for you. Trump has got this. You're 31 and in shape, but Trump is 50 years older, and he didn't use the lavatory before during his 3-hour Rogan interview, nor take a sip of water. Trump's got this, and Morse force is helping to spread. I think President Trump can hold his bladder longer than I can. I've got to pee every 2 hours. I don't know how he does it. I have to pee every 2 hours. I don't know how President Trump does it. He's 50% more of a man than I am in that regard. I don't know. And once again, Michael, as always, thank you. Massive. Thank you. Huge. Dude, guys, the super chats are going crazy today. Wow. Jim Fish, thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you for the $20 super chat. Look, we have aerial drone footage down below. Look at that drone up there. I'm in New England. There's supposed to be a riot this Saturday right across a bridge from me. Terrifying stuff. I don't know what to do. I don't know what I can do. Pray for President Trump, and I would say avoid it. Stay away. Don't go down there. Don't go, be a looky-loo in person. Just stay away from it. Hopefully it stays away from you. That's the best advice I can give, I guess.
However, the people who stuck around, they are now in police custody. As I push in here,
but,
you're going to see that,
hopefully Trump goes, continues showing force across the country. Hope so. I hope so.
Processed, booked, and likely released either late tonight or tomorrow morning. But again, all of these
Honestly, the best thing you can do is call your senator and tell them you want them to remove illegals. It strengthens their hand. Luckily, I live in Montana, and I'm left alone by this unless it continues. It will spread. If we don't stop it now, it will. It will. So we have to stop it. State of emergency in California right now. State of emergency. Thank you, folks. Wow. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Conquered land. Hey, point to one piece of land that has not been conquered. Go ahead. Listen, I'm gonna be brutal here. Do you want to know why we don't have a history of all the Native American conquests before Europeans showed up? It's because they didn't invent a written language. Do you think that they just lived harmoniously and peacefully for thousands of years? Or do you think there was a lot of conquest and bloodshed also amongst all these Native Americans? Listen, the only reason we don't know about all of their early native conquest and bloodshed and brutality and violence, the only reason why is because they never invented a written language. Okay, so hey, by the way, what language are you speaking right now? English. Yeah, my ancestors made that language. Shut up. Hey, why don't you go use your old language? Oh, you don't even know what it is? You don't remember? You don't speak that? You don't know how to use that? Listen, shut up. Shut the hell up. Anyway, you could say thank you. I will be accepting a thank you. In fact, I think that my ancestors made this continent way better than it ever was before. They really showed up here and they made this place way better. Thank God. Thank God for that. I love my ancestors. Good for them. Okay. Did they have the wheel? Definitely the Native Americans in North America did not invent the wheel. In South America, did they?
Do you think they're here or elsewhere?
Maybe. In North America, no. South America, maybe. I'm not sure. Okay. Let me take a look here. Grandpa Barney. Grandpa Barney has been here every freaking night. 199. We all love you. Take your beautiful family to a nice dinner for Father's Day. When is Father's Day? About 2 weeks ago, we celebrated German Father's Day. My wife's German father was in town with us over here, and so we took him out. When is America? I don't know. I need to Google it, I guess. Hey, thank you. Thank you very, very much. I appreciate that a lot. Grandpa Barney, thank you. Thank you. Thank you a lot. Can I ask you folks a question? I've seen everybody is talking about Walmart today, how Walmart is supporting these riots. I don't know anything about that. I've somehow missed that. What is going on with Walmart? Walmart, I'm gonna look this up real quick. I feel like I'm out of the loop on this one. What did Walmart do? Okay, I see that Laura Loomer has actually made a big write-up about this. Okay, so, Scoop, Walmart to release a statement tonight condemning violence after Walmart heiress Christy Walton took out an ad promoting the June 14th anti-Trump No Kings protest. Wow. Christy Walton, the heiress of the Walmart dynasty, is promoting this June 14th mass riot protest insurrection across the country coming up in 4 days. I didn't know that. This is news to me. I was able to get the ad that was published by Walmart in front of the Walmart executives today. I explained to them that their representatives need to condemn the actions of Christie and her ad that is promoting radical leftist protests in the U.S. by inciting violence against Donald Trump. Walmart will be releasing the statement below in the next hour. I have been given the statement ahead of time. Okay, so this is the ad that was put in the New York newspaper by this Walmart heiress. No Kings, June 14th, mobilize. I want to zoom in and read this real quick. We are a people of principle and honor. We honor our commitments and stand by our allies. We defend against aggression by dictators. Once again, here we have the members of the left, members of the radical left, trying to say that Donald Trump is a dictator, Donald Trump is a fascist because he's enforcing our federal immigration laws. Okay. We uphold and defend the Constitution. We care for veterans and children. We respect our neighbors and the trading partners. No, we do. Can we stop pretending? No, you don't. You do not care about Americans. You do not care about veterans. You do not care about anybody in America. All you care about are illegal alien invaders. That's all you care about. We support a healthy national and international economy, community, and environment. We are the world leader trusted to uphold the stability of rule of law. How about stability and rule of law in our own country? Can we start there? That's a good starting point, okay? Let's try to maintain stability and rule of law in America by, oh, here's an idea, enforcing our federal immigration legislation and securing our border and deporting people from the country that snuck in illegally, that invaded our country illegally, and that have been trafficking humans, trafficking children, dealing fentanyl, you know, members of gang violence, terrorist organizations. Why don't we start there and then see how things go? That's a good starting point. This is just unbelievable. Okay, well, so we don't like Walmart anymore, I guess. Well, actually, okay, to be fair, hear me out. I don't know the degree to which that woman is directly involved with Walmart. Like, is she actually in charge of running the country? Or, I'm sorry, running the company? Or how involved is she? Is she even related to Walmart at this point whatsoever? Or is she just, you know, rich, it's family money, and she's just doing stupid stuff, totally unrelated? I don't really know. But, anyway, what does seem to be the case is that a lot of people are looking to boycott Walmart. Yes, she's in there. Well, okay, I don't know. Maybe I'm just like unreasonably playing devil's advocate. Maybe is it possible to be an heiress of a company? It's like your dad built this company, and then the daughter, who is not responsible for maintaining the company at all, she just has daddy's money. She's doing something stupid. Is that her? And I think like the dad is dead now, like a long time ago. I don't know. Like I said, I don't know what is her direct involvement. I don't know. Is she just a daddy's money heiress, or is she actually directly involved? I don't know. Is she actually making the decisions in the company? I don't know. Anyway, to be safe, we're just going to boycott Walmart, just to be safe, just to cover our bases here. It seems like everybody wants to boycott Walmart, so we're just going to go ahead and boycott Walmart. We're just going to boycott Walmart to be safe. Okay, screw Walmart. Okay. And we're speaking Spanish. Cállate la boca. No me gusta mucha. No me gusta. What do you think the chances of the No Kings protests being a honeypot are? Oh, okay, so let me finish this. Liberals and leftists will be sleepwalking into watch lists. By the end of the week, they'll finally know what it feels like to be targeted by the feds. You know, I am certain that there will be FBI agents or CIA agents amongst the crowds, but is the FBI or the CIA or somebody from the Trump admin actually organizing these protests, organizing these riots? I don't think so. Listen, folks, do not put it past these people to actually just be stupid idiots that are behaving like this. What you're seeing, all of these people out here marching, they are genuine hateful, anti-American, violent, invader, American traitor type of people, okay? I'm sure there will be some agents amongst the crowd, just like January 6th, by the way. There were federal agents amongst the crowd in January 6th also to keeping tabs on things. But I think these upcoming protests and riots, I think these are actually real. I think they are legitimate. I think that we listen, we need to be honest with the unfortunate reality of the situation we are in. We have a lot of people in this country that have invaded, they do not belong here, and they hate America. There are thousands, there are millions of people in this country protesting, rioting, planning on doing so even more this upcoming Saturday, that hate this country, they hate you, they hate the American way of life, they want to turn this country into a third world hellhole. That is just the unfortunate truth. It's not some farce or some gimmick. That actually is the reality that we are dealing with here, okay? Vilify, with the super chat, he says, I am honestly ashamed of my generation. Most are lunatics with no compromise. Told me to KMS yesterday for wearing my military uniform in a drive-thru. Well, I'd have to know what generation you're a part of. You know, you've got good people and bad people in every single generation. You know, they're all up and down of all age groups. In fact, you see a lot of these protesters, maybe not here, but especially during the anti-Doge, anti-Elon Musk protests a couple months ago, 5-6 months ago. There were a lot of like 65, 70-year-old women. It's like, what? So now we have like boomer, you know, retired boomer women that are taking to the streets and protesting and lighting Teslas on fire. That was 5 months ago. Now this, at least in Los Angeles, this does seem to be a younger Latin American audience that we're seeing, or crowd that we're seeing here. But like I said, all up and down, all generations, all age groups, you've got these crazy anti-American type of people. It's just the truth.
Oh yeah, I see them walking.
Okay, let me take a look at what is going on around the country here. And by the way, yes, Cass, I will be broadcasting on Saturday. Saturday, I'll probably do like a 12-hour long broadcast. I will be here all day on Saturday. We are going to have a lot to talk about. It's going to be a big day on the 14th. Okay, here we have a breaking video. I want to play this for you folks. What is this here? This is a white guys for Trump representative going up to a crowd of 50 illegal aliens saying, "We are going to deport you." Let me play the video.
We are going to deport you. We are going to deport you. We're going to deport you.
We are going to deport you. By the way, I want to say real quick, folks, listen, times are getting crazy. It is very important. It would mean a lot. Every single person follow on Twitter. Things are getting crazy. Things are getting hectic. I don't know. Like, guys, this is something that's kind of in the back of my mind. Do you remember during the Biden admin, how people were getting banned left and right on YouTube, getting censored, getting shut down, whatever? That is something that's in kind of the back of my mind. Things are heating up in the country. Things are getting crazy. God forbid something like that happens. Follow me on Twitter. It really would. If you want to help give me some peace of mind, that would help a lot. I am also now uploading all of my daily videos, not only on YouTube, but also on Rumble as well. Okay? You're not missing out on anything. If you don't like to use Rumble, that's fine. But everything I upload to YouTube, I'm now also putting on Rumble. Okay? So I'm trying to kind of not have all of my eggs in one basket, so to speak. So I want you guys to follow me everywhere other than in real life. That's the best way to put it, and I would appreciate that a lot. What is going on here? I want to reload this, get the live feed. What are we doing here? This is LA. What is going on in LA over here? The aerial footage. There are so many people marching in Chicago. Thousands and thousands and thousands of people. Okay, I'm taking a look around. Actually, I need to go through some of these super chats. Let me take a look here. We had Sausage Head. Thank you for subscribing. Thank you. Thank you for being here. I appreciate that a lot. Thank you very much for the super chat also. A lot of people over here in Los Angeles. You can see the crowds are getting bigger. More people are showing up here tonight. Anthony, Ianon? That sounds Greek, maybe. Anyway, it's a cool last name. Thank you, Anthony. Thank you. And we have Daniel Strasser, again, $20 super chat. Thank you. It is also a lot of American Gen X and old white libs that hate this country.
Hey, Sarah.
You've got all types of people.
5:15.
You do. You really do.
How long can we stay here for?
Now, I do want to tell you guys something, and I've spoken about this in some of my YouTube videos. Generation Z, the young men of Generation Z, right now, they are between the age of 20 and 30 about. So young Gen Z men, folks, these guys, these kids, these young men, they are the most conservative generation, most conservative demographic in the country at this moment. Okay? Young 20-something American men right now, they are the most conservative age and gender demographic in the nation at this point. they have grown up in this terrible anti-white, anti-young man, anti-America environment. Their entire public school education has been radical progressive propaganda. And thank God, these young Gen Z men, they have said, screw this, we are done, screw this. You want me to hate myself because I'm a young American man, because I'm a young white American man, because I'm an American? Screw that. Young American men right now are super conservative, super duper conservative. And you guys have seen right now, the far left, the Democrats, they are freaking out. I'm sure you've all heard about this new campaign from the left. They're trying to spend $20 million to come up with a new plan to reach out to young American men. How are we going to get these young American back on our side, on the progressive side? We got to make these young men progressive. They're not having it. And so right now, the Democrats are freaking out about it. They're spending tens of millions of dollars to try to solve this problem. I think it's too late. You have demonized an entire generation of young men to hate themselves. You've tried to tell them to hate themselves for being American, a male, white, whatever. You all know how it's been. And they've said, screw you, we're out, we're voting for Trump, we are making this country great again, we don't want anything to do with all of this bullshit on the left, we're done, okay? Now, Lenny Jones has a $99 super chat. He said, thank you. You guys need to tone it down. You guys are too nice, okay? You guys are genuinely too nice to me. I'm not that great of a guy, but thank you, Lenny Jones, thank you very much. I'm like, man, I don't deserve this. Matt and Mrs. Matt out to pick up some snacks for the Saturday riots. I'm just hoping that people stay safe and nobody gets injured on Saturday. That's where I'm thinking. I hope nobody dies or gets injured or loses their life on Saturday, because it is looking like Saturday is going to be crazy. And so, like I said, we are going to be here all day on Saturday, covering everything as it unfolds. But I want to say thank you again. Tomcat, even cool name, even though I live in Illinois, the whole state was red except for the 4 counties up in the northeast and 1 down in the southwest. Even though I live in Illinois, our state was 4% turning red. So listen, what we saw, thank you for the super chat, what we saw in the recent 2024 election, not only is President Trump the first Republican to win the national popular vote in 20 years since 2004, he won every single swing state. He won the electoral vote in a landslide. This is something that nobody really talks about. Every single state in the nation, all 50 of them, voted red at a higher rate in 2024 than they did in 2020. Every single state between 2020 and 2024 had a rightward, a red shift in 2024. All 50 states moved to the right. Okay? We're taking the country back. The progressives are losing. We're taking the country back. Thank you very much, Tomcat. One more thing. There was another one here. I think I missed it. It was from Sledgehammer. This is what the Democrats are planning to begin with. Let as many through the border for the past 4 years, and then we pray, and then they prey on mayhem, chaos, and mayhem will bring us the power back. Dems never cared for anything. First off, thank you again for the super chat. Every single thing that's happening here, the illegal alien invasion, these riots, the protests, the violence, the fentanyl flooding into the country, the human trafficking, this is not happening by accident. Far left radical progressives, the Democrats, they wanted this. This is all part of their design. This is all part of their plan. It's not as if the Democrats were sitting in the White House for the last 4 years saying, oh man, what do we do? Man, we just can't. There's all these illegal aliens and drugs and smuggled humans coming across the border. No, folks, they wanted this. They orchestrated, they created they manufactured all of these problems. This is part of their plan, okay? And also, as an extension of that, all of this chaos and civil strife that you see on the streets manifesting right now, that is also part of their plan. They wanted this. This entire situation is part of their design. Do not forget that, okay? They created this intentionally. Mental Toss Fly Coon 8646 with the super chat. Thank you. I appreciate you tuning in. Thank you very much. Thank you. And by the way, everybody that is tuning into the show, hanging out, lurking, typing in chat, every single person here, thank you very much. I appreciate it, folks. Thank you very, very much. Okay. I am going to quickly take a look around the internet and see if we have any breaking news updates here. So give me just uno momento. Uh-oh, I'm speaking Spanish. Hey, you guys need to deport me. Okay, I just spoke a little bit of Spanish. I need to get out of the country. That's unacceptable. Okay, let me take a look. What is going on around the world? Around the country. Okay. So this is the official No Kings riot protest website. They have an official website, nokings.org is the URL. In America, we don't do kings. They've defied our courts, deported Americans, disappeared people off the streets, attacked our civil rights, and slashed our services. The corruption has gone too far. No thrones, no crowns, no kings. Once again, they're trying to insinuate here that Donald Trump, President Trump, is a dictator, is a king, is an authoritarian. Why? What does all of this boil down to? It's because President Trump is trying to enforce our current pre-existing federal immigration legislation. Oh, they're saying, oh, Donald Trump is actually trying to enforce our border and deport people that have invaded our country illegally. Well, he's a dictator, he's a Nazi, he's a fascist. It's like, actually, he's just enforcing the law. The law, by the way, that all of us have democratically agreed upon. Do you know why we have federal immigration legislation? It's because us Americans have agreed to, through the democratic process. It didn't just manifest out of thin air. All of our federal immigration laws we have as a consequence of our, of our democratic system. So really what they are doing is, I guess, in essence, anti-democratic. They're saying, listen, yeah, the American people have decided on the border they want to have, law and order and deport these people. Well, they're saying, screw that democratic voice of the American people. We're just going to do what we want. That's what they're saying. In fact, that's what every single radical progressive politician that is running a sanctuary city or sanctuary state is saying. They're saying, yeah, we're just going to ignore that. We're not going to enforce those laws. And here's the map. We saw this a little bit earlier. Here's the map. They're just doing this everywhere, all across the country. And there it is. And we have people walking through the streets of Los Angeles. Down here on the bottom, it is Chicago.
It is, Carolyn, but this group didn't even come from that area originally.
Take a look here. Diana Mancini, thank you. Thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you very much.
Now they are making their way to that area where the dispersal order is in effect.
Thank you very much. And Donna, likewise, thank you.
Courthouse. They're currently northbound on Los Angeles, coming up to Temple. That's
Isn't that a shame, Lenny? He says, I live in a red state, and even we have some sanctuary cities.
They will merge with the other group.
There is a phrase that I love, and it is very true in our current circumstance. The phrase is, you get what you tolerate. In life, this is just like life advice, I guess, for everybody. You get what you tolerate. What we are getting right now on our streets across the country, Chicago, Los Angeles, down in Texas, everywhere, the reason why we have gotten this, the reason why we have this is because we have tolerated this for decades. These people, what is happening right now, this is the climax of 50 or 60 years of illegal immigration, illegal alien invasion. This problem didn't happen overnight. This has been 50 or 60 years of Americans tolerating this, and that is why we have gotten this, okay? And so now, listen, this is just kind of the stark reality here, folks. It is going to take a generation of very tough Americans with resolve and determination to fix these issues, okay? Times might have to get tough here in the near future. This is not a problem that is going to be fixed in a month or a week or a year. It might not even be fixed by the time President Trump is done with his presidential term in the next 3.5 years. It is going to take an entire generation of Americans to fix this issue. It could be 10 or 20 or 30 years. This is a serious problem. We are going to have to grit our teeth and bite the bullet. Like, but the point is the problem has got to get solved. If we don't solve the problem, then we're not going to have a country. We are not going to have a country very, very soon. This isn't what you are witnessing right now. This is an existential American crisis. How many more tens of millions of illegal aliens can this country accommodate before we don't have a country anymore? We had 20 million come in a 4-year time frame during the Biden administration. 20 million, of which, by the way, okay, so far we're only looking at a couple thousand. This is what a couple thousand people looks like. What do you think 20 million looks like? 20 million. They're in the country right now. They're here. They're in your town. They're everywhere. Okay? This is like 4,000 people we've got up on screen. We have 20 million people just in 4 years. How many total do we have? 50 million currently in the country, dispersed throughout every single state in the nation. This is a problem. We are going to have to buckle down and solve this issue. Okay, some super chats. Tenjo, imagine if conservatives protested in this manner against open borders. Why is it only one side behaves like adults when well, conservatives have jobs? Also, I think that they are out here protesting and rioting like this. It is true. This is not really the most effective way to push a political agenda, to push a political narrative, to try to change the nature of the country. This is, I would say, largely ineffective. In fact, for them, what they are doing right now, we already have the polls. We already know. How do Americans across the country feel about this? Americans don't like this. The radical progressives, the illegal alien invaders, these people here, they do not have the support of the American people. Americans don't want this. So for them, not only is this not an effective way to push their open border illegal alien agenda, it's not only not effective, it is counter-effective. It's counterproductive, because these acts of violence and aggression and hostility on American streets, this is turning Americans away from their cause. At this point, you're having center-leaning Democrats, centrist Democrats, Democrat moderates are looking at this and they're saying, hey, whoa, I might be a Democrat, but I don't want this. Hey, I might be a Democrat, but I don't support this. And you know what? Good. These centrist or moderate Democrats, they need to realize, they need to have this epiphany. They need to realize just what their own party has been pushing. I'm going to give you I'm a young man. I'll give you my young man take here, my opinion. I think you have a lot of 50, 60, 70-year-old Democrats, lifelong Democrats, that they kind of locked in their party affiliation to the Democratic Party in the 80s or the 90s or maybe the early 2000s. They were anti-Iraq war, whatever. They were Clintonites. They're voting for Bill Clinton in the 90s. And they kind of locked in their party affiliation. I'm a Democrat. And then they never really thought about it since then. They never really came back and reassessed the political landscape. And so now in 2025, they're still Democrats. And they haven't realized, they haven't come to terms with the fact that their Democratic Party has been hijacked by anti-American, vile, illegal, alien, radical, communist progressives. They've been asleep at the wheel, and their party has been hijacked by these subversive anti-American entities. But still, because they haven't realized it, they're still voting blue. They say vote blue no matter who. They're just useful idiots, really. And so, this is what I think. I think the more events we have like this, the more, this stuff gets publicized, the more these moderate or centrist Democrats have to come to terms with what the Democrat Party is actually supporting. Open borders. They're defending illegal alien MS-13 gang members, stuff like that. Maybe, hopefully, I pray they are going to come to terms with reality and realize that their party is not the party that they thought it was. Okay? The Democratic Party in 2025 is not the Democratic Party of 1995. Not that the Democratic Party of 1995 was perfect by any means, but good Lord, it sure is different from what it is today. Okay, that's what I'm trying to say. Now, let me take a look at the super chats. Listen, the super chats are coming in so fast, I can't even keep on top of this stuff. So I really appreciate it. Thank you, folks. Let me double back. $100 super chat from Lunatic. As a former leftard, now MAGA independent, The left can go screw themselves. We do not support the party of racism, intolerance, domestic terrorism, and borderline slavery. No more judicial tyranny, authoritarian. Okay, I'm so happy for your super chat. That was a perfectly timed super chat because this is exactly what I'm talking about. You're having people that were formerly on the left. They realized, whoa, my party got hijacked by anti-American far-left radicals. This is not the party I thought it was. And now I'm voting for Donald Trump. This is exactly what I'm talking about. Welcome. Hey, welcome on over. Come on over. You know, a lot of people forget Donald Trump 30 years ago, he was a Democrat. RFK Jr., guess what? 30 years ago, he was a Democrat. Well, just like 6 months ago, he was a Democrat. Tulsi Gabbard, Elon Musk, these were people that were Democrats 10, 20, 30, 40 years ago that realized, whoa, this party, the Democrat Party, this is not the party that I thought it was. This party has been hijacked. I'm out. I'm gone. I'm out, right? This has been happening for a long time, and it is picking up in pace. So thank you. I'm happy you're here. Thank you very much. Now, what do we have? We have Jack. What is your Rumble? My Rumble name is Matt Morris TV. The very same name on Rumble. Matt Morris TV. Everywhere. Twitter, everywhere. Thank you, by the way. 6th super chat. Thank you, Eric. Thank you. He says, Rhino Bush did devolve our borders. Look it up. Also, Patriot Act gave away Iraq war and DOJ. Listen, our country is in the state it's in right now, not only because of the Democrats and the far left radical progressives, it's the rhinos as well. Rhinos for a long time have been complicit in the downfall of this country. I'm just thankful that a guy like President Trump, guys, what we need to, you know, I need to pull up a picture for you guys here. Hold that thought, pause. Some of you are going to remember this. Everybody rewind your brain back down to 2016. Folks, this right here, we now know 10 years later, 9 years later, what you were looking at right below me, this is Donald Trump on the golden escalator. This right here, this image, this is one of the most important events in all of American history. Sir, genuinely, seriously, this is what this man coming down this escalator in Trump Tower in 2016, this is one of the most top 5, maybe top 3 important American events in this country's history. This changed everything. Him making this decision has changed the entire course, the direction that this country was on. And thank God he did. Thank God. God bless him for doing that. Changed everything. Okay. Super chats. There's too many super chats.
Correct. Yeah. So
There's too many super chats.
crowd gets a little bit too big, or perhaps
Jason
a little
Carlton,
too
thank
rowdy,
you.
then at that point
Thank you,
can
Jason. Thank you,
introduce
Jason.
dispersal order again, to make sure
Thank
that
you
the
very
people
much.
hear it. The airship is overhead, so it
Frickin'
is
Brian, we are
capable
not
of making
deporting
that
fast enough.
announcement.
Trump can
So
try his
sometimes it's
best.
a little bit
But with
difficult
the
to
injunctions,
understand
it's being
what the
compromised.
helicopter is saying. So
8,000
if
per
that
day
were to
he'd have to do.
happen, then,
You
would
know
see
what?
some ground units.
I agree with you. The one problem with Donald Trump so far is that we are not deporting enough people fast enough. I agree with you. But you know, like you said, there have been nationally sweeping universal injunctions. There have been sanctuary city governors, mayors like this, like we are witnessing right now. You know, I don't like to use the word civil war because that's a really serious thing, but we can call it like almost a civil Cold War. Okay. We have, you know, over a dozen states, governors, Democrat-led states in the country that are refusing to work with ICE, various mayors, radically progressive mayors across the country that are refusing to work with ICE. It's not as easy as just, oh, we're just going to go deport them. He is fighting not only illegal alien invaders, he's fighting subversive anti-American far-left radical progressives. He is fighting the radically far-left federal judiciary. In certain cases, he's fighting the U.S. Supreme Court. He's fighting Congress right now in a certain way. And so, listen, I'm not going to hold it against President Trump for not deporting enough people fast enough. He is fighting a war, so to speak, on 10 different fronts right now. And it seems to me like he is winning. We are winning. We are slowly making progress here. Okay, but this stuff takes time. You know, you're not going to deport 50 million people in 6 months, especially when you know, half the country is doing every single thing they can to stop him from doing that. This stuff, it's going to be tough. It's going to be brutal. We're going to have to grit our teeth and get down to business. And that's what he's doing. So let the plan work. Give it time. Give it some time. It's going to take time. These illegal aliens have been invading our country
They want us to leave
for 60 years. These far-left radical progressives have been trying to destroy our country for 60 years or more. We're not going to fix that problem in 6 months. You can't undo 60 years of illegal alien invasion and radical progressive ideological rot in 6 months. 60 years of rot in 6 months, it's going to take some time. That's my opinion now. Okay, I am talking too much. I got to get to the super chats. Let me see here. William T, thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. True, and thank you. China paid for all of this woke LGBT fentanyl immigration. Part of the same plan. China has been a big part of it. It's not only China. There are anti-American globalists inside of our own country. There are far-left radical progressives, homegrown. We've got domestic anti-American traitors in this country. Okay, I need to find a new live stream because this one, we have lost our aerial footage here. Let me put that up for a minute. Guys, America has a lot of enemies. We've got enemies domestic and abroad. They're all over the place. Okay. So I'm going to try to find another aerial, Los Angeles aerial feed real quick. Robert, thank you. Guys, listen, I want to say real fast, it is a crazy busy day. I'm sorry. The chat is on fire. The super chats are coming, and I'm trying to keep everything going up here on screen. So I want to say, if I miss your super chat or if I gloss over your super chat, I sincerely thank you, and I apologize for missing it. Bob Floyd, okay, that's the China one I just read. And purely on President Trump saved America and the world from globalist communists. Thank you, President. Not saved, saving. Listen, I don't want to use the word saved because it's kind of a past tense, like it's in the past. Listen, the country is not saved. The world is not saved. We are in the process of saving it. The struggle is not over. The process is not done. This is an ongoing process. As you can see right now, the work is not done. In fact, really the work has we're just getting to it. We're just starting. Oh, we have another. This is a good one. Is this live? Hold up. It is live. Great. Okay, a great live feed right there. Perfect. And this is downtown Los Angeles. We are having groups of people coalesce here. It's not over. We're just getting going. We are just getting going. So we have down below Chicago, over here Los Angeles, and I'm going to try to take a look around the internet here. Thank you all for tuning in and bearing with me. Thank you all for tolerating me. Okay. So what do I have to show you guys? We have Steve Bannon weighing in on everything that's going right now. Steve Bannon.
All 10 million have to go. Not just the criminals in the insane asylum. This is what Bass and Newsom are whining about. If you're here illegally, you're going to go back to your home. And if ICE has to enforce that, it has to enforce it. We hope most people just pack up and leave. This is righteous. Cleaning up this mess. The Democrats are on the wrong side of this. Look at Harry Enton. We can play much more of Harry Enton sitting there going, this is absolutely the issue the United States wants. They want their sovereignty back. You know who wants it? Hispanics, citizens, and African-American citizens. They want these festering sores of these big cities like Los Angeles cleaned up. The schools cleaned up. The medical system cleaned up. The law and order in the neighborhoods cleaned up. And the way you do that is to deport 10 million illegal alien, wait for it, invaders.
10 million? Really? Only 10 million? I'm thinking 50. And maybe we can negotiate. You say 10, I say 50. Okay, you go up to 20. Maybe I go down to 45. You're up to 30. Okay, meet me halfway. We'll call it 40. Okay, we're going to deport. Listen, Steve Bannon, shake on it. Shake on it right there. Okay, so we are going to deport 40 million illegal aliens. But really, we're going to do 50. We're going to do all 50. But really, we're going to do all 50. 10 million. Give me a break. We got to do way more than that. How about 10 million only from Los Angeles? There's probably 10 million of them in just Los Angeles. 50 or more across the entire country. That's what I'm talking about. But he's right. Anyway, the sentiment is true. They have got to go. And hopefully they pack up and they see themselves out. Ladies and gentlemen, this is from political poll number right here. Do you approve of President Trump's National Guard deployment? Folks, 59% of Americans approve of President Trump's deployment of the U.S. National Guard, California State National Guard. 39% say, no, I don't like it, I disapprove. 59%, almost 2 out of every 3 Americans support what President Trump is doing here by deploying the National Guard. Good. You see, like I said, Americans are coming around. Americans are coming around. Like I said, even at this point, things have gotten so bad. This illegal alien issue has gotten so bad. The chaos on the streets, these problems have gotten so bad that now the moderate centrist Democrats are coming around to President Trump saying, you know what? I don't like you, President Trump. You're kind of an asshole, whatever. I don't agree with you on everything. But you know what, Trump? You got to do this. Get rid of every single one of them. That is what we are seeing right now. Okay? This problem has just gotten so bad that even people on the left are coming over. That's what we're seeing. Time and time again. What are these folks saying here?
Be out there
It could be
until
a time,
nightfall.
right.
Sometimes that determines when a demonstration kind of comes to an end when night falls, and it's a little challenging.
We must be coming up on
We'll be
something.
back on the air
What's
tonight
next?
at 10. Obviously, if anything happens urgent, we will come back here on the stream. Cheryl and I will.
Okay, goodbye, Cheryl. Ladies and gentlemen, we have lost Cheryl and that other guy. Okay, so now we have LA, Chicago up on the broadcast. We have some breaking news from Gavin Newsom. It seems like Gavin Newsom has been caught in a massive lie today. What is going on?
Between Gavin Newsom and President Trump. Gavin Newsom, after President Trump said in the noon hour in the Oval Office that he called him yesterday or the other day, Gavin Newsom tweeted the following. He said, quote, "There was no call, not even a voicemail. Americans should be alarmed that a president deploying Marines on our streets doesn't even know who he's talking to." Well, President Trump contacted me from Air Force One on his way to Fort Bragg, North Carolina, where he'll be in just a little while. He said the first call to Gavin Newsom was not picked up. The second call Gavin picked up. We spoke for 16 minutes. I told him to essentially, quote, and this is quoting the president, "get his ass in gear and stop the riots, which were out of control more than anything else. This shows what a liar."
Today, President Trump called Gavin Newsom and told him to, quote, "get his ass in gear." That is my president. That is what I voted for.
He is. Said I never called. So here is the evidence. And here is the call log that the president sent me from his phone. This was June the 7th now.
And there's the proof.
This was on Saturday.
Okay.
But look, there's 1:22 o'clock in the morning, which would have been 10 o'clock at night, 10:20.
So there it is. So Gavin Newsom has been caught in a massive lie. Folks, I am missing some massive super chats here. Wow. Okay, Michael P. Okay, I'm sorry I was late on some of these. Michael P. says, let me take a look. Matt, we're so grateful for you. Trump's got this. You're a 30. Hold up. I think I already read that one. Okay, thank you, Michael. I think I got through that one earlier. Well, hey, thank you again. Thank you again. There was, I just want to make sure nobody's getting ignored here. You know what? I think I'm actually on top of everything. Okay, well, hey, thank all of you folks again. Thank you all again. Thank you very much.
22 at night, California time. There was an outgoing call for 4 seconds. And then there was an outgoing call for 16 minutes. So that from the president, which says is proof that he spoke to Gavin Newsom early in the morning, our time, late at night, Friday night, would have been June 6th, I guess, in Los Angeles. So
there is a guy in the live chat that is just spamming. I'm going to put you in a 24-hour. You are going into timeout, buddy. Do not. Okay, listen. I'm a pretty tolerant guy. I don't like to, ban people or time people out, but come on. You cannot just sit here and copy paste spam in the chat. You're not allowed to do that, okay? So we're shutting that down. That's the one thing that I don't like.
Governor, over to you for the response.
Say that's next, right? We're waiting to see what if Governor Newsom has a response to the president's. Essentially, what he has there is the receipt for what he says is the call that was made.
Got the receipt.
And the long conversation. Yeah, exactly. In a 16-minute conversation. As you mentioned, as things were heating.
Imagine that. Governor Gavin Newsom is lying to the American people. So what he tried to say, to be very clear, was that he has not spoken with President Trump, that President Trump has been refusing to speak with Newsom. Actually, President Trump called him twice, and they did, in fact, have a 16-minute phone call. Imagine that. There's Gavin Newsom lying to the American people once again. Wolf's Watch is in the chat with the Wolves. Hey, boss, just wanted to let you know one of your pack is here. Welcome to the community. Welcome to the live chat. And thank you for last night, everything you did last night as well. Can you give a shout out to everyone in the Matt TV universe? You know, we don't really have a name. What are we? What is it called? The Morris Force? I don't know what we're called. Hey, but so anyway, but hey, thank you all once again for tuning in today, and welcome back. Thank you very much. Does the dog want out? Here, we'll take a look at the dog real quick. Oh, I think you're right. I think she does want out. Okay, let me let her out here. Good call. She's ready to go. Okay. Let me find some more live news updates. You know, I have not once checked on how many people are here right now. How many people are tuning in tonight? 11,500 people. That's what I see. Wow. Well, hey, thank you all very much for tuning in. What a crazy couple days. What a crazy couple days. Okay, what else do we have here? Breaking news update from the Trump administration. Breaking news, President Trump has launched an investigation into who is funding the Los Angeles protests. We are going to get to the bottom of this. They're going to figure it out. You know, I think my live chat here has frozen. Real quick, could everybody post hello or something in the live chat? I think I'm having some computer issues here real quick. I'm gonna close some tabs. Maybe I've got too many tabs open here. But close that. Sometimes if you have, you know, I've got 3 monitors here, and if I have too many tabs open, then my computer kind of freezes up. So I think we're good. I see you guys. Okay, we are good. Thank you very much. Okay, we are good. We are live. We're still live. Now, President Trump gave a speech earlier today. What did he have to say here? What is going on?
Within the span of a few decades, Los Angeles has gone from being one of the cleanest, safest, and most beautiful cities on earth to being a trash heap with entire neighborhoods under the control of transnational gangs and criminal networks. It's horrible what's happened so quickly.
True.
As the entire world can now see, uncontrolled migration leads to chaos, dysfunction, and disorder. And you know what? They have it in Europe, too. It's happening in many of the countries of Europe. They don't like it when I say it.
Folks, it might even be worse in Europe. The immigration issues, the migrant crisis they have over in Europe, it might even be worse than what we have here in America. It's bad. It is really bad.
But I'll say it loudly and clearly.
It's bad here.
They better do something.
Bad everywhere.
Before it's too late. Very simply, we will liberate Los Angeles and make it free, clean, and safe again. It's happening very quickly. Within the span...
Very quickly. It's happening very quickly. Okay, what else do we have here going on? President Trump also said this.
But they proudly carry the flags of other countries, but they don't carry the American flag. They only burn it. Did you see a lot of the flags being burned? They weren't being burned by people from our country or from...
Mayor Karen Bass is live.
I wanted to let the city know that I have declared a local emergency and issued a curfew for downtown Los Angeles to stop the vandalism, to stop the looting. Many businesses have now been affected by
Imagine
or
that.
vandalized. Last night, there were 23 businesses that were looted, and I think that if you drive through downtown LA, the graffiti is everywhere and has caused significant damages to businesses and a number of properties. So my message to you is, if you do not live or work in downtown LA, avoid the area. Law enforcement will arrest individuals who break the curfew, and you will be prosecuted. Hundreds of officers from police and sheriff departments from across the region and state are working alongside LAPD through a unified command structure. The curfew will be in place tonight from 8 p.m. until 6 a.m.
8 p.m.
I want to thank the governor for his partnership, and especially thank our state and local leaders and deputies, officers and deputies who are working tirelessly. So curfew guidance, again, it will begin at 8 p.m. tonight.
That's 2 hours
and
from
go
now,
until
folks.
6 a.m. tomorrow. I will consult with elected leaders and law enforcement officials tomorrow on the continuation of the curfew, but we certainly expect for it to last for several days. The curfew area will be between the 5 freeway and to the 110 and the 10 freeway to where the 110 freeway and 5 freeway merge. You look at the map and you can see that the city of Los Angeles is a massive area, 502 square miles. The area of downtown where the curfew will take place is 1 square mile. I think it is important to point this out, not to minimize the vandalism and violence that has taken place there. It has been significant, but it is extremely important to know that what is happening in this 1 square mile is not affecting the city. Some of the imagery of the protests and the violence gives the appearance as though this is a citywide crisis, and it is not. So everyone must abide by this curfew. Limited exceptions will apply for residents, people traveling to and from work, and credentialed media representatives. With that, I would like to turn it over to Chief Jim McDonnell.
I thought this was under control.
Good afternoon, everyone. As the mayor stated, a curfew for the impacted area, as shown here, will go into effect tonight. And I want to be absolutely clear that if you're within that designated curfew zone between the hours of 8 p.m. and 6 a.m. And are not exempt under the order, you're going to be subject to arrest. The curfew boundaries are as follows: from the 5 freeway to the 110 freeway, and from the 10 freeway to the point where the 110 and the 5 merge. Easier to look at it on that map for description. The curfew is necessary, a necessary measure to protect lives and safeguard property following several consecutive days of growing unrest throughout the city. Since Saturday, we've seen a concerning escalation in unlawful and dangerous behavior. On Saturday, LAPD officers made 27 arrests. On Sunday, that number rose to 40. By Monday, arrests totaled 114, and today alone, we've made 197 arrests.
Wow.
The recent days, it's been as a part of a unified command with our partner agencies who have responded through mutual aid compact and been very, very helpful to us, and we're very thankful for that participation. Of those I mentioned for today, 130 were arrested near Commercial and Alameda. An additional 67 were taken into custody after unlawfully occupying the 101 freeway near Commercial Street. Our CHP partners were instrumental in that. So again, let me be clear that this behavior, blocking freeways, city streets, and on-ramps, refusing to comply with lawful dispersal orders, and interfering with public safety operations is dangerous, unlawful, and won't be tolerated. If you are in the curfew zone during the restricted hours without that legal exemption, you will be arrested. If you assault an officer in any fashion, you will be arrested. We're operating under a unified command with our partners at the Los Angeles City Fire Department, the Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department, the California Highway Patrol. We're fully coordinated, and our shared mission is clear: to restore peace and ensure the safety of everyone in our city. We previously mobilized part of our department at LAPD while keeping our ability to be able to provide the services that our community deserves going. We're going to be adding to that deployment with additional internal LAPD resources in the days ahead. The curfew does not apply to residents within the designated area, individuals experiencing homelessness, credentialed media, or public safety and emergency personnel. To be clear again, that's not about silencing voices or suppressing lawful protest. When that expression crosses into unlawful conduct, when lives are put at risk, and when our city's safety is compromised, we must act, and we will act. We urge all Angelenos to cooperate with these public safety measures. Our shared goal is to protect our communities and return to a state of calm and safety for everyone. Thank you.
Thank you.
Let me introduce now the councilwoman who represents the majority of the district.
They have been saying for the last 4 days that this entire situation is under control. That was a lie.
I'm here today not just as a council member who represents downtown LA, but as its advocate who deeply loves and believes in this community. The history of Los Angeles began right here in downtown, where 200 years later, the grouping of historic neighborhoods remains the beating heart of our city, a place with rich culture and deep community. Downtown LA is a place where workers clock in before sunrise and small business owners know their customers by name, where neighbors greet each other on the sidewalk, and where generations of families have built lives, shared stories, made memories together side by side. It's one of the most vibrant and resilient and hopeful parts of our city. But too often, downtown LA is treated like a backdrop for major events, not the living, breathing community it is. And right now, it's hurting. I am deeply proud that downtown has always been the place where Angelenos from all over the city gather to peacefully protest. I support the right to demonstrate, and the mayor and I know that right is sacred, and at times it's necessary, but we must also face that what's happening right now. When these peaceful rallies end and the protesters head home, another element moves in.
They're still doing it.
Opportunists who come in under the cover of a peaceful protest to ravage and destroy. They are ruining local small businesses, smashing storefronts, and threatening the safety of the very community that has always welcomed people from across the city and globe. This isn't just broken glass or stolen goods, it's someone's livelihood, someone's safe space, someone's home that's been violated. And it's happening in a neighborhood where working class families are just trying to live. Our street vendors, our garment workers, many of whom are immigrants, continue to watch their communities be torn apart. And that's why I'm thankful the mayor for leveraging this tool, enacting a curfew to begin tonight. This has been something that many of my constituents in downtown have been calling for what they're facing. This curfew is not about silencing protests. It's about protecting people and ensuring that the local residents, small businesses, our families, our elders, and our workers are not left vulnerable to those who come only to destroy. What happens in downtown reverberates all throughout LA, and when we protect downtown, we protect our city. And we're investing in its future, and we invest in our shared future. So to my colleagues and to our residents and everyone watching, downtown LA is not just a center for the First Amendment expression, it's a community. It's a home, and the people in it deserve our protection.
Oh my God, shut up, please. Please.
To protect and uplift this neighborhood is not. I want to close this message from my constituents so that you hear them loud and clear. Downtown LA is home. Please keep it safe. And let's keep each other safe. Thank you, Los Angeles.
Gracias.
Thank you very much, Councilwoman. I'd now like to introduce Nella McCosker, who is the CEO of the Central City Association. We were having conversations this morning about a couple of things. One, the ongoing problem with violence, but also the need, when all of this subsides, is to repair and restore downtown Los Angeles, especially the businesses and properties that have been hit with graffiti. Nella McCosker.
All of them. It's all of them.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Chief. Thank you, Council Member. The swift action today to take a look at and examine how this curfew could be put in place is a good example of the leadership we see and continue to need for downtown. CCA, or Central City Association, represents businesses, institutions, nonprofits, the fabric.
Okay, I'm losing it here. This is a clip from CNN earlier today talking about these peaceful protests. Folks, take a look at this.
Supervisor Barger, let me first ask you this. Are the protests or the ICE raids having a bigger impact on the city of Los Angeles?
Well, right now, I would argue the protests are having a bigger impact on what is taking place downtown. I mean, this is not peaceful protests. These are anarchists who are going in and really opportunists. They're taking advantage of a situation that unfortunately continues to escalate. So right now, my concern are the protesters, not the peaceful, which we saw when they were downtown supporting, David Huerta. I think it's important for us to recognize that they are coming in peace, but there are those that are embedded that are really attacking law enforcement. This is not about ICE. This is about completely dismantling.
Ladies and gentlemen, here is your peaceful protest right here. This is a firebombed cop car. By the way, once again, almost every single small business in Los Angeles has been looted over the last couple nights.
Handling law enforcement.
Okay.
With that, let's open it up for questions.
Questions. And then we're doing super chats.
Mayor Bassan for Councilmember Gerardo. For the mayor, what changed today that made you think that the curfew was now necessary? Last night was definitely not the first night where graffiti and vandalism and some violence were happening in the city. So why did you decide
Michael P, before that super chat drops off, thank you very much. Thank you. I don't want to miss that. Thank you, sir.
Elements, opportunists ravaging and destroying the community. One of your staffers was arrested downtown, and now there's a curfew in your district. And I was wondering if you could speak a little bit to that and how you're feeling about the situation with one of your staffers.
One of her staffers got
Let me just
arrested.
say that a curfew has been in consideration for several days, but clearly after the violence that took place last night, 23 businesses looted, and just the extensive, widespread nature of the vandalism, we reached a tipping point and declared a state of emergency and called for the curfew. Oh, I'm sorry.
Thank you for that question. Yes, I'm aware of what's happened to my staff member. They're on unpaid leave right now. I hold my staff to the highest standards while I wait to see due process, and so we'll see the outcome of that. But I see that as separate and apart from a reaction to what our constituents want in the city and how this type of opportunism has escalated between yesterday and the day before. And, frankly, I admit my humility here and my beginnerness in that I'm new to downtown, but our downtown stakeholders have seen this multiple times over and had to basically develop their own strategies. And they saw the warning signs of how this could get worse. And they knew from past experiences that curfews have been ways in order to stem this. And
what that means is that business owners in Los Angeles are so used to this chaos and violence and mobs and riots going on in Los Angeles that they had to just they have to make their own solutions because they know the LA government isn't going to do anything. That's what that means right there.
Looking at videos of the Apple Store and Adidas. Any sort of estimate of the cost of damage at this point with all this vandalism? And also, what is the latest on the Marines arriving here? And is there been anything else about what their mission will be?
So there is not a financial estimate right now, unless Nella has one.
In the case of,
do you want
to? It's millions. In the case of some of the larger, retail stores, it's in the millions. But I don't know of the 23 what the total is.
And I think it's really hard to estimate the vandalism from the graffiti. It's just widespread. I know that you have seen it.
And as far as the Marines arriving?
Oh, I'm sorry. You did ask that question. Who knows? I mean, I don't know if you know, Chief. I mean, the bottom line is that we're not told. Basically, we have to operate on rumors. So rumor has it that there's 700 Marines that are going to come here. I have no idea what they would do when they would get here. Right now, we have 100 National Guard whose sole mission is to protect the federal building downtown. That's 100. There's another 100 in Westwood protecting the federal building there, and I haven't heard of any protests that had anything to do with ICE taking place at the Westwood federal building, unless you have, Chief. Right. So we just don't know. And I think that's a problem with the administration, because to come in such a massive way and to make the announcements that all of this was going to happen and then not communicated with the local jurisdiction as to when, what, how, why, is really problematic.
We're going to go to Craig and then we'll head over there. Mayor, you mentioned at the beginning of the press conference.
So Marines are coming into Los Angeles tonight, it sounds like.
To be in this evening, dusk to dawn.
Hope so.
8 p.m. tonight.
And curfew
6
is 8 p.m. 2 hours from now, LA curfew.
Bradley, I think it was 3 days. Are you taking this day by day at this point? That's one question. Then as a second one, when do you plan on reaching out to Donald Trump, President Trump? You said you want to talk with him, that you will reach out.
Actually, I started that reach out today, so we will see what happens. I will keep you posted.
Can you update us on the parameters of the curfew area? I just want to make sure people heard that.
Yes, and it's the map that is right there. So it basically is all of downtown Los
Debbie.
Angeles. But in
Debbie.
LA, we identify by our freeways. So all of the freeway numbers are there.
Thank you very
110,
much,
the 5, the 10.
This is the area where the protests have been.
And as the world
Yes, and
crumbles,
actually
thank you
that's
as
a
well.
broader area that the protests have been focused. You know that the protests have been limited to about 5 streets in downtown Los Angeles. And again, that's why it's so
Really?
important to let the people know this
5
is not all of
streets?
Los Angeles. If you put downtown Los Angeles in the context
Okay.
of the overall city map, you see how big it is. 1 square mile compared to 503 square miles.
So first they said there's no problem. Then they said, okay, well, yeah, but it's mostly peaceful protest. And then they said, okay, yeah, the protests are out of control, but it's only 5 blocks or 5 streets. It's just lie after lie after lie, shifting the goalpost, shift, refusing to accept reality.
Again, about the ICE raids, and that's why I think, I would appeal to the president to stop the ICE raids so that we can have stability in our city. I think about the families who are afraid to go to work and go to school. I was talking to a friend today who, in her local grocery store, the shelves were empty. A lot of the shelves were empty because people aren't coming to work to stock the shelves. We have to look at the
Because they got looted
contributions that
by
the
criminals.
immigrant
That's
population
why.
makes to our local economy. And you know that there are some industries that are the majority are immigrant labor. And so when you frighten immigrants and they don't want to come to work, you are hitting at the heart of our local economy. The nannies that can't show up, the gardeners that can't show up. That impacts households in a way that I don't think people often realize the extent.
Any other questions?
I don't know if you heard earlier, the president referred to that it would look similar to how it did back in January, the LA wildfires, if you didn't have federal law enforcement here. When you look at it for yourself as a leader of the city and Chief of Donald as well, what are some of the difficulties when it comes to planning, not having unison with yourself, the state, and the federal?
And so I think I missed the first part of it. He said the reason why the wildfires were handled was because there were federal police.
He said it would look similar to how it did during the wildfires here and the aftermath if they didn't have the federal law enforcement here.
Yeah, I don't know, Chief. Maybe you want to respond to that. I don't think that question, and sometimes what the president says, it's difficult to kind of understand. What I will tell you, though, is that after the wildfires, were out, the president made sure we had ample resources with the Army Corps of Engineers. And
By the way, 6 months later now, absolutely 0%, precisely 0% of the Pacific Palisades has been rebuilt. Nothing has happened.
Taken place. It contributed to the fact that in the Palisades now we have over 2,700 lots that are cleared where people can be rebuilding now. I was at a property a couple of weeks ago where the frame of the house is already up. This to me is drastically different. That was in complete cooperation and coordination with the federal government. Right now we are in the dark. We don't know when things are going to happen. One thing we're sure about, and I think the chief would agree with me, is that we have the capacity to address this situation here, and we don't need armies or National Guard, especially that we didn't even ask for. And the idea that the president took the power away from the governor to do this it was really just unacceptable. But Chief, did you want to, if you want to?
Thank you. To that issue, we have a protocol in place that we use, and when we are dealing with something like this, where it takes the resources away from our regular patrol duties and ability to provide the service we do, we mobilize the department, and so that brings in people from vacation and our days off and allows us to use them. We've mobilized the Office of Operations, the biggest part of the department, and our motor officers. We're looking to expand that with additional officers from within. We requested through the Sheriff mutual aid, which then is coordinated by the Office of Emergency Management in the state, OES, I'm sorry, Emergency Services, with the sheriff, and they bring in then surrounding communities and in this case counties to be able to help supplement our resources to deal with the issues at hand. They are tremendous.
Okay, real quick, we'll do some super chats real fast here before these disappear. Michael P., remember the former LA deputy mayor was convicted of issuing a phony explosive threat, so no surprise if other staff are arrested. I didn't know that. Mayor Bass is a pro-Castro commie. That is verifiably true back in the 1970s. She went to Cuba. Mayor Bass, right here, mayor of LA, visited Cuba 7 times in the 1970s to go visit Castro because she is unironically a literal communist. That is true. And thank you very much for the super chat. I appreciate that. There was Neo. The FBI had to investigate a lawn care company in my area for illegals. My community saw the impact those folks had with the property damage caused. When not surprised. Typical. And thank you, by the way. Lycan wants back in. Trump sends 5,000 military troops soon. Maybe tonight. Maybe they're showing up tonight.
Sheriff to the governor and the emergency OES at the state National Guard to be deployed. We are nowhere near that in this environment. We believe we can do what we need to do with the resources that we now have access to, and I think we've seen a dramatic increase in arrests over the last couple of days. I believe that will continue, and that will help bring some order to what we've seen in the past few days. So, no.
Hey, Chief, what does it mean? I'm seeing where the emergency operations center at level 2 activation. What does that mean to the people of LA to know we're at level 2?
Yeah, there's anybody want to? Yeah, go ahead. Probably more specifically, Troy.
Chief Chow,
Terry.
Blake Chow from Office of Special Operations. So just like our Department of Operations Center across the hall, when we get into a emergency that needs to be managed, the EOC can be pushed up to a level 2, and that means all the other city departments that work for the mayor come in and have a rep here, and we're able to coordinate city response to anything that's going on within the city. That's what level 2 is.
Let me also just add to your question that you were asking. You know, now that the president has taken over authority of the National Guard, Chief, when you were describing the way it should go, now that has been disrupted, and I think that that's important. I know one of the things that the chief said that we're going to focus on is trying to gather
I can't get over the fact that she is a literal, actual Castro Cuba style communist.
Police officers, and trying to bolster the officers that will be stationed downtown, because downtown is where the crisis is right now. Yes, any other questions? All right, thank you very much.
Thank you all.
Thank you.
You just heard from LA Mayor Karen Bass and Chief of Police Jim McDonnell, along with Nella McCosker, who represents a lot of business folks in downtown Los Angeles, and Councilmember Isabel Jurado, talking about the effort now to quell the violence and the disruption of downtown LA, stopping the vandalism, enacting a curfew that will begin tonight at 8 p.m.
That curfew will run from 8 p.m. until 6 a.m. in the morning, and it will cover the areas between the 5 freeway to the 110 freeway and from the 10 freeway to the merger.
Oh, we lost our audio there. What's going on over here? This is Chicago. Down below. Folks, this is happening all across the country. It is spreading like a plague, like a virus. The radical progressive mind virus. Shame on you. Shame on you. How dare you protect America from illegal, alien, criminal invaders? How dare you? Shame on you. Shame on you for doing that. Now, what is this? Businesses are boarding up in LA. So, folks, if the businesses in downtown LA are boarding up their windows right now, what do you think that means? What do you think that means? That means they have reason to believe later tonight, as they say, shit is gonna go down. Shit is going down. That is what this means. And it's not just one business, it's 2, 3, 4, 5, 10 businesses. It's all of these businesses. So we do have a curfew in downtown LA getting imposed in 1 hour and 45 minutes from now. But we're gonna have to see if people violate that curfew. Would not be surprised. And this right here down below, this is Chicago point of view. I'm gonna take a look around here. This is posted from Breitbart. Democrat freaks out when confronted with hypocrisy over using National Guard in LA versus January 6th. Okay, let's see what we're saying here.
Now, you mentioned that you want to have the National Guard withdrawn. You don't want to have the National Guard even involved in this. You also mentioned the insurrection, so to speak, on January 6th. That was back when the National Guard was pulled back and was waiting for a long period of time. And then there was a big investigation that was put into that. And people said, where's the National Guard? We're having all these rioters who came into the Capitol. Where is the National Guard? Then all of a sudden, here we have the National Guard that was put in there because there was, let's face it, a lot of rioters and a lot of violence that was going on there that you're calling peaceful protesters. But a lot of people didn't see that on the TV screens. So either you don't have the National Guard that didn't come in on time on January 6th, or you do have the National Guard where there was violence. We did see it on our TV screens. What do you want?
So, wait a second. So on January 6th, I was here. There was 50,000 people outside. They were scaling the walls.
By the way, as a reminder, I mean, everyone here knows this. Donald Trump offered to deploy 20,000 National Guardsmen to Washington, D.C. You know who had to give the final sign-off, the rubber stamp on that National Guard deployment in D.C.? You know who's responsible for that? It's the Speaker of the House, Nancy Pelosi. She shut it down. Nancy Pelosi said, no. President Trump tried. President Trump offered. She said no.
Scaling the walls. They were bashing in, breaking in with members of Congress trapped in the gallery, including myself, including a lot of the people here. That was a dire situation where the police were run over. People were beaten with.
You wouldn't call what happened over Los Angeles.
The difference is Speaker Pelosi asked for help. Very different situation.
Really? Is that really? Okay.
And here's the thing. Donald Trump is the one that was actually inciting that. And here's what's also going on. How many police officers have died in L.A.? 0. How many people?
1. 3 nights ago, one of them got shot. What do you mean? One of them that I know, maybe more.
People died on January 6th. 5. How many people were their heads?
Not true. Listen, the only person that died on January 6th was Ashley Babbitt. She got shot by a police officer. She is the only one that died. These people, all they do is lie. If their lips are moving, they are lying. This is sick. It's disgusting.
Heads were beaten in here. At least 1 or 2 or maybe more, right? There was so when people say that it's Democrats are being not consistent is completely wrong. Next question.
Next question. What's going on here with this car? Everybody look over to my left over here. What is going on here? There's a guy in a blue car. He's surrounded by these protesters. What is the deal? I'll tell you what, you do not want to be in a car surrounded by these people downtown. You can't go anywhere. Because you know they're breaking windows, they're slashing your tires, they're doing all types of stuff. Goodness gracious. Looks like they let him go. He probably had to get out of the car. He said, listen, hey, don't attack my car. I'm an illegal alien too. Hey, I'm one of you guys. Hey, I'm in the country illegally also. I voted for Kamala Harris. Hey, leave my car alone. And they said, "Ah, okay, move along, sir. All right, vámonos, hermano," is what they said. Okay. Super chats. Let me get caught up on the super chats here. We had Chris Taki. He said, "I hope someone fact checks Karen Bass regarding a house finally starting to rebuild. I respect that reporter asking the question." Those reporters actually had some decent questions. They were kind of difficult questions a little bit. So yeah, you're right. Hey, thank you, by the way. Danielle Delaney, anyone consider the idea they manufactured these riots so they could build their new smart LA as planned without having to buy out landowner? You want to listen? I know it's fun to kind of try to find like, okay, what's really going on here? Folks, this is just how third world illegal aliens behave, okay? I don't think we need a conspiracy to break down this situation. What you are witnessing is run-of-the-mill, typical, totally mundane behavior for illegal aliens from the third world. It's not, I'm not exactly, folks, this is how they behaved. They are invading the country. They are here illegally. They are filled with nothing but animosity for us Native Americans, for us, tax-paying, hardworking Americans. They feel entitled to what we have, and they're out here trying to tear the country down. I don't think we need a conspiracy for this. They feel entitled, they hate you, they hate the country, and they want to take everything from you, and they don't care about our rule of law. So that's what's going on. That is the truth. I don't think this is not a Scooby-Doo mystery. This is just average behavior for illegal aliens. That's kind of my opinion, at least. Let me take a look. Let me try to get it. Ooh, Chicago. What's going on over here? It's getting dark in Chicago here, folks, and we have a good old standoff up here. Take a look at this. Thank you very much, though. I appreciate that. My YouTube live chat is super laggy. Very laggy. There's too many people. Too many people are here tonight. We've got 12,000 people here right now. Goodness gracious. Nothing says peaceful protests like boarded up businesses. True, yeah. You're right. So peaceful. It is going to be dark in Chicago here in about an hour, folks. Maybe less. You can already kind of tell. And so, hey, who knows? This is the first night that we are witnessing this stuff unfold in Chicago. The last 4 nights, we've only been focused on Los Angeles. So Chicago, folks, give it an hour. I don't know, something like that. Things might be getting crazy down in Chirac, as some people call it. We gotta see. And also, by the way, if everyone here could do me 2 favors, humble request. If you could subscribe to the YouTube channel here right now. Our live broadcast here just got shut down. If everybody could subscribe to my YouTube channel here, that would mean a lot. It helps a ton. Also, if you have a Twitter account, that is the best way to stay up to date with everything that I'm doing. We're going live, we're doing this, we're doing that. So follow on Twitter, or X as it is now known. That means a lot. That helps a lot. Thank you very much. This live feed is gone. I'm going to have to find a new one here. So hold this thought. Hold that thought. Let me find another broadcast for us. Thank you, folks. Sunset is 10 minutes from now in the Central Time Zone. It's getting dark. Oh, hi, Gatchy Guru. Hi there. Okay. Oh, we have another. Oh, great. This is great. We have an aerial view of Chicago. Even better. Okay. So we have aerial view of LA, aerial view of Chicago, and also on the street view of LA as well. Robert Gunter, thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. You should check out the stark difference in responses and results between LA and Austin's last night event. I love the Texas governor's tweet. Yeah, those police officers down there in Austin, also a little bit, we saw this in Dallas, in Texas. Listen, hey, those Texas cops are not messing around. They are not tolerating this type of behavior in the same way that the LAPD is. Chicago police seems pretty tolerant, much more akin to the LAPD. But these Texas cops, folks, I mean, you know how they do it down there. They are not putting up with this stuff. Oh, hold up. Speaking of Chicago, breaking news. This is breaking news right now. Police in Chicago are now deploying the bomb squad to downtown Chicago after an anti-ICE rioter entered the sewer system and planted suspicious items. This is mayhem. Folks, we are going to need the National Guard in Chicago as well. Bomb squad is on the scene in downtown Chicago. Ladies and gentlemen, our country has been invaded. You want to know why this is happening? It's because our country has been invaded by tens of millions, God knows how many, by tens of millions of illegal aliens that should not be here. And even worse than that, the fringe, far, radically progressive left, they are playing coverage for them. They are defending them. They are doing everything they can to aid and abet them. President Trump is calling this entire situation an insurrection. Is that true? I'm saying yes. Look at all these people. Look at these people out here. Need to reload this here. Insurrection. Absolutely. Yes, it is. Okay, we have no audio there. I'll play that here. Okay, I'm looking for some more. What else are we saying here? I'm going to try to find some breaking news updates. I'm looking through Twitter. I'm looking through Twitter here. How many generations of families should be born here before we are considered native to America? You know, I don't know if I can exactly answer that question, but I will. I'll kind of sidestep it. So my family showed up here in 1635. That's 390 years ago exactly. Morris, my dad's all the way back. 1635, we've successfully traced it all the way back. Almost 400 years, 10 years from now, 400. Can I call myself a Native American? Yeah, I'm going to do it. Yeah, I'm doing it. Yeah, folks, ladies and gentlemen, I am a Native American. They say, hey, what's your tribe? Anglo-Saxon, I guess. I am an Anglo-Saxon Native American. My people have been here for 400 years. And we built this country from nothing. I am a Native American. I am officially Native American. That's me. I am taking that title. Okay, Danielle Strasser with the $20 super chat. Federal judge dismisses California's lawsuit over Trump tariff side. Hold up. Let me read. Federal judge dismisses California's lawsuit over the Trump tariffs, citing jurisdiction issue. Thank God. Good. So this is something that Gavin Newsom talked a lot about. He was talking a big game a week ago about, you know, the state of California tried to shut down Trump's tariffs. Since when can an individual state limit the president's authority, executive authority, constitutionally granted to impose trade tariffs? Ridiculous. So good. Thank God. There's a win in the federal judiciary. Those are pretty rare these days. So good. Okay. I'm looking for breaking news here on Twitter. Let me see what I can find here. Also, if you folks have anything in, let me see here. Oh, we do have something here. Pause. What is this?
We'll show you here. There's the red car that's coming in, and you'll see people trying to get out of the way, others standing in front, and others beating the car, trying to slow it down or stop it. And then here's you'll see the officer right there as it passed. We'll show you here.
Look at that car. Listen. I believe in the right to assemble, free speech. You go protest all you want. You cannot block the roads. You can't block traffic. Imagine, folks, this is what I always imagine. Imagine your wife is going into labor and she's in the back of the car and you're trying to go to the hospital to, you know, so your wife can give birth to your newborn son or newborn daughter. And this is a legitimate medical emergency. And you're stuck behind one of these far left, radically progressive protests, and you're stuck there in traffic. Listen, you know what? If my wife is in labor in the back of the car and it's time to go to the hospital, guess what? I am pedal to the metal. I am not hitting the brakes. We are going to the hospital one way or another.
There's the red car that's coming in, and you'll see people trying to get out of the way, others standing in front, and others beating the car, trying to slow it down or stop it. And then you'll see the officer right there as it passed. There, we'll show you.
Uh-huh. Can you blame him? I can't blame that guy. Absolutely not. You want the dog? Okay, let me let the dog in here. Okay. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we have got the dog. Okay.
Air 7 HD over downtown Los Angeles as protesters continue to demonstrate against the federal raids that began on Friday here in Los Angeles, and we understand they could possibly run 30 days here in the Los Angeles area. That is some reports that we are getting. But again, these are protesters, we believe, making their way to Grand Park, where a rally was set to happen. The big news today from Mayor Bass and law enforcement agencies, LAPD specifically, is that a curfew will be in
looking
place
for new breaking updates here for you guys.
Starting tonight at 8 p.m. through 6
Curfew is in 90 minutes in
Los
Angeles.
From the 5 freeway.
This is what I'm expecting. I am expecting in Chicago tonight. Chicago is the feed that is right down below us. I think Chicago is going to get unruly. I'm expecting chaos, mayhem in Chicago. I could see that in Los Angeles, people are kind of a little bit protested or rioted out. They got it out of their system a little bit. We've got curfew going into effect in 90 minutes in Los Angeles. However, in Chicago, folks, this is the first night of their protests or riots we got to see. I think things are going down in Chicago tonight. That's my expectation. I hope I'm wrong. Frankly, I hope I'm wrong, but I would not be surprised. You guys know Chicago can get a little bit crazy. So we will see.
Cannot be in downtown Los Angeles beginning at
I'm looking around. Whoa, super chats. Acid Burn. Thank you very much for that. Thank you.
You know, his address, they're providing it to us, and unfortunately there are some
Thank you very much, Acid Burn. Thank you very, very much.
With you. If we
They found a body in LA. Really?
Streaming channel, we will of course update you throughout
Okay,
the night.
I'm going to take a look around Twitter here and see what I can
to say
find.
to Californians in response to the White House's
Let me see.
efforts for
Danielle, we saw that. Thank God.
The title of his speech,
The tariffs are a go.
ominous one, Democracy at a Crossroads. That we do know. Basically,
thank you,
from the title screen that is up there now, presumably the governor and the state of California now working, and his staff working on fixing the audio issues that are plaguing this right now. We will bring this as we can. We hope to bring it to you.
This
in its
is
entirety.
Chicago.
If,
Chicago is
if it's not
erupting, is what they
available
say.
Live to us at the outset, we'll try to get a recording of it and play it to you in.
Folks, we have Palestinian flags, we have Mexican flags, we have gay pride flags, we have transgender pride flags. The only flags we don't have are American flags. Go figure. Our nation has been occupied, folks.
For the better part of a week.
We'll have all of the latest on that on Eyewitness News
Acid.
at 11 p.m. tonight, but we will also have several news.
You guys are honestly way too
cut-ins,
nice.
where we will share the new details.
I don't
as they
deserve
become
it. I don't
available.
really.
As we continue
You guys are way
to
too nice.
watch
Thank
the
you.
protests underway in downtown Los Angeles. Again, people we believe heading to Grand Park.
I really don't. Thank you,
for a
though.
rally, an anti-ICE rally. We will bring you the latest on that. Hopefully, the
Gays for Gaza. Gays for Gaza. Gays for Mexico.
The looting and the vandalism, we don't see any of that tonight. Law enforcement has been in the downtown area all day long. Officers on horses, the CHP were lined up along the 101 freeway earlier today.
I'm looking for updates here.
Arresting the folks who made their way onto the 101 freeway. And I should mention that a lot of those protesters willingly went with officers, allowed themselves to be.
Okay, folks, here we actually have some wild breaking news. Everybody, look at your screen right now. Who remembers this individual from yesterday? Breaking: a photo has surfaced of the man behind the wheel of a truck used to deliver and hand out tens of thousands of dollars worth of face shield masks to rioters yesterday afternoon in Los Angeles. He was handing out these gas masks, kind of, so that people could riot and not have to deal with all of the gas, all the tear gas. So they snapped a photo of this guy yesterday afternoon. There's been a manhunt across the nation. Who is this guy, facilitating these riots? Well, guess what? They found him today. Guess who he is? The man seen distributing tens of thousands of dollars worth of face shield masks in Los Angeles to rioters has been identified as Alejandro Orellana, a known member of the, quote, Brown Berets, a radical Latino paramilitary group that are currently embedded in cities across the USA promoting a communist takeover. Folks, we are talking about, we have Gavin Newsom.
Like many states, California is no stranger to this sort of unrest. We manage it regularly and with our own law enforcement. But this, again, was different. What then ensued was a use of tear gas, flashbang grenades, rubber bullets, federal agents detaining people and undermining their due process rights. Donald Trump, without consulting California law enforcement leaders, commandeered 2,000 of our state's National Guard members to deploy on our streets, illegally and for no reason. This brazen abuse of power by a sitting president inflamed a combustible situation, putting our people, our officers, and even our National Guard at risk. That's when the downward spiral began. He doubled down on his dangerous National Guard deployment by fanning the flames even harder. And the president, he did it on purpose. As the news spread throughout LA, anxiety for family and friends ramped up. Protests started again. By night, several dozen lawbreakers became violent and destructive. They vandalized property. They tried to assault police officers. Many of you have seen the video clips of cars burning on cable news. If you incite violence, I want to be clear about this. If you incite violence or destroy our communities, you're going to be held to account. That kind of criminal behavior will not be tolerated. Full stop. Already more than 220 people have been arrested, and we're reviewing tapes to build additional cases, and people will be prosecuted to the fullest extent of the law.
I doubt that.
Again, thanks to our law enforcement officers and the majority of Angelenos who protested peacefully, the situation was winding down and was concentrated in just a few square blocks downtown. That's not what Donald Trump wanted. He again chose escalation. He chose more force. He chose theatrics over public safety. He federalized another 2,000 Guard members.
Good.
He deployed more than 700 active U.S. Marines.
Good.
These are the men and women trained for foreign combat, not domestic.
We've been invaded by foreigners.
We honor their service. We honor their
foreigners
bravery.
have invaded
us. We do
us.
not want our streets militarized by our own armed forces. Not in LA, not in California, not anywhere. We're seeing unmarked cars in school parking lots, kids afraid of attending their own graduation. Trump is pulling a military dragnet all across Los Angeles, well beyond his stated intent to just go after violent and serious criminals.
All of them have to go.
His agents are arresting dishwashers, gardeners, day laborers, and seamstresses. That's just weakness masquerading.
They're here illegally.
Strength. Donald Trump's government isn't protecting our communities. They're traumatizing our communities. And that seems to be the entire point. California will keep fighting. We'll keep fighting on behalf of our people, all of our people, including in the courts. Just yesterday, we filed a legal challenge to Donald Trump's reckless deployment of American troops to a major American city. Today, we sought an emergency court order to stop the use of the American military to engage in law enforcement activities across Los Angeles. If some of us could be snatched off the streets without a warrant, based only on suspicion or skin color, then none of us are safe.
Okay, yeah, it's racist.
Authoritarian regimes begin by targeting people who are least able to defend themselves, but they do not stop there. Trump and his loyalists, they thrive on division because it allows them to take more power and exert even more control. And by the way, Trump, he's not opposed to lawlessness and violence as long as it serves him.
Oh my God.
What more evidence do we need than January 6th?
Okay.
I ask everyone, take time, reflect on this perilous moment. A president who wants to be bound by no law or constitution, perpetuating a unified assault on American traditions. This is a president who in
ridiculous.
just over 140 days has fired government watchdogs that could hold him accountable for corruption and fraud. He's declared a war on culture, on history, on science, on knowledge itself.
Really?
Databases
Wow.
quite literally are vanishing. He's delegitimizing news organizations, and he's assaulting the First Amendment. And the threat of defunding them, at threat, he's dictating what universities themselves can teach. He's targeting law firms and the judicial branches
wants to be president
that are the
so bad.
foundations of an orderly and
It's
civil
never going to
society.
happen.
He's calling for a
You will
sitting
never
governor
be
to be
president.
arrested for no other reason than to, in his own words, for getting elected. And we all know this Saturday, he's ordering our American heroes, the United States military, and forcing them to put on a vulgar display to celebrate his birthday, just as other failed dictators have done in the past.
Okay.
Look, this isn't just about protests here in Los Angeles. When Donald Trump sought blanket authority to commandeer the National Guard, he made that order apply to every state in this nation. This is about all of us.
That's
This
his right as the
is about
president.
you.
He can do that.
California may be first, but it clearly will not end here. Other states are next. Democracy
I hope so.
is next. Democracy is under assault before our eyes. This moment we have feared has arrived. He's taking a wrecking ball to our founding fathers' historic project. 3 co-equal branches
Shut the fuck up.
independent government. There are no longer any checks and balances. Congress is
If our founding fathers were running the country right now, they would execute 50 million people. Deportations, there would be executions, okay? Shut the hell up.
full of dawn. The founding fathers, they didn't live and die to see this kind of moment. It's time for all of us to stand up. Justice Brandeis, he said it best. In a democracy, the most important office, with all due respect, Mr. President, is not the presidency, and it's certainly not governor. The most important office is office of citizen. At this moment, we all need to stand up and be held to account, a higher level of accountability. If you exercise your First Amendment rights, please, please do it peacefully. I know many of you are feeling deep anxiety, stress, and fear, but I want you to know that you are the antidote to that fear and that anxiety. What Donald Trump wants most is your fealty, your silence to be complicit in this moment. Do not give in to him.
Wow.
Strong words. Go ahead.
Gay words. Very gay. Very gay, Gavin Newsom. It's Pride Month.
Addressing the federal raids, blaming President Donald Trump for escalating the protests and the aftermath of those protests, the vandalism and the looting, pointing out the use of tear gas, flashbang grenades.
Listen, folks, our country has been invaded. Like, I don't know how many times I have to keep saying this. I know everybody here agrees. We have been invaded by tens of millions of young military-age men from foreign countries. They are taking to the streets. They are vandalizing our cities. They are assaulting federal officers. They are blowing up cars. They are waving foreign flags. And radical progressives on the far left, like Governor Gavin Newsom and Mayor Karen Bass, they are defending these people. They are aiding and abetting these people. They are traitors. This is sedition. This is an insurrection. I hope that President Trump activates the National Guard in every single state. I want to see the National Guard activated in every single state in the nation to get rid of these people. Whatever means. I want to see U.S. Marine Corps boots on the ground in every single state. These people need to be gotten rid of. We have been invaded. This narrative that President Trump is an evil, fascist, Hitlerian dictator, for why? Why? Because he's enforcing our federal immigration legislation. Why? Because President Trump is trying to deport invaders, because President Trump is trying to secure our border. That's what makes him a fascist. You know what? Then I get whatever. Then you know what? If Donald Trump is a fascist for trying to do those things, then guess what? So am I. Call me whatever you want. This has got to be stopped. This is an invasion. We are being taken over.
Other states saying that other states are next, and to your point, Mark, he repeated
Gavin
several
Newsom.
times that democracy is
Newsom.
under assault.
We will have more on what the governor said, more on what the reaction is to it. We can expect, given the political climate and environment, that the president will weigh in his own way. We will bring that to you if and when it happens. And we're going to keep an eye as well on the protests that continue in downtown LA. We make note of this march that is heading toward Grand Park. It is peaceful, and the efforts to maintain the peace will continue with a curfew in downtown Los Angeles. Until we return, we will leave you with this, that Eyewitness News will return and cover all elements of this story from every angle as best we can tonight.
All right, super chats. I'm super behind on these. My live chat is lagging out. I voted for this, but Democrats don't want my vote to count despite constantly screaming, we live in a democracy. They don't, listen, Democrats do not care about democracy. They don't care about law and order. They don't care about, all they care about is maintaining power. They will abuse whatever system. They will emotionally manipulate you and gaslight you in whatever way they think will work in order to maintain their power. That's all that matters. Constitution, our nation's history, border security, it doesn't matter. They do not care. Folks, the days are long gone during which we allow these far-left radical progressives to emotionally manipulate and gaslight us into going along with their far-left agenda. We are done letting them destroy the country. It's over. Okay, thank you very much. Thank you very much. My live chat is lagging out. I'm sorry here. Other states are next. They are, because there is collusion. This is a communist takeover. They are inactive rebellion. Yeah, you're right. And by the way, we already know this is going to spread this upcoming Saturday, 4 days from now. These riots you've seen in Los Angeles, these are happening in every single major metropolitan area across the entire country. This is, I hate to say it, I wish it wasn't the case. We're just getting going. This is just the beginning. This is not winding down. It is winding up. And thank you. Thank you very much. Kevin Haugen, Matt, you and I think the same way and out loud love it. I'm happy you found your way here. Thank you very much for being here and tuning in. And that goes for everyone. Thank you for that super chat. I'm pissed off, man. Like, this stuff pisses me off. I'm sick of it. I'm sick of it. I'm sick of it, man. I'm fucking pissed at the way that this country is unfolding and the damage that is being done by these people, these invaders, the radical progressives. I'm fucking sick of it. And I'm sorry, but it is true. I'm sorry. Acid burn, thank you. Thank you again. I appreciate that. Thank you very much. What do we have? What is going on here? It is lights out in Chicago. It's getting dark. This is Los Angeles over there. It doesn't affect you. It doesn't affect you. Listen, hey, dickhead, I have had to watch for the last 10 years as my home city, Portland, Oregon, has been destroyed and pilfered by Antifa, by illegal aliens, by gang members, the gun crimes through the roof. There are fentanyl zombies on every single corner of every single street. There are homeless drug addicts. There are hypodermic needles littering the sidewalks. How does it really affect you? Well, if your country is being invaded and overrun, how does that personally affect you? Shut the hell up. Shut up. Does it really affect you, though? Yes, it does. It's not safe to go to my hometown anymore. I don't want, shut up. This country is getting destroyed. And I don't know if you're on the right or the left. I don't know what side of the aisle you're on. But this... Listen, bro, you are walking through life blind. You're like a horse with blinders on. You are unaware of all of the chaos that has been released into this country. And if it hasn't impacted you yet because you live on a homestead in the middle of nowhere, guess what, buddy? It's coming soon. Just because it hasn't gotten to you yet does not mean it's not going to be there in 1 year or 5 years or 10 years. Just because the virus and the plague has not gotten to you yet does not mean it's not on the way. First, it starts in Los Angeles. First, it starts in Portland or Minneapolis or Chicago or Seattle. But it's on the way to wherever the hell you live. You can't outrun it. You can't hide from it. It's coming soon. If we don't stop it now, it's only going to get worse. We have to stop it now, because if we don't rise to the occasion and put an end to these problems now, then you are saying screw you to your kids and grandkids, because they're going to have to solve it because you weren't strong enough to do so. If you don't elevate to the situation now and help fix these issues, then your kids are going to have to do it because you weren't man enough to do it yourself. Or your grandkids. You are condemning a future generation of American to solve the problems that you were too weak to solve today. We have an opportunity now. We put Trump in the White House to do this, to solve these problems. We came together as a country to fix these problems now. We took the House, we took the Senate, we took every goddamn swing state. We are taking the country back, and if we don't do it now, the country is, part of my language, fucked. If we don't fix these problems now, the country is, to be very clear, fucked. We're not going to have a country. We have to solve the problems now. How does it affect you, though? How does it affect you if all of your neighbors are MS-13 gang members? How does that personally affect you? How does it personally affect you if you try to take your kids to the playground and you find used condoms and hypodermic needles on the playground? How does that personally affect you? How does it personally affect you if you try to go downtown and everybody is addicted to fentanyl and they're having sex on the sidewalk and shitting on the side of the sidewalk? How does that personally affect you? Shut up. Shut the hell up. I'm so sick of it. I'm sick of it. I'm sick of it. I'm gonna go to the bathroom. I'm gonna go to the bathroom.
Sorry, Boo, say again? Yeah. Nope, not yet. Love it. You got
All right, folks. Okay. What a week. What a week. Okay, I guess looks like I need to find another live stream here. We got to find something here to put on. Give me something here. Fox News Live. Something on downtown LA. I want Chicago aerial footage. Chicago live. That is what I want to see. I would love an aerial view. So if anybody happens to, this is They ended 27 minutes ago. Let me see here. Boycott Home Depot. What did Home Depot do? I missed that. I saw Walmart was kind of endorsing all of this, but did Home Depot do anything? I didn't hear about that. I don't think we have any Chicago aerial footage. I think there's nothing right now. Well, darn it. Okay, let me try to find another Los Angeles one then. Listen, folks, collectively as a country, we have been kicking the can down the road for a long time. At a certain point, we got to pick the can up. We have been ignoring our problems for a very long time. And we need to stop doing that. Enough is enough. I'm going to take a look at Super Chats here in 1 minute. This is Live Now from Fox.
So I wanted to bring you all of these updates that we have here on Live Now from Fox. We're going to slide away for our final 2-minute commercial break of the hour. Stay right here.
Okay, great. Okay, let me do Super Chats here. I'm sorry I'm late to these. Kathy, great name. That's my wife's name. God bless the USA. God bless Trump and those brave service members. Protect them all. Wake up, people. That's a great reminder, Kathy. Where are the U.S. Marines? We haven't really seen in Los Angeles any National Guard. Where's the military? We got to see what's going on tonight. By the way, in Los Angeles, we have the curfew going into effect 1 hour from now. About an hour. So we're going to see, how does this curfew hang out? I don't know. We also have, this is from Life is Good, Thank You. The world has gone crazy, and it's only getting crazier. Thank you. This is Barry. Agree, buddy. Thanks for honoring our flag and Constitution. Props. I'm feeling better because sometimes I feel like I'm living in crazy world, and then I look at my YouTube comments, I go live on YouTube, and I see you guys, and I realize, okay, I'm not alone. I'm not the only person that feels this way. You guys feel the same way. It makes me feel a little bit less crazy. So, we are fixing these issues slowly but surely, and thank you very much. That's a big super chat. Thank you. And also Polish Gun. Thank you very much. Thank you. I need to find another live stream. We gotta figure something out here. Give me a moment, gentlemen, ladies and gentlemen. What is going on out here? Okay. Trying to find something. Live Los Angeles. We do have one aerial feed of LA. Okay, this is an on the street ground feed of LA. We'll put that on for the time being. We're slowly losing some of our coverage. We need to see here. It is possible that in Los Angeles things de-escalate here in about an hour once the curfew kicks into effect, but Chicago is where I think personally things are going to get a little bit crazy tonight. The problem is that we lost our Chicago aerial feed. I'm trying to find a good Chicago feed here. Now there's another super chat from Jeff Green. Thanks for setting that one fool straight. So many people are blind to what's going on. I'm 62 years old and I can't imagine what this country is going to be like another 10 years. We can't let it turn into a hellhole. If we don't solve these issues now, we are going to turn into Mexico 2.0, into Brazil 2.0. We are going to have favelas. To say the least, we will become a third world country. That is the future that we are looking at if we don't solve these issues now. Not later, not 5 years from now, not 10 years from now. If we don't solve the problems now, America is a third world country. That is just the case. And slowly, everything that makes our country great will slowly deteriorate. Everything that you love about America will crumble to the wayside. Okay, let me take a look here. It seems like right now we do kind of have a bit of a lull. Things are kind of slow. If anybody in the Discord can help me find a good aerial feed of Chicago, that would be great. Chicago aerial feed. That's the one thing we don't have right now. Gosh, my YouTube chat is lagging out. I'm going to try to reload this here. Kim Gates. Kim, thank you. Trying to get a grip of this. They said it's crazy right now in New York. Okay, hey, let me try to pull up a New York stream. New York Live. This is the Times Square live feed. But I don't know if this is a protest or just people standing around in Times Square. That I don't know. Also, I have a feeling that this Chicago feed is not live. I think right now it's nighttime in Chicago. This is daytime, so I don't think that that's even live. ABC 7 Chicago. Okay, let me try to find that. Thank you. Let me see what I can find. That is not live. Okay. Bear with me, folks. JWSLKS. Wow. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very, very much. I feel bad. I feel bad for all the downtime here. I'm trying to find some good live feeds for us here. Thank you very much. You guys, listen, it's a lot of help. I guess I'll tell you, maybe some content creators, they spend their money on strippers and cocaine parties, expensive sports cars. What I am doing is all of that. No, I'm kidding. Right now, my family, I've got a wife and 2 kids. We live in Western Washington, which is one of the most progressive places in the world, in the country. We are saving money right now to escape Washington and move to Idaho. We are moving to North Idaho. Hopefully within the next 12 months or so, we are escaping Washington. I cannot find a Chicago live stream for the life of me. So anyway, all the super chats, we're getting out of Washington. That's where that money is being spent. That's where that's going. I really am trying to find a good Chicago live broadcast here, though. I think maybe it's like total blackout. Maybe they just shut everything down. I got nothing. Well, maybe I'll try to find a good stream for New York. New York Live. Protest. Move to Florida. This is a little weird quirk about me. It's really hard to explain. I love the forests. And it's not just any type of forest. It's a very specific type of forest. I love it. I grew up in it, running around in the woods. It's like important for my soul. And so I don't think, here's my problem. I'm stuck in the Pacific Northwest. I can never leave the very unique type of forests that we have. Every day I go hiking in the woods. This morning I was out there. And so it's a very important thing. And so, Florida is great. Texas is great. These places are great. Tennessee is great, whatever. It's just not for me. I can't do it. I have to be in a very specific type of environment. Maybe I'm a little weird, but that is just what it is. So I have to be in Sasquatch country. Yeah. No forest. No go. Oh, maybe this will do. Yeah, this is probably something that will be good for us. This is... What do we have? Can I get audio here?
That it has been escalating since
Okay, this will
Saturday.
work here.
So the LAPD chief called this curfew a necessary measure. So I wanted to continue to show you these live images there as well. This is their...
Oh, wow.
As well. So I wanted to bring that to you here on Live Now from Fox. Let's go ahead, though, and continue now to listen in.
Okay.
As we heard today from California's
Hey,
governor,
Chicken Noodle.
Gavin Newsom. He was able to speak in response to the very latest. We do know that
Thank you,
the
Chicken
California Governor Gavin Newsom did file
And
a
it's good to see you.
lawsuit
You're one of the
against the
OGs.
Trump
Thank you.
administration's actions to call in the
you very much.
National Guard there to Southern California. Let's listen into that here on Live Now from Fox.
This past weekend, federal agents conducted large-scale workplace raids in and around Los Angeles. Those raids continue as I speak. California is no stranger to immigration enforcement, but instead of focusing on undocumented immigrants with serious criminal records and people with final deportation orders, a strategy both parties have long supported, this administration is pushing mass deportations. indiscriminately
That's what we
targeting
want.
hardworking immigrant families.
That is what we want.
Regardless of their roots or risk. What's happening right now is very different than anything we've seen before. On
Good.
Saturday morning, when federal agents jumped out of an unmarked van near a Home Depot parking lot, they began grabbing people, a deliberate targeting of a heavily Latino suburb. A similar scene played out when a clothing company was raided downtown. In other actions, a U.S. citizen, 9 months pregnant, was arrested. A 4-year-old girl taken. Families separated. Friends, quite literally, disappearing. In response, everyday Angelenos came out to exercise their constitutional right to free speech and assembly, to protest their government's actions. In turn, the state of California and the city and county of Los Angeles sent our police officers to help keep the peace. And with some exceptions, they were successful. Like many states, California is no stranger to this sort of unrest. We manage it regularly and with our own law enforcement.
Stephen Miller chimes in. Stephen Miller says the entire Democrat Party is committed to the singular proposition of migrants flooding every single city in the USA. Yeah, that is their number one policy point, is flooding your city, your small town American city, with thousands, tens of thousands, millions of illegal aliens. That is what they want. Yes, that is the end game.
And for no reason. This brazen abuse of power by a sitting president inflamed a combustible situation, putting our people, our officers, and even our National Guard at risk. That's when the downward spiral began. He doubled down on his dangerous National Guard deployment by fanning the flames even harder. And the president, he did it on purpose. As the news...
What do we have here? Ben Shapiro argues that President Trump should, quote, do nothing about the California riots and instead let the state burn.
Tomorrow on the Ben Shapiro Show, I'm going to make the case that President Trump should just let California burn. It's what the Democrats want, and so they should just get it. Good and hard. I'll give you 3 reasons why. Spoiler alert, it's more than 3 reasons. That's on tomorrow's Ben Shapiro Show.
Hey, here's why we should just let the Democrats ruin the country. Hey, if you guys want to own the Democrats, if you want to own the libs, you need to just give them exactly what they want. That's what you should do. You should just give in to the Democrats. You should just capitulate to the Democrats and let them destroy the country. And that's... Come on, shut up. Really? Are you kidding me? Listen, no. Absolutely no. We need to deport every... Listen, guys. The days of standing by on the sidelines and watching the country burn have got to come to an end. The days of taking the easy way out and just burying our head in the sand and ignoring these issues have got to come to an end. You know what America needs right now? Another generation of strong Americans with discipline and resolve and the desire to actually fix the damn country. This era of ignoring our issues and just letting the country rot away has got to come to an end. This mindset that we're talking about right here is what created all of these problems in the first place. Absolutely not. Absolutely not. We are done. We are sticking up for this country now.
Beyond his stated intent to just go after violent and serious criminals, his agents are arresting dishwashers, gardeners, day laborers, and seamstresses. That's just weakness masquerading as strength. Donald Trump's government is
looking for another live show here.
They're traumatizing our communities, and that seems to be the entire point. California will keep fighting. We'll keep fighting on behalf of our people, all of our people, including in the courts. Just yesterday, we filed a legal challenge to Donald Trump's reckless deployment of American troops to a major American city.
Gavin Newsom.
Today, we sought an emergency court order to stop the use of the American military to engage in law enforcement activities across Los Angeles. If some of us could be snatched off the streets without a warrant, based only on suspicion or skin color, then none of us are safe. Authoritarian regimes begin by targeting people who are least able to defend themselves, but they do not stop there. Trump and his loyalists, they thrive.
Folks, okay, first off, that's a lot of people in California right there. That's a big event going on. I can't find a single live broadcast coming out of Chicago. I don't know why. I don't know what the deal is. But it seems like all at once, every single Chicago live stream was shut down. And I don't know. We used to have aerial footage a half hour ago. I don't know. Just not that long ago, we were watching protests unfold in Chicago. Now there's nothing. We can't see anything.
For corruption and fraud. He's declared a war on culture, on history, on science, on knowledge itself. Databases, quite literally, are vanishing. He's delegitimizing news organizations, and he's assaulting the First Amendment. And the threat of defunding them, at threat, he's dictating what universities themselves can teach. He's targeting law firms and the judicial branch that are the foundations of an orderly and civil society.
Okay, so Fox 32 Chicago is no longer live. They also shut down their stream. I'm looking around. I'm trying to find something here. Take a look at this. This is coming out of New York. So it is picking up in New York right now. Anti-ICE rioters are now storming NYPD barricades and quickly being thrown on the ground by the police. That's New York.
This is what you get paid to do?
Okay, I'm gonna try to find a New York live stream here, if anybody can help me with that. This is a replay, that is not live. Seems like it is going down in New York. Denver is heating up too, okay. Let's get a grip on the situation. Okay, so this is Chicago. We've got a Chicago feed on the ground, okay. Is this in New York City? Hold up, let me take a look here. Come on, load it up. All right, okay, folks, we have LA, we have Chicago, we have New York, we have the trifecta. Ladies and gentlemen, from coast to coast, we are back. All right, we've got it all, ladies and gentlemen. We don't have any aerial feeds of New York or Chicago, but you know what? This will have to suffice. New York is going crazy right now.
We won't build your fucking wall! We won't build your fucking wall! We won't build your fucking wall! Free them all! We won't build your fucking wall! Free the migrants! Free them all!
Free the migrants, free them all. You know what? If the migrants want to be free, they can go be free in Mexico. What about that? How about, listen, they can be as free as they want south of the border. Go away. Get out of the country.
Sorry about that.
Go away. They can be free anywhere else than here.
Sorry, guys.
And wow, folks, I have to say real quick,
All right, guys.
we are about 200 followers on Twitter away from 20,000. So hey, if you have not followed on Twitter, that would help a ton. It is the best way to stay connected. Thank you, folks, very, very much.
It's hot.
The evening is just getting going, ladies and gentlemen.
It's a lot. It's very muggy, humid. I can show you what's happening from this side here.
Chris Taki, hey, thank you.
All all the way
Thank
here.
you. And I'm looking around Twitter to find some more breaking news here.
Find something better to do. Fucking kid.
Whoa, what platform you on?
Hey? YouTube. I'm on YouTube, yeah. Thank you. Appreciate it, man. Huh? I'm sorry.
Gavin
No, I
Newsom.
stopped that. No. Because of what's happening, or what's about to happen. So. Oh, I could just show you my YouTube. I'm sorry. I'm like. I know, I don't have multiple devices.
Okay, we have a clip of this guy on the Joe Rogan podcast 2 years ago predicting the current riots in LA. Let's take a listen to this.
We're in the Bolshevik War right now, bro. And right now what's coming up is all the pride stuff is going to be... Okay, so I had this woman come on my podcast. Her name's Mel K. She goes, I've been talking to some people in the intelligence, and they go, this gay pride stuff is going away. And the next thing you're going to see are immigration riots. This is going to be right around the next election. So hand to God we do this episode. Next day, Starbucks is like, we're banning all the pride stuff. And now you start seeing these, they're putting little breadcrumbs out, man. Little breadcrumbs. Oh, I saw this one thing in Chicago. Oh, yeah, illegal immigrants are upset about where they're staying. And these illegal immigrants who speak no English are holding up perfectly written English signs saying we're tired of how we're being treated. And now you're starting to see this over and over again. Eric, so everyone's always like when all these Republican governors are like sending these immigrants all over the country, everyone's like, yeah, you're showing those Democrats. Bro, they're moving assets. I know it sounds crazy, but that is 100% what do you mean
they're moving?
Well, seems to be the case. For whatever reason, yeah, that is pretty much what has happened. True. Hey, pretty true. Pretty true. Guys, we have curfew in Los Angeles in 45 minutes. In 45 minutes, none of these people are going to be allowed on the streets. So, guys, this is Los Angeles, this is New York, and down over there is Chicago. All of these are live at this very moment.
Favor, hit the like, hit subscribe. Welcome to the University. I cover true crime, breaking live coverage here, as well as trending topics. Please, I would appreciate it if you could hit the like and subscribe. I'm covering the ICE protest here in New York City, and hopefully we'll be traveling really soon.
Taking a look for more updates here.
It looks like I might
Oh,
be
Denver.
going out
Let me
here
try to
every
look into
single day.
Denver here. Yeah,
Probably
thank
till
you.
after the 20th. Not too sure. Thank you guys for hitting the like and subscribe. Thank you so much.
Denver. Okay, real quick, let's check in on Denver.
So we're keeping our eye on this, but just for some more context here, you're just now joining us here on Live Now from Fox. We're also following the very latest as multiple protests have broken out all over the country. This one happening right now.
It's all over the country.
So this started apparently at the California state capitol today, as this was an event calling for immigrants' rights, announcing solidarity with demonstrators as well in Los Angeles. But it was the Colorado Immigrant Rights Coalition that was asking people to mobilize and stand with those protesters in Los Angeles. But at 8 p.m. local time, our affiliates there at Fox 31 in Denver say that they saw Denver police begin to deploy crowd control gas.
Okay, yeah, good reminder. Let me take a look at some super chats. I was trying to find some live streams. Now we have some. Let's double back to super chats. Okay, Chris Taki. They can be anything and still be a dangerous criminal, which has been the priority. All of them have to go. I don't care if they are your average run-of-the-mill, innocuous, illegal alien, or if they are dealing fentanyl and trafficking children. All of them have to go. That's what we voted for. We voted for every single one of them to get out of the country. Yeah. Chris Taki, thank you very, very much. Thank you very much. Why did you ignore my super chat? This why our side is in the situation it's in. We can't even help out our own side. This band is getting censored and needs help. I'm reaching out for your help. I don't know what you are talking about. I see you have a gay communist sickle as a sickle and hammer as your logo. Oh, maybe that's a play on the Google logo? Okay, maybe you are not a gay communist. Maybe you're making fun of Google. That's probably what that is. But hey, no, I appreciate the super chat. Thank you very much. I appreciate that a lot. Thank you very much. And Acid Burn, I see that. Did you see my 50 people membership I sent? No, frankly, no. Guys, listen, I'm doing a bad job of keeping on top of everything. So if I miss anything, I'm trying to go back and take a look now. If I miss anything, I apologize. I'm not intentionally doing it. So thank you though. Thank you very much. I appreciate. I'm sorry. There's a lot going on. Thank you very, very much. I wish I had 2 times the brain power. Also, it's getting annoying. My freaking YouTube live chat is just lagging out. It's real slow here. But no, thank you very much. Thank everybody. Thank all of you. If I ever miss anything, it's not because I'm being rude intentionally. It's an accident. Thank you very much. And I apologize. I preemptively apologize. Preemptive apology and also preemptive thank you. Thank you. Do free people realize this is coming for them? No one will be able to ignore this for a long troop. This is coming. It doesn't matter where you are at. This is going to come to you. If it's not there yet, it will soon. And thank you. Crimson Spork, your recent favorite Japanese American streamer, Bonsai. Yeah, that's me, your favorite Japanese person. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I'm gonna turn this up here.
Protests have been happening there in the country. Live look there.
This is pretty good coverage, I
in
think.
Southern California. We'll be heading back there.
And I'm digging through Twitter here. And run an ad break. Okay, I am looking through Twitter trying to find some breaking news updates. As of 2 hours ago, ICE is set to deploy tactical teams to 5 blue cities, armored vehicles, and long guns incoming. ICE is deploying. Let me see here. Former Secretary of State Hillary Clinton chimed in. She said that these these protests are peaceful demonstrations. Okay, perfect. We love Hillary Clinton. She's just the best. She's the greatest. That's an ad break right there. Let me see. Somehow this isn't live. Let me reload that. Sorry, folks. I apologize. Listen, I want to say again, I apologize. I am trying to read the chat, do the super chats, trying to make sure that all 3 of these live broadcasts are up to date, because they're changing always. And I'm also trying to scroll through Twitter and find breaking news updates. So once again, if I miss anything, I'm a little bit flustered right now. So if I miss anything, I apologize. I'm going to take a look at Twitter and try to find some live updates and see what is going on. So here we are. So one of our live streams just went down for no reason. So now I have to replace that. Okay, let me see if I can find a new one. Gotta find a new one now. Okay. And that was actually Los Angeles aerial footage that we lost. So that just sucks. That was one of our best feeds. Well, frick. Just when you think you have it, just when you're on top of everything, you'll lose it. Los Angeles live. Okay. This broadcast is on commercial break. Okay. Oh, are we back? Maybe they are back. First timer, hey, welcome to the show. I'm trying to find more aerial coverage
Thanks for being with us here on Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Christina Evans. Let's continue on with our coverage of some of these protests that are happening all over the country. Now taking you out to Chicago. This brand new shot coming into our newsroom now, where we're now tracking this gathering there in the Windy City. So we do know, according to our partners there at Fox 32 in Chicago, hundreds of people, you can even see this large crowd gathered there, have been taken to the streets in downtown Chicago to protest immigration arrests that have been happening all across the country. So while these protests have been mostly nonviolent, earlier today, there were some brief clashes, I should say, between protesters, Police squad cars have also been vandalized. And one
Sunshine,
instance where
thank
a car
you.
did appear
Thank
to
you.
actually drive through the crowd
Lloyd,
amid
thank you.
these rolling street closures as well. So we do have some footage of that happening. Want to put it up on your screen as well so you can see exactly what they're talking about with our partners there at Fox 32. Let's watch.
Yeah, that was a car earlier today in Chicago that got a little bit fed up of all of
Very
these
scary moments here. This car just driving through this
He
crowd
has
of
had enough.
protesters there in Chicago. So again, this is in response to some of the anti-ICE protests that have been happening all over the country. This one breaking out earlier today in Chicago. We've been watching these shots all day long, too, there in the Windy City. So close, man. So many people almost being hit by this maroon car driving through the crowd erratically at this point, it seems. This was during some of those rolling road closures in the city as these protests had broken out into the main park.
What I'm finding on YouTube is a lot of these news channels, they are live. They are technically live. So they are live, but they are actually replaying old footage from yesterday or the day before. So just when I think I find, okay, I found a live stream, it's like, wait a minute, that's actually from 2 days ago. Okay.
Could have ended very badly as
A little
folks
bit
are jumping out
fraudulent
of the way, out of the
going
vantage point
on.
of this car.
Fraudulent stuff going on here.
So this happened in Chicago earlier today. Again, another one of those cities where protests have broken out and a large number of people, hundreds of people, taking to the streets to protest the immigration arrests that have been happening there around the country. So just in some more context here as we're showcasing this devastating video, I want to take you back out live there to Chicago. As
Maybe
those crowds
this is Chicago
are
here.
continuing to gather
This is old.
as well.
This is not live.
So they're in Chicago.
Well, frick.
Skyfox zooming in, and it seems like people are being detained here as well. If you look at the middle of your screen there, you can see a man who, with his hands behind back, being led by some of those officers. A large crowd there. So it's a very fluid and ongoing situation. This is according to the Chicago Police Department.
Atlanta is popping
The
up. Okay,
spokesperson
I'll
said
try to
this in
find
an
that now.
email to our partners there at Fox 32.
Good tip. I'll take a look.
Saying that as of what they know, as of 8:45 p.m. local time, they don't have any information on exactly how many arrests have been made there in Chicago. But we've seen video footage throughout the day of several protesters clashing with those Chicago police officers throughout the late afternoon and into the early morning. But again, a large
Use
law enforcement
TikTok.
presence we can see right now.
I'll take a look
in
on TikTok. I've
Chicago.
never done that. I'll take a look.
Hundreds of others gathering there in the streets.
Good
as
idea.
Those protests have been ongoing since
I don't even know
early
how to do that.
afternoon. Another update that we also have is that at this time we know that no buses have been running there in that area as well. CTA put out.
Okay, I'm going to be honest here. I went on TikTok and I typed in protest, and I'm seeing a bunch of women twerking and shaking their butts. So I'm not so sure about this TikTok thing. Okay.
Back up on your screen. This
Not exactly
is the
what I
video
wanted.
footage that's been making its rounds. Scary moments there as protesters were walking near Monroe Street at around 6:20 p.m. local time. This is when that dark red / maroon car appeared to have sped through the crowd in an area where the street was blocked. Again, even from this vantage point, you can see people jumping out of the way to avoid the car, but it narrowly misses so many people, does come into contact with folks then striking back at the driver's windows. It seems that even the police officers
I see
stepping up and
Joshua.
hitting that car.
Yeah, the cops tried to stop him. Joshua, thank you for the super chat, says, here in Texas after the hurricane, it was citizens with guns standing in front of gas stations keeping the peace long before National Guard showed up. Yeah, I mean, hey, when, like you said, when shit really hits the fan, that is fundamentally kind of how it goes. That is pretty much what happens. You're right about that.
They're
Got to be
jumping out of
prepared.
the way.
Good reminder to be prepared. You never know when something crazy happens.
And so again, the reporters there at Fox 32 said that the group of people were there in the street protesting, but the driver of this maroon car appeared to be irritated that they couldn't get through the streets because of all of the protests. But afterwards, a group of people were seen attending to what appeared to be an older woman who was on the ground after that car sped through. It's unclear at this time, though, if she had been hurt by the car. But again, witnesses on the scene watching the same video on the ground as this happened, saying that folks were diving out of the way, that the person was shouting, but they kept barreling.
I'm trying
through the
TikTok
crowd.
again. I might have figured this out.
So it's unclear at this point, according to our partners there at Fox 32, if anyone was arrested for this incident. But just very, very, very scary video footage that we have here in from Chicago as those protests are continuing to happen there throughout the city. Going to take you back live out to Chicago right now. They're in the Windy City. We'll keep up and keep our eye on all of these protests as they're ongoing in multiple places throughout our country. But again, yet another anti-ICE protest happening right now in Chicago. It's prompted street closures, and we've seen folks on camera getting detained here even in the last few minutes. Saw a man in a white shirt being led away by officers with his hands behind his back and appeared to be handcuffed. So we'll keep our eye on all of this.
Well,
We're going to slide away now, though, for a 2-minute break. Stay with us.
And they're going on break again. Theater mode. Okay, this is a Chicago stream, courtesy of TikTok. There is something at least. Okay, so folks, we have an on-the-ground Chicago feed. We still have Los Angeles. We have that still. By the way, Los Angeles curfew goes into effect in about a half hour. This guy right now is getting shot, rubber bullets or something over there in Los Angeles. Thank God we still have the LA aerial feed. That's our most valued feed. Matt, if you see this, can you repeat the name of the guy you were talking about that was arrested and belongs to Latino Radical Commie Group? Oh, I don't have that anymore. It was on Alex Jones' Twitter page. Go look on the Alex Jones Twitter page and you will find him. But I don't have that open anymore. Alex Jones' Twitter page, you will find that though. Julie, thank you very much, Julie. I'm going to double back and take a look at some super chats and stuff here real quick. Cats Rule. Okay, there's that. Okay, so thank you. Thank you. Yeah, go look on the Alex Jones feed. I am going to try to find a New York TikTok feed. This is my next challenge. And I think I might have found one already. Okay. One moment here. NYC Thrasher is this guy's name on TikTok. Guys, I never use TikTok. I'm not a TikTok guy, so I am right now, this very moment, I'm like discovering TikTok for the first time ever. What is this? Oh, that's super annoying. So I can only watch one TikTok stream at a time. And we are currently watching this Chicago stream, so I guess that's how it's going to be. We can only do one at a time.
I'm your host, Christina Evans. Of course, we've been continually watching as tensions are continuing to escalate there in Southern California as protesters have been taking to the streets to protest against immigration, customs, and enforcement, also known
this LA
as
footage
ICE. We do know
should be
that
live. I
President
think this
Trump
is live.
has deployed 4,000 National Guardsmen and 700 Marines to the LA area. The California governor, Gavin Newsom, and California Attorney General Rob Bonta are both now suing the Trump administration, saying that they unlawfully trampled over California's sovereignty when they federalized the California National Guard. Earlier today, when Gavin Newsom filed that emergency motion in federal court to block the National Guard members and Marines from assisting in those immigration raids in Los Angeles, Newsom took to his account on X to say that Trump is turning the
Here's another
US
LA
military
protest here
against
on the
American
ground.
citizens.
We'll take a look at that. I don't really need to hear this woman yap on the Fox live stream. I was hoping that they would just have footage. Oh, look, this is guys, the Americans are standing. Wait, no, they're not. Never mind. I got it wrong. I thought this was a crowd of Americans saying, you know what, we support President Trump. But is that what they are doing? I don't think that's what they're doing. These are anti-Trumpers. Yeah, definitely. These are anti-Trumpers. Well, okay, there's that. I'm gonna try to find another another aerial view for us, I guess. Take a look here. So, guys, these folks out here in Los Angeles, they have 25 minutes before curfew goes into effect, and they have got to get off the streets soon enough. What is this? Well, that live broadcast ended. This guy here is in New York. My personal favorite is the aerial helicopter footage. That's always what I'm looking for. That's what we want to see. But I maybe don't think we have any of that at the moment. Also, still, keep in mind, we have not seen any U.S. Marines on the streets. National Guard, very, very limited. It is tough on YouTube. Like I said, a lot of these live streaming channels on YouTube, here, I'll kind of show what I'm talking about. All of these channels here on YouTube, they are actually just re-streaming, rebroadcasting footage from earlier in the day or from yesterday or the day before. So this here, it says live in Houston, protests in Los Angeles. This is from hours ago. So I'm sitting here trying to find, okay, which broadcast here is actually real? Pretty much none of these. You said ABC Chicago Chopper 7. Okay. That's not live. That was live, but they shut down their stream about 46 minutes ago. So that is no longer live. I typed in Chopper Live, and now I'm getting a bunch of video game stuff. People playing video games. Chris, what is going on here? They got smart to incorporate the U.S. flag after being called out for it and remove. Yeah, maybe they're going undercover here. Could be the case. Could be. Showing the violence against police, car fires and looting at the exact same time. Bass and Newsom are spinning their lies is brilliant. It's a good. It just sort of immediately debunks their lies. That is true. That is true. So right now, folks, we do have a live LA stream over there, and we do have a live New York stream. This Live Now Fox broadcast is reruns, and I'm looking for something else here. Merksman, paid protesters, yeah, maybe they're being paid to do that, yep. Swap out the flags. Could be the case. I'm going to take a look at Twitter and see if we have any sort of breaking news updates here. So this is basically a temper tantrum. This is a nationwide temper tantrum. Well, it's a bunch of radical progressives and illegal aliens having a temper tantrum. Folks, right now, take a look at this. As of 6 minutes ago, police have declared an unlawful assembly in Denver as anti-ICE rioters have taken over the streets. Tear gas is being deployed. There's tear gas. That's in Denver. It's happening across the country, folks. Across the entire country. Okay, what else is going on Twitter here? What else do we have? Breaking news on Twitter. And I do want to say thank you, everybody, for tuning in again today. This is day 5. This is Atlanta. They're launching tear gas in Atlanta now also.
He's getting it. He's getting it. Film it. Holy shit. Film it. He's got a cone on it. They just threw one. This is well practiced. This is a cone that they put on the smoke grenades in order to deter it. They're putting, it's a perfect organized tactic here. You gotta be careful because of all the smoke grenades.
Yeah, they're starting to throw.
But they're putting cones, the protesters are putting cones on the smoke grenades. This is what they've been taught to do by well-paid organizers like George Soros and now his son, Alex Soros. The destabilization that is happening nationwide now, as you can see in Atlanta, same thing that's happening in LA, happening in Atlanta now. Quite literally because of these organizations.
Holy
and as you can see, the protesters, they're fighting back, they're throwing fireworks directly at the police here. So we're gonna keep it going, let's go.
Okay, we might have something else here to take a look at. Okay, folks, guess what? We have a Chicago aerial feed. Chicago aerial feed is probably the #1 thing that we want to have up on screen here. And now we have it. We are back. And this also started 11 minutes ago. If I had to guess, they had to go refuel the helicopter. And now they're back out. They just got going. All right, ladies and gentlemen, the broadcast is saved. Things were looking bleak, but now we have an aerial Chicago feed. We are so back. Okay, let's go. Looking good. Oh, and I'm going to try to keep finding some more stuff for you guys, too. Yes, curfew is going into effect in Los Angeles in 18 minutes. 18 minutes. Which means they got to get the hell off of the streets soon. I might be finding some more broadcasts here. Yeah, I also have a very high quality Los Angeles feed from on the ground that I'm going to put on for you guys. This New York stream is frankly not that great, so we're going to do this. Thank you in the Discord. I'm looking at the Discord now. Thank you guys. All right, folks. All right, we have a pretty good grasp of the situation here. Thank you, guys. We are back. We are so back. So, guys, Los Angeles curfew goes into effect in 16 minutes. We also have, this is Chicago, downtown Chicago right now. We're gonna see if things start getting crazy now that it's dark outside. In Chicago, at least. Have you seen the full moon tonight? It looks pretty wicked. Well, no, I'm over here on the West Coast. It's, you can see, it's still bright outside, so... maybe in a couple hours, though, once it gets dark. But hey, thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you, though. I'll take a look later. Yeah, T-minus 16 minutes, folks. That's right. Yeah, Chris, I think you're probably right. I think that's a good point. They have swapped out a lot of the Mexican flags, maybe for U.S. flags, to make it seem like a little bit less foreign, a little bit less hostile, perhaps. That is Chicago Road. They will not arrest all of them. Well, listen, this is a big crowd with hundreds, maybe thousands of people out here on the streets, and they all need to get out of town in the next 15 minutes. So at a minimum, we're going to start seeing these people get herded like a bunch of cattle, pushed through the streets. We are going to see... Now that we have some good streams here, I'm going to look back at Twitter and try to find some breaking news. Folks, I want to say the support over the last couple days has been, frankly, just astounding. The super chats, the messages, really, the overwhelming support, the feedback, the positivity. I really appreciate it. I really appreciate it. So thank you. Thank you very much. You know, I'm gonna sound a little bit gay here for a second, but it is Pride Month, okay, so pardon me. You know, I've been living in the very progressive Pacific Northwest my entire life. I still live in Washington State. I grew up in Oregon. And I've been surrounded by radical progressives my entire life. All of my friends, pretty much all of my family members. I was also a Twitch streamer for 8 years prior to doing political coverage about 7 or 8 months ago now. And as you all know, Twitch is also radically progressive. Everybody on the website, radically progressive. And so, you know, I was talking to my wife about this yesterday. You know, now that I'm doing this political coverage here on YouTube, we're uploading videos onto Rumble, we're doing the live streams, we've got videos every day on YouTube here. I feel like for the first time in my life, I'm kind of surrounded by people that actually agree with me, that I agree with. I feel like for the first time ever, I'm surrounded by people. I'm talking to you guys that are not insane, unhinged, incompetent, radical, progressive, crazy people. It's like, whoa, people like me exist. Whoa, I didn't know this. People that share my beliefs and opinions actually exist. Because I've never been around people like me, I guess. I don't know. I'm just surrounded by progressives my entire life. That's been my existence. So it is nice. It is really nice, and things are looking good. So it's kind of heartwarming. Oh, too loud. A little bit heartwarming. What is that? Okay. I'm scrolling through Twitter again, looking for breaking news. We are the majority. Yeah, you wouldn't believe it if you lived on the West Coast, but we are the majority. True. Merlis. One of my favorites. Hi, Merlis. Good evening, sir. We have a real quick MSNBC breaking news report regarding ICE. Take a look.
Breaking just moments ago, NBC News reporting that ICE is preparing to deploy tactical units known as Special Response Teams to 5 Democratic-run cities. Those cities, Seattle, Chicago, Philadelphia, Northern Virginia, and New York.
Thank God. Yes, let's go. Deploy everything. Deploy every single thing.
It's not clear if these raids will begin immediately, but all special response teams in those areas have been told to be ready to deploy.
Okay, now folks, real quick, what are we already seeing? We have 2 Los Angeles streams. over there, and over there on the bottom left. Right now, we are seeing, I don't think this is LAPD. Maybe it is. I'm not sure. Maybe somebody in the live chat knows. Anyway, they are pushing these protesters. They are pushing these rioters through the city. They are hurting them. Keep in mind, curfew goes into effect in 11 minutes. So hey, they've got to disperse, otherwise we're going to start seeing arrests get made. We will see. We shall see. There are a lot of them out there, though. Lots of them. Now, what are we looking at in Chicago? This is Chicago. This is a live aerial feed. Actually, this is... Okay, now it is live again. It was 30 seconds delayed. Man, there are a lot of people out there in Los Angeles still. Bro, your dog is on camera. I have a dog? Oh my gosh, there's a dog back there. Whose dog is that? Hi, sweetie. Come here. Come here. Hi there. It's true. I do have a very cute dog. The rumors are true. The allegations are true. I do have a very cute dog. I won't even deny it. Undeniable. These Angelinos are slowly getting herded. They're getting pushed around the city. They've got, hey guys, T-minus 9 minutes. T-minus 9 minutes to disperse. Hi, sweetheart. Come here. Come here. T-minus 9 minutes. German wife and German dog. Yeah, you know, now that I think about it, I have a very German life. My wife is German, my dog is German, my car is German. I've got a Volkswagen. My kids are half German. My kids are dual citizens, American German citizens. Hey, yeah, we're I don't know. Just a bunch of German Americans, I guess. I don't know. Angelina, that's what they're called. They're called Angelinos. Any guns? Oh yeah, I have I've got a German AR-15 and a German handgun. A handgun is an H&K. It's funny, the Germans make good guns, but they're just not allowed to use them. They have to send them over here to the U.S. That's fine by me, though. Whatever. Aren't I Japanese? Yeah, I was born in Japan. Yeah. That is true. A long time ago. A million years ago. So I'm a Japanese, German, Native American. I'm just very diverse. I'm a really diverse guy. Oh, sweetie. We're just kind of watching these LA protesters get pushed around. 6 hour, yeah. I have a 6-hour AR-15 and a Colt. I've got two. In fact, you know, about 3 years ago, Washington State, the state that I live in, actually passed state-level legislation which makes it illegal to buy AR-15. So hey, if I wanted to go buy another AR-15, I couldn't do it. You can't buy them anymore. Talk about a violation of the Second Amendment. You can't even buy them anymore. And also, all of the magazines for both handguns and rifles are capped at 10 rounds. So all of my magazines are 10 rounds at most. Feels lame. Very lame. Yeah, I know, it's lame. L, big time L. Wife's name Kathy. Well, her real German name is Katharina, but we call her Kathy. If she was my dog and doing a broadcast like you, I would make a little desk for her to sit up right beside me. Yeah, that would be funny. Like she could be helping do the show. That's a funny idea. Look at all of these live streamers that are down there. Hey everybody, we're down here at the LA riots. We're down here. Make sure to follow me on TikTok. Make sure to drop a follow on the TikTok channel. We're down here live. Tons of them. You will be assimilated. Never. I'll never assimilate. I'll never assimilate. Hassan is that true? Hassan is down there right now? Really? Is this on Twitch? I don't have him followed.
Excuse me, ma'am.
Maybe he's not. Maybe he's not live right now. The other day he was down there. Where was our live broad? There it is. Build the doggo the desk. First off, that's a $100 super chat. Who is that from? I want to get the name right. Jake. Thank you, Jake. Thank you very much. You know, I'll tell you what, I don't think she'd use it though. I don't think she wants to sit at a little desk. It's a nice, how about I buy her a nice bed, nice dog bed. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you very much. Fellow Washington State resident moving to North Idaho when I can. Love your content. That's where you go, North Idaho. Yep, the Coeur d'Alene area, Sandpoint's a nice area. Yep. The problem, though, as I'm sure you've seen, North Idaho is very, very, very expensive. If you have a 4-bedroom, 2-bathroom, I don't know what, 2,000 square foot house in, you know, Western Washington, that might be $450,000. Okay, well, in North Idaho, 800, 850, 900. It is 2 times as much in North Idaho. It's crazy. It is crazy. It's freaking nuts. Ladies and gentlemen, we have 3 minutes. 3 minutes until curfew goes into effect in Los Angeles, until these people need to get off the streets. 3 minutes. Hey, Jake, thank you. Thank you again. Thank you very much. You should come to Texas. There's a company that owns tanks. You can drive 1 or 2. I've seen those on YouTube. That seems cool. I'd drive a tank. Seems fun. Does seem cool. You know, I actually have some family down in Austin. I've been down to Texas probably 10 times in my life, going and visiting family. Always in the Austin area, though. Yeah, I have a feeling, I think you're right. I think in 2 minutes when curfew goes into effect, how aggressive are the police really going to be here? Are they going to start shoving these people around and making arrests? I don't really expect it. I don't think so. I think a lot of these people are not really going to care about this curfew, is what I'm trying to say here. That's what I'm trying to say. I think this curfew is going to be pretty ineffective. We're about to find out, though. Soon. It's happening soon. Pickle Fart says, I live in Sandpoint, 2,900 square foot house, $1.3 million. I spend a lot of time looking at Zillow up there. Yeah, that's about what I would expect. It's out of control. And, excuse me. And the reason why is because all of the conservative Oregonians, all of the conservative Washingtonians, maybe even some Californians are moving up there. Folks, look at this. This is Southern California. This is Los Angeles. We have dozens of police cars rolling into town. It is curfew going into effect in 1 minute. dozens of cop cars, sirens, lights blaring right now are entering the picture. What is going to happen? Curfew soon. Curfew is happening soon. You can see over there, the police are kind of pushing people across that bridge. And that's a lot of them. Look at that. A lot of them. John McKelney, hey, good evening. Good evening. Good evening to you, sir. So this, by the way, for anybody tuning in right now, this feed right below us is Chicago, downtown Chicago. These other two feeds on the left side of the screen, Los Angeles. Now, if anybody could help me, if I could find a great helicopter aerial view of Los Angeles, that would be perfect for us right now. Aerial view of Los Angeles. Because curfew has now gone into effect as of this very moment, actually. And I want to see what's going to happen next. What are we doing? You know what? This is probably a good live feed here. This is Los Angeles too. Is this live? You know what, folks? What do you say we just focus entirely on Los Angeles here for a minute? Because that's old. That's old. That is Chicago. Let's focus on LA here for a minute. We've got a okay, so now all of these are Los Angeles. Things might be getting crazy. I want to see arrest. I think you will here pretty soon. If these people refuse to get off the streets. Curfew has gone into effect as of 1 minute ago. Los Angeles. Okay. Look at this guy in the bottom left. He's sitting down here yelling at the police officers. This guy's got to be on drugs. Dude, what are you doing? You're having a spastic attack. Just sitting here screaming at these officers. This guy is definitely on drugs. He's yelling at this black chick over there. This guy is out of his freaking mind. What are they saying down there? I don't know. I don't know. He's a schizo. Could be. Who knows? A lot is happening right now. He is losing it. He's losing it. Man, I gotta say though, listen, being a cop is a hard job. Like, it is, okay, if you are a police officer, your job is to deal with every single day the most hostile, aggressive, degenerate, filthy, homeless, drug addicted, whatever. That is your job. You are the guy that has to deal with that, man. Oh. Oh, man. And then on top of that, imagine you're a cop in Los Angeles or Portland or Seattle, whatever, any of these West Coast progressive hellholes. Man, what a job. I don't think you could pay me to be a cop in Portland or Los Angeles. Man, I don't think so, dude. It's not for me. Tough. Freaking tough. My uncle is a cop, actually. Well, he retired recently, but anyway. Good grief. Man, there are so many people. Do you guys agree? Who here has been watching my streams every day for the last 4 days? This is day 4 that we've been broadcasting these. Give me a 1 in the chat if you've been here every night. Folks, in Los Angeles, I think we have the most people out tonight on the streets that we've had in the last 4 days. There are so many people out here tonight on a Tuesday night. It's Tuesday. There are so many people out here right now. More than before, I swear. Yep, yeah, okay. What is this lady saying? Can I get audio for this? I gotta hear what she is saying. I don't think I can get... Why can't I not get audio for this? Hold up here.
And batons who are under the edict of the president to do whatever. They have tear gas. Carry on like that. That's a no.
1 minute here.
That's a no. I want you to your mom, and if any of your family, my grandmother's from Puerto Rico, so if any of your family is being taken, I'm sorry. My heart's breaking for them. Absolutely what they did, what they've done to people and incarcerate them and send them out of the country. Thanks, puppy. 1,000 million% what this meant. But I will say this. A lot of us told you you weren't listening to him. He told people what he was going to do. They voted for him anyway.
Yes.
A lot of Cubans voted for him. A lot of Hispanics voted for him. I was blown away by that. Still blown away by that. When somebody tells you who they are, you should believe it.
I did, and that's why I voted for him.
The first time. And I mean this for everything. A girl you're dating, your neighbor, or this man.
Oh, shit. LA City Alert. The city of Los Angeles has declared a curfew from 8 to 6 a.m. Oh, shit.
They're getting alerts on their phone.
No, Amber Alert. We got to go to bed.
Oh, I got to go home. Okay, listen. I'm walking distance from here. You know, I'm going to pray for you to leave. I'm thinking of you. Go home. If it's a curfew, something I didn't know. Last night the train was stopped and I had to take an Uber home. I didn't know.
I have a question for you.
Yeah.
How is it similar to the one in King riots?
What?
I got a question for you. How is it similar to the one?
He's just walking away.
We don't need none of that. That ain't gonna change nothing. The beard is always mightier than the sword.
What is going on?
A chance to work. God is telling you right now that He's sending angels here to change the condition.
Patience, my father.
Be a little bit more patient.
Patience.
Truly, patience is a virtue. But when God's on the scene, you only gotta wait until His time. Whatever time it is, it's gonna be all right. It's gonna be all right. Come back tomorrow. In the next day, in the next day.
Okay.
And it will.
It's a test tube
No
experiment
rock,
for the
no
best of the
stop.
fucking country. Fucking hear that.
So, I'm going to mute this now. This is one of the talking points. They keep on saying that what Trump is doing in Los Angeles is an experiment. Los Angeles is a test tube for how he's going to manage the rest of the country. I don't really think that's true, but man, I hope it is. I'm going to be honest, man. I hope it is. I hope Donald Trump does to every sanctuary city in the country what he is doing to Los Angeles right now. I kind of don't think that is the explicit plan, but man, I hope it is. That's what I would love to see. We got it, and we got to do it. It's the only way. We have to do that. Okay, so curfew is in effect. Police are marching through the streets. Ladies and gentlemen, we have 14,000 live viewers tuning in to the show right now. If you are new to the community, do me a favor, drop a follow on Twitter, first off. That's a big deal. And then beyond that, if you would do me the grand favor of subscribing to the YouTube channel. If you subscribe to this channel here and follow on Twitter, that's all I ask. Thank you very, very much. That's huge. It helps a ton. Look at this. They've got the Riders of Rohan out here. You've got Gandalf in the middle on the white steed. You've got Gandalf the White combating the evil orcish forces, invading the Western world. We might find Sauron and freaking Saruman out here. Who knows? Who the hell knows what they're gonna find out here? Jeez. Yeah, look at that. Yep. We have activated the LAPD Wizards. Ladies and gentlemen, we have magic on... We have the Wizards on our side. They will never stop us. The orcs will never overtake the Western world. No. We will not tolerate it. This is pretty much, it is like the battle for Helm's Deep or something going on right here. It is actually. It really is. Watch out for Smaug, yeah, seriously. For real. They're doing it all though, man. Imagine this is you. You're in one of these cars. You have a long day at work. Man, I just want to go home. And I'm stuck behind all of these protesters. I had a long day at work. My boss is a dickhead. God, I got no sleep last night. I just want to go home on a Tuesday night. And I'm stuck in traffic. Because a bunch of illegal aliens are blocking up the streets. Ugh. Not again. This is the 5th night in a row. I've had enough. That's it. I'm voting for Donald Trump. That's it. I'm a Trump voter now. I've seen enough. That's what that guy is saying. Okay. I'm going to take a look at Twitter here and see if we have any breaking news updates over on Twitter. Oh, folks, take a look at this. You know things are about to get serious because take a look at this. Breaking news, the DHS and the National Guard have now put on their gas masks. The gas masks have been equipped, which means it is almost time to start firing off tear gas and stuff like that. That's coming up here real soon. Now, there was a big super chat. Tone Wars, $20 super chat. You say the exact same things as I do. Thank you for doing what you do. Do not change Tone Wars. Thank you very much for tuning in. I appreciate that. It's common sense. Like, you know, Donald Trump says, common sense conservatism. That really is what it is. And luckily, these days, he just took that flag. Did you see that? That cop on the car just ripped the flag out of that guy's hand. Bat it. And then that cop is just kicked. That is exactly what I want to see nationwide. Give me that flag. Give me that flag. And then he just snaps it in half. This is what I think of your Mexican flag. Ugh. Rips it in half. That is what I want to see. That is what we're here for. That's what it's all about. Now, maybe I can find a different lot. I don't really need to look at this woman down there in the bottom left. I don't really care a whole lot about her, so I'm gonna look for another live broadcast. He just snapped that thing in half like it was a freaking toothpick. That's what we have. Reuters. You know what? I don't care about either of those people. Oh, this is a great one here, right here. This is good. Oh, yeah. We are on the ball. Ladies and gentlemen, on the Twitter page, we have just broken 20,000 followers. 20,000. Thank you, folks. The super chats, all the follows, all the support over on Rumble, the videos every day, the live streams, all the subscribers, everything, folks. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. We are taking this freaking country back. That is just the truth. America First is not up for debate. America First is non-negotiable. America First is an inevitability. We will not compromise on the idea of America First. We are finally putting America first. No ifs, ands, or buts. Our helicopter is leaving. That is unfortunate. Yeah, that's not what I wanted to have happen. If anybody has another aerial view, that would be good. Ladies and gentlemen, over in Texas, Governor Greg Abbott has proactively deployed the National Guard to San Antonio ahead of ICE demonstrations. See, this is what a real leader looks like in this regard. Greg Abbott, he's not even waiting for the drama to happen. He's just sending out the National Guard preemptively. Greg Abbott is probably watching my live stream right now. He's one of you guys in the audience. He's saying, listen, I don't want this stuff in my town. I don't want this stuff in my state. Whatever they're doing over there in Los Angeles, I don't want it. National Guard, go. Deploy them now. Good for him. Good for him. We got the live stream back. That's really great. Okay. No problem. Excelente. Muy bien. Let me take a look at the super chat here. My wife Anna wants to say she hopes that cop broke the Mexican flag doesn't get fired. Please say hello. You know, hey, that's a good thought or bad thought, I guess. This is Los Angeles. He might. God, I hope not. Gosh. Sure hope not. How many immigrants would have stayed in their... You see that sign? It said, how many immigrants would have stayed in their own country had Western countries not colonized them? Amazing. So, did America colonize Mexico? I don't think that we did that. Things are slowly happening here. The sun is getting low. It's starting to set here. It's getting a little bit darker. And I want to see these, I want to see some arrests happen. I also want to know, where did our big crowd go? Has it completely and totally dispersed? Oh, there, we got one right there. Who's that? There are still some people out here kind of straggling around town. Guys, we have a great tweet here. Take a look at this. So Governor Newsom posted, this is Newsom. The founding fathers did not live and die to see this moment. It's time for all of us to stand up peacefully. This is disgusting. Does Governor Newsom actually think that he is enacting the vision for this country that our founding fathers had? Does Governor Newsom actually believe that our founding fathers would be on his side of this equation? Give me a freaking break. Luckily, we've got Stephen Miller. He chimes in. He says, according to Governor Newsom, this is what the founding fathers were fighting for. Uh-huh. What a dumbass. What a silly Billy. Downright. Chris Taki, total respect for Trump for his decision to deploy the National Guard. It demonstrated he has law enforcement and military's back, lead by strength. True. And you remember in 2020 when there were national riots and protests, President Trump handled the situation differently. President Trump, he offered the National Guard to Seattle and Portland and Minneapolis, which is where a lot of these Antifa riots were taking place back then. And they all turned him down. He said, all right, you know what? Well, have fun. So President Trump offered, they turned him down. He said, all right, whatever. This time, he's not asking. President Trump is not asking. He's not offering. He is insisting. President Trump is insisting. Yeah, you will have to deal with the National Guard. The National Guard are on their way. They're coming. Whether or not you like it. Now we have also Billy Kirk. Hey, thank you. Great work. Keep it up. I followed in all the platforms. Keep it up. True Patriot. Make America great again. This, listen, I don't know if anybody was under any illusions here, but this is what it looks like to make America great again. You can't make an omelet without cracking a couple eggshells. Okay? If you want to make this country great again, you've got to clean up the mess that the Democrats have made. You've got to clean up the mess that this 30, 40, 50, 60 years of open policy has created. You've got to get rid of the trash. You've got to crack some eggshells. If you want to make this omelet, this delicious America First omelet, you know what? We have to clean up a big freaking mess, and this is what that looks like. This is exactly what that process looks like, and we are just at the start of it. It's going to keep on going. It's going to ramp up also. We are just getting going. Now, there was another one here I wanted to see. Where the heck was this? Hey, folks, guess what is going on in Atlanta right now? You want to see Atlanta? Take a look.
Stop.
Meanwhile, in Atlanta, Yep. Yeah, Atlanta has a lot of urban youth down there. Yes, they do. Let's see what else I can find here. Yes, they do. I'm looking for the breaking news updates here. We talked about this earlier, but here's a good reminder. I like to talk about it. Breaking news, Democratic Congressional Representative LaMonica McIver was indicted by a federal grand jury on 3 counts of obstructing federal law enforcement at the Newark, New Jersey ICE detention facility about 2 weeks ago. She is now facing up to 17 years in federal prison for assaulting a bunch of ICE officers. This is a FAFO moment. She fad, and now she foed. It is time to foe. Look at that. And by the way, folks, once again, this is a sitting Democratic Congressional House representative, one of the highest-ranking Democratic politicians in the country, speaking big picture. This is a Democratic leader of the Democratic Party here. Have fun in federal prison. Take a look at this little clip here. This is curfew going into effect in Los Angeles. LAPD is on the scene. They're pulling into town. There they are. Oh, she's taking a nap. Like is fine. She's good for now. They're popping off smoke grenades or tear gas canisters, probably. Get out of here. Uh-huh. Immigrants welcome. Me go home? Don't know. Oh, amazing. Well, I mean, hey, you can't deny this. The LAPD is out here tonight in full force. We have never seen more LAPD officers in one place in one time, maybe ever before. This is nuts. Tons of them. Just lost my audio. Where's my audio? Let me reload this guy. There we go. Okay. Elon Musk just made a tweet saying that he was planning on originally launching the Tesla robo-taxis in Los Angeles. He has now changed his mind. He's going to launch them in Austin, Texas. I think that probably makes a lot of sense. Now, what else do we have here? They are out here in full force. They really are. Check out NYC. Okay, I'm going to look for an NYC stream here. Does anybody in Discord have a stream? Let's see if I can find one for you folks.
Everything happened so fast that I don't know that these people fully
This is LA
realized
for
that
now
they were
for a
being
moment.
kettled when they were being kettled, right? I mean, they obviously didn't leave right away when the first skirmish line came in, but when you watched how everything kind of happened, they moved in so fast and so, you know.
Real quick, Jason W., I remember from yesterday, he says, and by the way, thank you for the $100 super chat. That is a super chat. He says, I've donated 70 subscriptions, memberships over the last 2 days. If you got one, please keep them going. This live stream is critical to understand what's happening. Thank you very much, Jason. Thank you. Thank you. You know, I like the point you make. One of the ultimate tools of the far left, radical progressives, whatever you want to call them, they are relying on you, on us, on me, on all of us being ignorant as to what they are actually doing in this country. The far left, they don't want people, they don't want Americans tuning in, watching stuff like this, seeing the actual real world effects of their far left radical open border illegal alien policies. They want you like an ostrich with your head buried in the sand, blind and ignorant to all of the damage they are doing to the country. What you are doing right now, tuning into this, is exactly the opposite of what they want. Governor Gavin Newsom doesn't want you watching this, okay? And all the rest of them. This right here is what far left radical progressive policy looks like. This is what it does to your town, to your city, Los Angeles, whatever city you live in. This is what it looks like. Graffiti everywhere, foreign flags waving, gang members running around, lighting cars on fire, blowing stuff up, assaulting police officers. This is the environment that their policy creates. They don't want you to know that. Well, we do. Americans do. And by the way, thank you again. Thank you very much. That's great. Thank you. Thank everybody. Wow. Now I'm gonna take a look at this one here. Chris Taki, he says, follow up. He says Trump is within his presidential rights. 10 U.S. Code 12406. It's at the president's discretion. If he meets any of the 3 criteria, he doesn't need the governor's approval. What is this? Is this the code to deploy the National Guard? That's probably what that is. Hey, yeah. I mean, and it's been done in the past also, multiple times. Oh, we're moving out. Something happening here. What's going on? And Jake can't, thank you. Thank you very much. They have these people over here surrounded. Maybe arrests are being made. What's going on over here? What are we doing here now? We surrounding these guys? Absolutely amazing. I just have to laugh. How comically stupid is this idea that Donald Trump is a fascist, he's an authoritarian, he's a modern day Hitler. Why? Just because he's making an effort to enforce our pre-existing federal immigration laws. The laws that we already have on the books, the laws that Joe Biden and the Democrats should have been enforcing for years now. They didn't. They chose to neglect them. President Trump is now trying to enforce laws that we already have. And what does that make him? A fascist, a Nazi, a Hitler, a dictator, blah, 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 whatever. Right? It's insane. It's nuts. Nuts. Oh, I was going to try to find a New York live stream. Does anybody have one of those? Let me take a look here. Looking around. New York live. I heard a rumor that New York is going crazy. I can't find it. Well, it's fine. We've got LA. LA is looking crazy right now. That's fine. It's crazy enough. They've got 30 minutes in LA. Well, curfew already went into effect 32 minutes ago. And so now what you're witnessing in Los Angeles is arrests are starting to be made. You are witnessing some of those happen right over there at this very moment. Now,
next, I think it's a pretty safe bet to know that there's probably another wave or column of officers not far from here waiting to continue this operation. And as we've seen, that they do it, and they do it very quickly, you know, to the point where it's like flash, bang, boom. You know, they show up and all of a sudden, you know, they swarm and they take action. So we'll see. I mean, this is a group out here that's being very persistent. Again, just chanting, doing nothing, you know, in terms of nothing even remotely violent or, but the issue is there is a curfew. So, well, you know, the question becomes how do police handle this?
Tom, as the National Guard stayed put for the most part, they were on the steps there of the federal building.
Folks, we have still not seen any Marines. At all, none.
Yeah,
Where are the Marines, though?
I have not seen them move from that spot. There's a large group of them in front of the building, but I don't see any movement. They've been just static, kind of standing there. Yeah, the officers have been very nice to us up here and been very. Was it cool? Yeah, cool. Yeah, we were just given a direction we have a little more space to walk around. We're just trying to, you know.
Get the dog a pillow. Get a My Pillow. Use promo code WARROOM. You know what? I should get a My Pillow. I should get a My Pillow. That's a good idea. You know what, Carol? That's a good idea. Genuinely.
Anybody's way. So yeah.
Thank you. That's a good idea. Thank you for the super chat.
Is here, but there is
I'm gonna get a My Pillow
of people who are standing here in this area, and I am very curious to see what happens next. I will say this: it is, you know, watching all this play out the last few days. It's sad in so many ways just to see the pain that people are going through in the city. You know, I mean, just
the pain,
the anger, the frustration, the hurt, and to see our city in turmoil like this, to see all the graffiti, to see police in the streets in riot gear and people confronting them. I mean, it's a bummer, and I know that's the understatement of the year.
You know what's a real bummer is having our country get invaded by 50 million illegal aliens. You know what's a bummer is over 100,000 young Americans overdosing on fentanyl every single year that came across our unprotected southern border. You know what's a bummer is tens of thousands of children going missing every single year that are getting trafficked in and out of the country by cartel terrorist organizations, by MS-13, by Tren de Aragua. You know what's a bummer is all of the violent crime and the kidnappings and the executions and all of the gang violence. Those are bummers. These things are bummers. Ah, man, it's a real bummer. Those are the bummers. Not this. Not Donald Trump trying to deport these people is not a bummer. This is Donald Trump's ongoing deportation efforts. This is the best thing that's happened to this country in years. This is awesome. This is the best thing that's happened in a very long time. Finally, our country is no longer being invaded and overrun. And then Lenny Jones chimes in the massive super chat. That might be the biggest one of the night. Thank you, Lenny Jones. Matt, if the Marines are there, remember they are Marines. They will show themselves if need be. Yeah, I personally haven't seen them. Lenny, I saw someone else in the chat just above you a moment ago say that they saw them in a parking garage or something somewhere. I don't know. Hey, who knows if we're going to see them out on the streets tonight? I don't know. Maybe this situation is under control. I don't know. It depends on how the night goes. This could pop off and things get crazy and more cars are detonated. Who knows? But Lenny, thank you. That's huge. Thank you very much. Massive thank you.
And not going home
very
as
much.
They should be. Across the way, you can see at the back
Big
of
time.
City Hall, there are plenty
W.
of
Lenny,
law
W.
enforcement
Lenny.
officers standing on the patio there. They have been there for the last couple of days when we have been to here in downtown Los Angeles covering the protests, and then later in the night covering some of the unrest.
That's
after,
National Guard up there, right?
protests.
I think is what they said.
They've been here as we have been for days, and they are overseeing this, kind of watching, waiting to see perhaps if LAPD will eventually start to arrest these people, because clearly there are lots of people. In fact, some people still coming down in this direction. So
it's such a bummer.
You know, it's interesting
wow.
to see this, and we'll have to see what happens in the next.
I'm sorry, I can't get over that. Man, wow. Donald Trump deporting all these people. It's such a bummer, man. Oh, man. I can't believe Donald Trump is such a fascist. It pisses me off, man. It's just such a bummer that he would do this.
So for sure, if these people were trying to get home, they would have made their move.
Lori, have you heard anything from law enforcement there on the ground telling those protesters or people milling about, as you mentioned, to go home? The curfew is in effect?
You know, I haven't. You know, we've heard over the last couple of days when there have been dispersal orders and that kind of thing. We've heard them using the megaphones and making announcements saying you need to get out of here, you need to go home, you don't have to stay here, but you can't, you know, you can't stay here, but you got to go somewhere other than this place. We have not heard that yet. I would anticipate that they will start to do that if these people do not start getting out of the way. But, you know, I heard you mentioning Tom got that alert. We got the alert as well. Our security guards also got the alert indicating, hey, if
I see some of these black-pilled, like very depressive, defeatist comments sometimes in the chat saying, it's too late, America is over, it's long gone. Like, do you, man, I gotta say, like, do you know anything about Western world history? Remember the time that the Mongols invaded all the way over to Austria, or the Ottoman Empire invaded up to Vienna, or the Islamic Caliphates captured the entire Iberian Peninsula for like 1,000 years? Folks, listen, we don't lose. The Western world, we don't lose. Okay, we might take temporary losses. We might have setbacks every once in a while. We don't lose. The Westerners, us Westerners, we can get pushed so far. We can take so much abuse, but then comes a day, there comes a moment where we snap and we say, enough is enough. Enough is enough. Get the hell out. And we stand up and we push him out and we take it back, and then we're back, and then it's over. This happens time and time again. Big picture, though, we don't lose. I've got no lack of faith. We are gonna solve that. We are gonna solve this. Okay, one way or another. It can be pretty or it can be ugly, one way or another, we are going to solve this issue. And I hope it's pretty. I don't want anything to be ugly, but this issue is going to get solved. That is just undeniably true. Now, Evan Webb, if only we could make California a territory again, control of your statehood. If only we're gonna listen. We're gonna fix California. California's gonna get fixed. We are gonna fix California. California's coming back.
Chopper.
It's gonna happen. Have faith. Have
SUV,
faith here.
That's driving
Don't
up the
give
street
up.
here.
Don't become a defeatist here.
They have some sort of a projection device.
And this is what we anticipated, you know, when these curfew
It's not over yet.
were announced earlier today during a news conference by Mayor Karen Bass. We anticipated that there would be sort of this grace period, if you will, for the protesters to have time to get out of downtown LA. And then after that, these announcements now being made by the LAPD as they drive around saying, it's time to get out of here. We've given you 40 minutes now.
Oh, you know what? A correction. That was coming from that helicopter. There's a chopper overhead, and they are the ones who are making that announcement.
Oh, yeah, we see it now.
Flying right over City Hall there, Lori. Hard to miss that helicopter there. Again, making an announcement that downtown LA is
That's
now
why they do it,
curfew.
Martin.
It's in effect till 6 a.m.
Yep.
Of course, if you're a downtown LA resident, you live there, a business owner, you must have proper ID to.
Beware the revenge of the wasp, the white Anglo-Saxon Protestant. This country was built by wasps. This country was built by white Anglo-Saxon Protestants. That is the truth. It's undeniably true. It's true.
Day that the downtown LA
I want to show you something here real quick, folks.
With graffiti. Of course, we've been talking about these 23 businesses that were looted over the last couple of days, and of just the economic impact that all this is.
This is one of my favorite statues ever. Can we all take a moment to admire this beautiful piece of art? This is the Puritan Protestant man, the colonist. It's guys like this that built this freaking country. Guys, this guy, he built the country. These guys did not mess around. These guys built the damn country, okay? They were not playing games. They built this country from nothing.
They're backing off a bit.
They built it.
And Lori, you know, she and I have, she has a great perspective from where she is. She's probably seeing these people now retreating back away from where I am. She's closer to City Hall, and so we're sort of watching them move back now. So we'll see if now that I'm sorry. I don't know if you can hear that, but they are making that announcement over and over again that that if people don't leave, they will be arrested.
Pushing
and
them
they
around.
repeated that message over the bullhorn several times now over the last few minutes, and it does seem that people are leaving. There's obviously still a few people left, so we'll see if police here on scene are willing to let the crowd continue to scatter, which they do appear to be doing. They're making the announcement once again.
What are they saying, Tom?
Yep. I know, I'm trying to hear it.
Got to ask, you said your mom is a lefty. Does she
You'll
support
be subject
this?
to arrest.
I don't know. I haven't talked to her about this. I haven't talked to her in maybe a week and a half.
It's a bit
I'm not
difficult
sure
to hear,
this
but
one.
yeah. But you know what? If
I'll
you
ask
look,
her next
the
time I talk
crowd
to her.
now is over where Lori is. You know, maybe you want to go over her because that's where all the people are flowing over to right at this very second, I think.
Lori, if you're listening to Tom, is that the case?
The street towards us, away from Tom's location, and away from that line of law enforcement officers. So clearly, they heard that as you have and as we have heard, that saying, you know, leave or you will be subject to arrest. And it does seem, you can see, it does seem that people are walking up Temple Street. Up Temple Street is there's much more parking in that direction.
What is that guy doing? Look at that.
Show here in the intersection before he leaves. But yeah, it does seem like the bulk of people are moving up Temple Street away from this location. Perhaps finally going to heed the warning from police.
Well, I can't imagine that the LAPD will wait that much longer before they actually start making arrests.
Listen, curfew went into effect 45 minutes ago. Arrest every single one of them.
That, you know, this curfew is in
How much defiance will we tolerate here, right? How much anti-American, subversive defiance are we going to tolerate? They gave them hours notice. They told them when the curfew is. It is now 45 minutes past curfew. Arrest every single one of them. It's not like you didn't give them a heads up. Arrest all of them. They are all out here to cause a problem. They know exactly what they're doing. Arrest them. And if I had to guess, if you started arresting all of these people, my sneaking suspicion is that at least half of them are illegal aliens. You would immediately, arrest a couple hundred, couple thousand illegal aliens in the process. That's my guess.
You need to
Sounds good to me.
Going home by now, and it looks like a lot of the crowd did disperse, as Lori and Tom were both pointing out. But as you can see, people are still saying and defying those orders, and knowing well that they will be arrested. Juan.
Indeed, they're going to be arrested, and of course, as Susie was saying, there's no need for dispersal orders or anything like that once that curfew is in effect. And they are giving you the option here. They're once again making announcements from the chopper that if you do not leave, you'll be subject to arrest. We did see some earlier acts of civil disobedience when people were trying to get onto the freeway there. They were pushed back. They allowed themselves to be arrested. And the penalties for this type of acts of civil disobedience, I checked out in the area, Los Angeles, all depends on the offense. Most likely you'll have to do some sort of community service. There's some sort of fine that goes with it. And based on just how serious it got, if maybe you pushed an officer or you resisted, that could possibly lead to some jail time. But in most cases, it looks like these people will be arrested, booked, fingerprinted, their photos taken, and they'll be let go. But for some, it doesn't seem to matter, really. I think they're just going to push it to the limit, as Lori was saying earlier. It's like, how far will they go? And look at this from SkyCal. We're now seeing that line of officers walking down the street, Mike.
Yeah, that's actually
Deborah,
on the other side
you.
of the freeway.
Thank
so
you, Deborah.
Tom
Thank
and
you for
Lori are
tuning
back on the other side. This is north in almost the Chinatown area that John is looking at. And there's a very small number of people that were here. You see them locked arms right there, those 4 people. And then you got a couple more kind of straggling about here.
Random thought here that pops in my head. Did you guys ever take note of a phenomenon? This was 2017, 18, 19, 20, 21, even going into the Biden era, 21, 22. There were a lot of Trump voters, a lot of conservatives that were kind of bashful. They kind of kept their political beliefs, their support of Donald Trump or support of mass deportations. They kind of kept it private. They kind of kept it to themselves because during the first Trump administration, it still wasn't like socially acceptable to be a public Trump supporter. That's totally changed. Now it's like you have grandmas. You've got like 75-year-old grandmas that are publicly, we need to deport every single one of these aliens. This is an invasion. And it's like, yeah, grandma, let's go. Things have shifted in the last 7 or 8 years. That's what I'm trying to say. Okay. It is a different country. People have had enough. I think a lot of people have reached their breaking point. Okay. People are not bashful or shy about what they want to happen.
That's
now.
what we see when we saw back in 2020 is where then these people end up waiting on buses, right? And then there were lawsuits that stemmed from that. There were lawsuits that stemmed from people that got arrested that had to sit on buses for hours and hours and hours that filed lawsuits saying that they weren't able to use the restroom, they weren't able to do, other things, they couldn't breathe. People said that they were, very claustrophobic in there. If you've ever seen the inside of a sheriff's transport bus, it's not a school bus.
Yeah.
I mean, it's a very built out thing where there couldn't be even.
Well, Andrew says we no longer care for their booze. And, 7, 8 years ago, the left, what would they say? They'd say, oh, you support Trump. You're a racist. You're a fascist. You're a KKK. You're a this. You're a neo-Nazi or whatever. And now people just, all of those words, all of those baseless, just stupid allegations. Listen, wanting to finally put America first does not make you a racist, KKK, Nazi, or whatever, right? Wanting to have a secure border does not make you a Nazi. Wanting to deport illegal aliens that have invaded your country does not make you a racist or a this or a that or a whatever, right? So the progressive left they've used these allegations, these words so flippantly, so recklessly that now people are like, yeah, you know what? You call me a racist, who cares? I don't care. You call me this, you call me that, I don't care. It doesn't matter. I don't care. Call me whatever the hell you want. We are fixing the country. If you want to call me Hitler for, supporting Trump's goal of building a border wall, then call me Hitler. I don't, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. And thank God, because really what that means is that over half of America now has stopped caring about the anti-American emotional manipulation tactics of the left. We don't care. Call us whatever you want. We are fixing the damn country. You have ruined it enough. You've done enough damage. We're fixing the country now.
Can all talk to each other on one frequency and handle this. And there you see in the shot on the left-hand side of the screen, there's one of the transport buses. And that's one of the LAPD transport buses that is being brought in to start effecting these arrests.
Well, incredible to know that Sheriff Luna is responsible for so much, right? You have the LAPD running a show, but he is getting all that mutual aid from the different agencies.
Jason says, Newsom said Trump didn't call, Trump dropped the records. We saw that. We watched a video about that. Yep, caught in another lie. In yet another lie.
Of law enforcement officers that are here, and the normal chain of
imagine that Newsom lying to the Americans.
If local wasn't enough, if all of the outside agencies that came in weren't enough to help, then the sheriff would request the governor.
This is from Brenda.
The National Guard. But as we
just started following yesterday. We love you. I love all of you guys tuning in and showing your support. Thank you very much. Thank you, Brenda. All of you. Thank you. Thank you very much.
To ask the National Guard to come help because the governor.
Thank you very, very much.
McDonald's saying today that he doesn't feel the need at this point to go to that level.
Right.
I'll say this again. I made this joke 2 hours ago, so I'm going to recycle it if you're tuning in. Some of these, YouTubers, streamers, whatever, they're spending all of their YouTube money on cocaine and strippers and hookers and parties and Lamborghinis. And really, I have a wife and 2 kids. We live in Western Washington, one of the most progressive areas in the country, and we are moving to North Idaho. We are getting the hell out of Washington soon. Hopefully soon. We're getting out. We are escaping, moving to a conservative stronghold because we are not raising our family in Washington. Hell no.
I mean, approached by police there.
So regrettably, no.
Have they moved them out
no
of the
cocaine,
way?
No hookers. No Lamborghinis.
You know what?
Sorry.
Here's the thing. Okay, they're moving the bus, but I would say take Lori's.
Here are the
camera
arrests, and here we have some arrests.
You should
finally.
Lori should
take
a look
it
from here.
Okay.
Yeah, by horseback and on foot as well. Lori, if you can hear us, tell us what you're seeing.
Yeah, so they have just very quickly moved in our direction. Whoops, and they are shooting. Whoa, okay, I don't want that. We're trying to get out of the line of fire because
they're moving. They're making moves.
They are aggressively telling people that they need to get out of the way. They need to go home. They are, in fact, enforcing this curfew. They have aggressively moved down Temple because there were a lot of stragglers there. We're media. Where do you want me to go?
Okay, looks like Lori's getting some directions from officers out there where she and her photographer can be. Obviously, a very fluid situation for our crew.
They're going to hit her with a tear gas canister here in a minute.
Trying to give us these pictures and give us the feel of what is really going on out there, but at the same time, sometimes they get too mixed up, right? Oftentimes this week we've been watching our reporters out there giving us these incredible reports, but also, suffering some of the consequences of what's been happening with the protests, tear gas in their eyes and pepper balls being thrown their way. And we just have to really give it to our reporters and photographers who have been out there tirelessly trying to get us these stories as they happen.
And we don't want our crews to go between the officers and protesters because that, of course, puts our crews in danger there. But we're trying our best there. You saw him in. Lori, let's go back to you now.
Yeah, I just want to explain what happened. So, I mean, very clearly, I'm doing a live shot, with 2 security guards. I have a microphone. I have my press pass, et cetera. And despite that, law enforcement, I mean, there's just a lot going on here. I mean, I'm not trying to assign blame, but even despite the fact that it was very clear what I was doing, they were still, you could hear me saying, where do you want me to go? And they were saying, go home, go home. So that just gives you an idea of the temperature of the atmosphere here because, they're trying to enforce the curfew. They're trying to clear these streets, and it can get confusing, and it's dark out, and
Well, here's the frustration, right? Is these days every single wahoo with a smartphone, they're going to be down there saying, I'm press, I've got a smartphone, I'm recording, I'm live streaming on my phone, it's on TikTok, I've got 2 viewers or whatever. Like, you're not press. You're not a member of the press. And so as far as the cops are concerned, it's like, hey, I don't care. Shut up. Get out of the way. You're causing problems. They don't know who you are, you know, because I guarantee you every single person down here is trying to say, I'm press. I can be down here. I'm press. I'm the media. No, you're probably not. Odds are you are not, right?
Police kind of
probably not.
I can see people running at this point. And they're being followed by LAPD very quickly. So it seems like something is going down further down the street. I'm going to try and get a little bit closer to that. Still staying safe, of course. I'm going to try and get over there just so I can get a better vantage
Yeah,
point.
we appreciate you explaining what's going on there, Lori. We're glad you're staying safe, as well as our Tom Wade out there. And again, things changing moment by moment. We're about 1 hour into this curfew that's going to be in place till 6 a.m. tomorrow morning. And Susie, we can tell over the last hour or so that we've been on the air that the crowds have definitely thinned out. They move around quite a bit, but it looks like there's a lot less people on the streets right now.
That's right. The LAPD definitely showing their presence tonight and making
We
it
are
known that
finally
this
making some
is in
arrests.
effect. This is not a joke. They actually went over the loudspeakers over their announcements, making announcements actually over the loudspeakers from a...
Well, what we saw 55 minutes ago when the curfew went into effect, they actually sent a message, almost like an Amber Alert, to every person's cell phone that said, hey, it is 8 p.m., curfew, go home. So they actually utilized whatever technology that is to let everybody in the town know, get out of town, go home.
Throwing things at officers still. So definitely a situation that the LAPD will want to handle tonight because of the fact that they know that this curfew is in effect from 8 o'clock until 6 in the morning. And obviously, these protesters know that now, as they have heard from loudspeakers, they've heard the announcements. It is not a secret anymore. The secret is out. You know, it is clear that this is an announcement that was made earlier today, and it is certainly in effect now. And in downtown LA tonight, though, we're still seeing and watching these protesters still mill about.
I will say real quick, one more time, as we watch all of this unfold, if you are new to the stream, please consider dropping a follow on my Twitter page in case anything crazy happens. Who knows, with technology, with social media platforms, Twitter is probably the best way to stay up to date. And then also, if you're new to the channel, subscribe to the YouTube channel. We're doing content like this every single day, videos and live streams now. So thank you all, and I appreciate everybody tuning in tonight.
What law enforcement is hoping for. They are hoping to get these groups down to as small of a number as they can. John, if you could show us that group that I believe is under the spotlight of the LAPD chopper. Yeah, right there. So they're moving here. This is probably the largest, group that we've got left, and they are very splintered at this point too. You can see a lot of distance in between them as we are almost into the full first hour of this curfew that has been set up in the downtown LA area after Mayor Karen Bass around 6-ish tonight declared a local state of emergency and decided that a curfew would be necessary to keep business.
So that's a good talking point here. For the last 4 days, Karen Bass and Governor Gavin Newsom, they've been tweeting all day, holding these press releases. Everything is under control. It's under control. We don't need the National Guard. Everything is under control. Well, guess what? Tonight, what is it? Excuse me, it's a state of emergency. Tonight, despite everything they had to say, guess what? It is now a state of emergency. We have a curfew. We are arresting everybody. Really.
Angeles area out of many miles.
Imagine that.
And geographically large location that the city is. This is a pretty small relative area to where we are talking about here as this LAPD helicopter continues to follow these protesters. Both of our crews down there don't see any protesters left because LAPD has moved in so quickly to push these people through. The clock struck 8, and within about a couple of minutes of that, the LAPD cruisers came in and started moving people out. They are arresting some people. John, can we go back and look at where that arrest location right in front of the federal building there? I believe it was the Los Angeles Mall where they had brought in one of those buses, those transport buses that you see right there, that white bus in the center of your screen, and they will start doing those arrests. The people that they had gotten kettled in that area right in the entrance of the parking garage of the Los Angeles Mall have been arrested or will be arrested. They're in the process of doing that right now. LAPD decided that about 25 people in that area will be taken into custody now as a result of this. We're going to begin KCAL News at 9.
KCAL News at 9.
And good evening, everyone. Welcome to KCAL News at 9. I'm Pat Harvey.
I'm Rudabe Shabazi. SkyCal over downtown LA right now, with parts of the area now under a curfew.
And as Mike said, a curfew is now in effect for 1 square mile of downtown LA.
And that's where KCAL News reporter Tom Waite is with a look at if people are listening to that order. Tom.
Yeah, some very intense action going on here just outside of the federal building. You can see Mike Rogers was just talking about this, the arrests that are being made right outside of the federal complex. These people have been sitting here in this penned-in area for some time now. I would say at least an hour right after the curfew was announced.
Real quick, folks, as we listen to this, I'm going to see what is going on in Atlanta and New York, okay? So pay attention to this, and maybe we'll find something else here, too.
Just a little bit down the road there, right next to the federal, right in front of the federal building complex.
Maybe New York.
And now they are beginning to make those arrests and bring people into custody. This is a spot where there was some intense and very furious action by police. They swarmed this area as there were a number of peaceful protesters that were here in the area, but then many of them did not comply with the order to leave when it was 8 p.m. And now you're seeing the result of that. Many of these people now being arrested, and they'll be processed, as Mike was describing. So we're just kind of waiting to see how this plays out. It's a very tense situation. A number of these officers aren't even sure who we are, so we're trying to keep all of our identification. I'm holding my mic flag up with the CBS logo.
I see a message on Discord. It was a missed super chat. It said, if you had to pick a few inspirations growing up, perhaps like Rush or Sowell, who in your life shaped your beliefs today? Looking for food for thought. You know what? I don't know. Maybe this is controversial. Maybe some of you are going to be mad at me for saying this. If I had to pick one politician or political thinker that I am in maybe most close alignment with, I would probably say Pat Buchanan. I'm a big fan of Buchanan. I like Pat Buchanan. I've read a lot of his books. So maybe there's your answer. No, probably Buchanan. That's the best answer for you, maybe.
Raised plaza level.
You know, with Rush Limbaugh, I actually, regrettably, I guess, I have never listened to a single Rush Limbaugh podcast or episode. I know he passed away, rest in peace. I think I was too young. I was too young when he was really doing his thing, I think. Yeah, that's probably why.
Here, this was also a spot where there was a number of people lingering. Police kept making announcements over and over and over again, telling people to leave. They finally sort of ran from the area as the officers surged forward.
Read some more books. I read a lot every day. I got to read.
Play out, and I'm sure this sort of shock and off effectiveness is part of the operation, right? It's very sudden, it's jarring, it's intense, and it's meant to, sort of subdue people or to force them out of the area, and it seems to have worked. There were no major violent incidents here. There were, as I said, projectiles that were thrown at police. We did not see police respond in this spot with any tear gas, or I didn't personally witness any less than lethal weapons fired, any rubber bullets, nothing like that where I am. I think that was not the case over where Lori is, about a block from me. I think she was in the area of where something was fired. It's not clear what. We'll hear from her, of course, in just a second. But yeah, we are just kind of watching right now, police kind of securing that area that you're seeing on your screen. That is the, let's see, north, southwest. That's the east side of the intersection at Los Angeles and Temple. And it looks like there were some people lingering there as well. We'll see how that plays out. But right now we're watching as they are staging that bus and getting ready to take people into custody.
Okay, Tom, thank you. And you were mentioning Lori Perez's location. Let's go to her now.
Yeah, she's also in downtown LA, as Tom mentioned, about a block away from him.
I will say though, I guess I'll add a little bit more to that conversation. So I grew up in a liberal progressive household. My parents, I grew up in the suburbs of Portland, Oregon, and I was never really politically active. I never really thought about politics at all until I was. Well, it was the 2016 election, really. So how old was I? What, 18? Probably 18? No, not 18. 20? I don't know. Maybe 20. And then, of course I'm a young adult. I'm tuning into politics, and you know, okay, Trump, I'm like, this guy Trump, he's making a lot of sense. Okay. I remember I watched live when he came down the elevator and it's like, yeah, this guy makes a lot of sense. Okay, great. But there was this moment of dissonance where it's like, this guy to me makes a lot of sense. It's 2016, remember, but everybody in my personal life, everybody in my neighborhood, in my school, I'm going to college, everybody is like losing their freaking minds. They're calling this guy a Nazi and Hitler and a racist. And I'm like, why? Like, he seems pretty reasonable to me, this guy Trump. Like what exactly does he say that is so bad? And so I remember that was like one little moment where it's like, wait, why exactly are you guys freaking out so much? Because he seems like he's making a lot of sense. And then I voted for him. He got elected. And I remember it was, you know, it was November after we got the news. It's November of 2026. He won the election. There were massive riots in Portland, in downtown Portland, that went on for 2 or 3 nights, kind of like this, what we're watching now. And that was another moment. It's like, wow, wait, these people on the left are this freaking insane that they're burning down Portland, Oregon, my hometown. At this, it's where I grew up. I loved it. And, you know, it was this over the course of a year. I was maybe 20 as a consequence of the 2016 presidential election. Over the course of about a year through the election and President Trump won and the aftermath and the reaction to it from the progressive left, I realized these people are fucking insane. I was like, what? Like, what? You guys are losing your minds. What the hell is wrong with you people? Did I say 2026? Sorry, 2016. I was like, yeah, you guys are completely unhinged. You are out of reality. Every single person in my personal life, my real life, my friends, my family, my college professors, everybody, because I'm living in Portland, Oregon. It's like, you guys are out of your fucking mind. And so that I think kind of started me down the path. And you watch the country go up in flames in Seattle and Portland, and everybody is burning down the country because Trump won the election. It's kind of a slow process, but really beginning in 2016, I think.
Parameters here are the 10 to the south.
Oh, this is the curfew area.
The 5 meet. To the east, you have essentially the 5 freeway to the 110 freeway. So it encompasses all of traditional downtown LA, the Fashion District, the Skid Row area, Arts District, the Civic Center, Chinatown, all of that. And I also want to point out the impact that the curfew is already having. Tonight, the LA Phil canceled their concert at the Walt Disney Concert Hall, posting on Facebook saying it was because of the curfew that is in effect. So we had another viewer reach out and say, you know, what about the Dodgers game? Well, if you look, Dodger Stadium is just outside of the curfew area there, so that likely will not be impacted as a result of the curfew, but there is still, you know, impacts to this. The concert hall canceled.
Chicago.
Businesses in the area are likely closing down early just to be, you know, compliant with that. I mean, you certainly would think you're not going to have a ton of customers coming into the area if you are in the curfew zone. So a lot of impacts, and LAPD taking it very, very seriously tonight as John and SkyCal is kind of doing an overall view for us and looking at where things are. And I'll ask him here in just a second to kind of see if we can see any of that crowd that was on the move. They were going down near the, see a spotlight right there, John, on the ground. I don't know if that's them over there, but they had moved across the 101 freeway, as Lori was mentioning. And so we'll have to see if they pop back up. But yeah, big impacts tonight with the curfew.
Is LA
I can't find a Chicago.
Curfew?
Yep. LA Live, Crypto.com Arena,
Victor Davis.
Theater,
I've seen a little bit of him.
I mean,
we
don't have any basketball games that are being, unfortunately, just had to throw that out there. But at the same time, people still enjoyed LA Live. So that does make you wonder, maybe they'll have to close down a lot of their operations at 8 p.m., the restaurants and things of that nature.
Yeah, and there are, let's see, I'm looking at Crypto.com Arena just to see if there's any events there. It doesn't look like there's any events for quite a while, but, you know, that's Walt Disney Concert Hall that John's showing us in the center of the screen there where the concert was canceled. But you also think about, too, I just lost my train of thought. I'm so sorry. But, yeah, Crypto.com Arena doesn't have any events. But, what I was going to say is we just had the Tony Awards on Sunday night. You know, if there was a curfew in effect then, how would that have played?
Real quick, if anybody has a Chicago live stream or a New York live stream, send it my way and we'll pull it up. Right now, we have total coverage of what's going on in Los Angeles. Arrests are being made. They're throwing people on the buses. But Chicago, New York, maybe Denver, Atlanta. If you have a stream, right now I'm looking around. I'm trying to find stuff for you guys.
To this particular event, they might reconsider?
if the event is still going on, if they didn't cancel it. Yeah, and I think too, we saw this a lot in 2020 when there was a curfew that was issued then as well. I think that law enforcement is while certainly they have a legal right to stop you if you're in the curfew area, there's possibly too that they're really looking for who they're looking for, right? I mean, they're pretty targeted with this operation here as we look at the people being loaded up onto that LAPD bus.
Yeah, and we have been watching them from above and from the ground, loading up that bus. It looks like they're holding them against the wall. It seems peaceful as far as we can see from here. And then it looks like they're just going to fill that bus and transport those people. But haven't encountered a lot of resistance as far as we've seen, right?
No, not at all. I mean, it's been pretty peaceful. And I got to be honest with you, I think that the way, right around 8 o'clock, the way that LAPD swarmed the area, I think caught a lot of people off guard. I mean, it was the fastest and the most high intensity amount of officers that I have seen since we've started this on Friday night. I mean, they were there like lightning, and they were there fast. They made moves fast, and the crowd, as soon as they started to show up, the crowd immediately started to scatter. And then you had a couple people hanging out right here that are now being taken into custody. And then you had the other group that started pushing away, where we saw Tom and we saw Lori.
Well, we had Mayor Bass on our air last night at
Utah
11:30. So you have to think that.
Are there really big riots going on in Utah of all places? I would be shocked if there are anti-Trump riots in Utah.
Right away, and knew they were going to have this curfew go into effect and how they were going to activate it or put it
Troy
into
McClure.
action. And actually,
you might recognize me
the time
from.
they started arresting people. It was after 8 o'clock.
Last night or tonight?
No, tonight.
Yeah, tonight. Yeah. It was. I mean, this group is the first group that they are that is taken into custody. They decided that they were going to arrest that group probably around 8:20. 8:30, and that was after that group, to be honest, didn't.
Ladies and gentlemen, we actually have breaking news coming out of Utah. Everything is peaceful. There's a big house of, it's a Mormon family with 9 kids, and they're having a nice dinner, a nice family dinner, and they said their prayers. And now they're going to bed, and they're all happy and beautiful. And that is the breaking news out of Utah.
Order.
Right.
This is curfew, and you're not supposed
Everything
to
is
be here,
fine.
period.
And while we were on the air with Tom, he got a wireless emergency alert to his phone because he's within the area. So he got the alert on his phone. There's an LAPD helicopter that was been making announcements on the PA system as they do orbits over the crowd. So it's not that you don't know. You obviously see what's going on here. You're getting the alerts on your phone. They're making announcements on loudspeakers. Even when Lori was at that interfaith vigil, they were talking about it there as well. So people are well aware that there is a curfew.
Okay, well, we're continuing to watch this, and we'll keep an eye on it.
Well, yeah, we will keep an eye on downtown for you with SkyCal. But now let's go to Santa Ana. Another SoCal.
I don't really get, we have been looking at these guys over here. You have it's a rectangle of cops around some people. What has taken so long? We've been staring at this for like a half hour. Why? Just arrest them or not? Or what is the holdup here? I don't know.
Yeah, you guys, a lot quieter out here tonight. We've seen a lot less protesters in the street, a lot fewer people out here just adding to the scene and causing problems like we saw last night. We do still have the National Guard and some city police out here protecting the federal building tonight. And the presence of the National Guard, that's one of the things that the protesters we did see today were taking issue with. Take a look. Quarreling between protesters in Santa Ana briefly hit a boiling point Tuesday. With people in the crowd screaming and shoving each other, at odds about the presence of National Guard members. Some say they're just here doing their jobs.
They cannot do anything.
I fought for the freedom of speech.
It was a far cry from the chaos that unfolded here Monday night, when a few people in the crowd threw powerful firecrackers and mortar-style fireworks directly at local police in the street. Police responded by launching tear gas and pepper spray rounds their way, slowly dispersing the crowd over several hours. The initial intention to protest federal immigration raids happening locally, overshadowed by those who came to cause trouble.
I just ask you, don't take the bait. They are trying to provoke us into making sure they paint us as being the villains, not the victims. We know we're here for our...
You are the villains. All of these illegal aliens, all of these far left radical progressives, you are the villains. You know what they love to say? You're on the wrong side of history. Guess what? You are on the wrong side of history. You are the villains.
And we have the ability and the resources to be able to provide whatever necessary protection we have for our community.
The police chief who denounced the
Salt Lake City's
vandalism and
liberal.
violence last night said he would rather have his own
that
police
right?
force
You're probably,
de-escalating
every
tensions
city's
in the
liberal. You're
community
probably right.
stemming from the raids. As cleanup crews work to repair the damage left behind, the National Guard continues to protect the federal building into the
riots.
night. And police once again line up in riot gear for what could be another long night in the street.
And we're hearing
City
that about
people,
11
city
people were
folk.
arrested in Santa Ana last night. We're not seeing any of that taking place tonight, although we do hear some fireworks in the distance, so we're probably going to move and go check that out in a couple of minutes. We'll send it back to you guys in the studio.
All right, thanks so much, Nicole. You know, we're going to go back to Tom Waite. Nicole's, you saw that live shot. She's so quiet where she is tonight, Tom. And obviously where you are, a lot more quieter than it has been. But I see, is everyone gone where you are?
Not everyone. There are still, well, there's a lot of officers over here, and you know, it's hard for me to tell what department they are with, because it looks like a...
Let's just quickly acknowledge here, President Trump has forced Los Angeles to restore law and order to their streets. President Trump's actions here, ICE raids, detaining and deporting a bunch of these illegal aliens from Los Angeles, sending in National Guard, threatening the Marines. The Marines, I don't even think have showed up. Maybe they're there, maybe they're not. Anyway, what this has done is Trump has lit a fire under the ass of LA leadership, Mayor Karen Bass and Gavin Newsom. And now what do you see? Now we actually have law and order back on the streets of LA. These people are being arrested. You know, things are simmering down. President Trump has, you know, even though LA's progressive leadership has kicked and struggled every single step of the way, Trump is winning this. Trump has gotten them to do exactly what he wanted them to do.
People,
which is law and order
there. So yeah, maybe that's why they're providing that support, Rutabaga. That could be a good point. I don't know. They look like they're running down the street now, so I don't know if police are going to charge down there after them. There's another SUV here with officers riding on the outside of it. Yeah, so that.
Did I take a nap today? Great question. Yeah, I took a strategic 1 hour long nap today, which means I can stay up until 10, which means I've got another 45 minutes. Great question.
You know, they dispersed it with you know, great haste, and then over to our, you know, you're looking now at our screen here. This is where officers are arresting people who would not leave initially, and they box them in here, and we're kind of waiting to see how many people they're arresting here. But you can see they have people against the wall. They're putting them, some of them in cuffs, I saw, and leading them off into the white van, the white bus over there that will then transport them.
Okay, I want to show you guys something here. Right now, we have new polling data coming out today. Do you approve of President Trump's National Guard deployment? Yes, 59%. No, 39%. Folks, do you know what this means? 59% of Americans think that President Trump is justified in deploying the National Guard on American soil to apprehend, detain, deport, whatever, get rid of these illegal aliens. You have some of them running around down over there. Folks, I hope, I pray President Trump is looking at these numbers right here. I hope President Trump sees this, or Stephen Miller, somebody in the Trump admin, has got to see this and say, you know what? Now is the time. We have the support of 59% of Americans in the country. Operation 1776 is a go. Operation Deport every single illegal alien is a go. Every single state, all 50 states, we are activating the National Guard. We are using them to apprehend, detain these people, get them out of the country. You know, you need to, what's the saying? You need to strike when the iron is hot. The iron is hot. It is time to strike. Use them, deploy them, get rid of these people. Americans support you in doing this, President Trump. Make this happen. Let's go.
Or tossing water on officers. Also in Chicago, police clashed with protesters and arrests were made. People also tagging vehicles there.
Well, just hours ago, Governor Newsom made a virtual address in which he did not hold back his thoughts on President Trump.
Trump is pulling a military dragnet.
I don't want to listen to this dumbass anymore. Sorry. I'm just going to mute that here for a minute. See what else is going on. Maybe we can find some updates here on Twitter. President Trump is using the DOJ to investigate whoever is funding and financing all of these Los Angeles riots. Now, I don't know if you saw earlier today before I went live on this live broadcast here, I uploaded a video, good video about Gavin Newsom. Who is funding Gavin Newsom? Who, for the last 10 years or more, has been giving money to Gavin Newsom so that he can advance his political career? Guess who? It rhymes with George Boros. That's right, George Soros. Over $1 million, at a minimum $1 million from George Soros over the last 10 years to Newsom to help him. You know, first he was mayor. In fact, Newsom was mayor of San Francisco for a while, and then now he's governor, of course. So, hey, you know what? We would not be surprised if someone like George Soros, Alex Soros also these days, Alex is George's son. Just when you thought we were about to get rid of George Soros, the guy is like 200 years old. It's like, all right, we're not going to have to deal with him anymore. He's not, soon he'll be down in hell where he belongs. Well, guess what? Now we've got to deal with his son. His son is doing the same exact thing, Alex Soros. So we're not out of that snafu yet. But anyway, it's Soros that's been funding Newsom, and also a lot of these political action groups, far left radical NGOs, far left political action groups like Indivisible or Act Blue. Indivisible, of course, we know for a fact was behind a lot of the anti-Musk, anti-Tesla, anti-Doge riots, some of the fire bombings that were taking place 5 or 6 months ago. Oh, wow. Breaking news, guys. It's going to be 104 degrees in Lancaster tomorrow. Excellent. I think, is our report over here? This has got to be old. We don't care about the weather in California. Breaking news. California is hot in the summer. Wow. Thank you. Thank you. We had no idea. Anyway, okay. What else is going on here? I'm looking around Twitter. Prison buses are rolling into downtown Los Angeles. They are loading the prisoners into the buses, the people that were violating the curfew. Then what? Riots live on YouTube. Tonight, I'll be honest, tonight actually has been kind of tame. 2 nights ago, it was crazy. Last night was a little bit wild. 2 nights ago, that was when they were blowing up cars and all types of stuff. We have, this is curious. Dr. Phil earlier today was actually personally oversaw the White House's ICE raids in Los Angeles. He wanted to have a firsthand look at the targeted operations. So earlier today in LA, Dr. Phil was on the ground watching ICE in LA as they were apprehending these illegal aliens. Great. He did that a couple months ago with Tom Homan. That's not the first time he's done that. Okay, then what? I'm taking a look. Then what else is happening? But folks, I think this situation tonight has pretty much died down. So I would guess. Oh, look here, we're back actually.
Where curfew has been in effect.
We're back here
since 8 o'clock. So almost an hour and a half, and we understand from Mike Rogers they really started placing people under arrest at about 20 minutes.
They're moving them. They're still moving out there.
We still see some people in the street there, Rutabaga.
Yeah, still marching down. This is kind of what it looked like earlier this afternoon. Kind of what it looked like earlier in the afternoon. Then it looked like the crowd had completely dispersed. But Mike, now it looks like they're gathering again.
Yeah, this is at First and Grand. John was just showing us. They stopped briefly at a concert hall or a theater production, Mark Taper Forum rather, which had to cancel their show tonight too.
That's where the Amazon is.
Yes.
Also, there's a number, and the Dorothy Chandler Pavilion.
And the Mark Taper Forum was doing their adaptation of Hamlet. That they had to cancel tonight because of the curfew. So that's yet another performance here as we continue to march down the street. John, you just told me where they were. Say it again. You're right in front of the Disney Concert Hall.
You know, it makes you wonder, and maybe you know the answer to this question or not. Was this, did the city order them to do this, or did...
You know, a curious thought. You know, one of the narratives is that President Trump is an evil fascist. He's a modern day Hitler or whatever. 99.99999% of the people that say that, you know how they don't genuinely believe that. You know how you can tell that they don't genuinely believe that Donald Trump is genuinely an authoritarian fascist dictator, super Hitler, super ultra Hitler. It's because they're not doing anything about it. They're sitting behind their keyboard. Donald Trump is a Hitler. He's a Nazi or something. It's like, listen, if you actually thought that Donald Trump is an authoritarian, hyper-fascist, super neo-Nazi Hitler or whatever, you would probably be on the streets also protesting or something, but you're not. You're sitting on your couch watching TV or browsing, Facebook or Reddit, complaining about it. You don't actually believe this. Otherwise, you would try to do something. You would do something about it. It's all just this online keyboard warrior virtue signal bullcrap. None of them have any sincerity about it. You can tell it's just a bunch of bull crap, right? Otherwise, they would do something more than complain on the internet.
And you kept everything in place.
It's all fake.
That's pretty. It is serious because you have some of the performers who are from out of town, who come here and train and have their rehearsals, and you go on with the performance that costs money, and people have to purchase tickets. So now they'll have to be make other arrangements, and I guess we'll have to see if nights after this are going to be canceled as well.
Yeah, there is another performance scheduled for tomorrow. Same at the same theater.
Definitely a disruption, and it is helpful to see this video from above from the chopper, because you can see from our reporters on the ground the situation changes so quickly. It looks like no one's there, but maybe they're around the corner, so we get a better perspective.
Yeah, so ladies and gentlemen, I think this situation is pretty much effectively de-escalated. I think the situation is probably over for the night. Now, of course, as you all know, there are massive protests, potentially riots, scheduled for this upcoming Saturday. That is 4 days from now, this Saturday, all day. I think I will be live here on YouTube maybe for 9, 10, 11, 12 hours, because not only is Saturday this massive national protest riot situation, but also it is United States Flag Day, and President Trump is going to be, I believe, hosting a military parade of sorts in Washington, D.C. We'll have military personnel marching, tanks, jets, fighter jets flying around. I don't know, something cool is what he's talking about. So Saturday, I'm going to be here all day with you guys. This is my guess. I would guess that probably Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, maybe we don't have any crazy protests or riots. Maybe things have kind of simmered down. I'm not sure. So let me ask you guys, in the event that we don't have crazy live protests or riots happening Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, should I still do a live stream in the afternoon and evening and do a little bit of a daily recap of all the news that's going on? Maybe we talk about, the riots, but also some other stuff that's going on. Should we continue these nightly, evening streams, even if we don't have riots going on? Is this something we should keep on doing? Because really, we've been doing this just kind of exclusively covering the riots, but we can also do just like kind of comprehensive daily news updates as well, in addition to all the videos. Okay, yes. Okay, so how about this? Of course, Saturday is going to be a crazy day. We'll be here all day. Everybody say, okay, well, hey, thank you guys. Saturday, we'll be talking about everything. But yeah, so Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, regardless of what is going on, regardless of whether or not illegal aliens and radical progressives are burning down our cities, I will still be here at least for an hour or two. It might not be a 6-hour show, at least for an hour or two. And we'll just kind of see everything that's going on. We'll unpackage all of it. Okay. So, I think it is probably about time to wrap it up for the night. I think the event is kind of over today. Thank you all very, very much for tuning in. Not just today, yesterday, the day before, all the new subscribers, the Twitter followers, the super chats, everybody hanging out in the chat, tuning in, just listening. I appreciate it. Thank you all very much. So I guess I'll see you all tomorrow. I'll have another video, maybe 2 tomorrow for you as well. Make sure to follow on Twitter or X. Subscribe to the channel here. I'm on Rumble. My videos are on Rumble now also. So go follow on Rumble just in case. Who knows? Something crazy happens, God forbid. And I'll see you guys tomorrow. So have a great night. Have a great tomorrow, great Wednesday morning. Thank you all. God bless. We are taking the country back. It's true. America first is inevitable. America first is not going to be stopped. America first is non-negotiable. All of these illegal aliens are getting deported systematically, one by one, across the country. These efforts will not be stopped. We will see to that. So